Not even on the screen. Welcome back to Making Law Simple. Yes, I talked a ton about the Crumbley case, didn't I? It was just nonstop talking about Jennifer Crumbley over there on Laid Back Law. I got there late, and Eric wasn't even on. It was Nate running the show. I don't think he got the message, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll be back. I'll talk to him probably next week about it. But welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Let me pull up the stream and get into this because they're just getting back, and I don't want to get too far behind. I don't know what's going on, but in the meantime, while we're getting caught up at 1.25 speed, we will go ahead and do a little bit of a recap. Should invite Damien on. I should invite Damien on, but he works during the day. Like, he has a real job. And although it would be fun to have him on. But welcome back, everyone else. Let's talk shit about his treehouse. God told me to build a second story of my treehouse. That's all I'm going to say. So if you guys want to buy some crypto coin and help fund the God-inspired treehouse, second story on the treehouse, let me know, and I will send you a link. All right. Jamie and Danielle also have links as well. They will be back shortly. Okay, so one of the fundamental things that I have a problem with here in this case is that they're trying to allege that mother should have known better. That's really what it is. Mother should have known better. She knew this was going on. She should have taken adverse steps. When we have searches that she was looking at mental health. She was looking at mental health services for depression. She was talking to her. Why are we? What is the cameraman doing? She was talking to James a lot about it. She was talking to, I don't know if we've gotten into her talking to other people about it yet. Why are we focusing in on this? What does that say? What does this wristband say? Why are we looking at this, cameraman? Foundation, something foundation? I will after you read smut books in your channel. Listen, if you want to talk about I'll say it on my channel. If you want to talk about strap-ons and anal rape in a book, great. If you want to win an award for it, great. If you want to put it on the shelves so that 16, 17, 18-year-olds can read it, obviously with parent permission for the younger ones, the minors, fine. I don't think it should be on an elementary school shelf. That's all. When in doubt, I say let people be people. So that's my starting point. And then if you want to restrict it, those restrictions need to be narrowly tailored. That's my position on just about anything that anybody does. Narrow possible restrictions. So do we want to have this available for 9 and 10-year-olds? No, we don't want to have that book for 9 and 10-year-olds. 11-year-olds? Nope. 12-year-olds? Nope. 16, 17, they're driving, right? That's my whole thing. At 16, kids are generally driving. They're out and about. You're free range parenting at that point. They're doing stuff that you don't know about and you will never know about. Should they be exposed to a book that talks about some of the things that they're probably already doing? I don't care at that point. At that point, at age 16, you better have done your due diligence and gotten to that point. And if you're unaware of what I'm talking about, that was a conversation I jumped in on over on Laid Back Law, where there was a book they were debating on whether or not it should be made available in public schools. And I said, well, potentially, if the public schools have it available for older kids, then I don't see a problem with it. If it's only younger kids or younger kids also, then I do have a problem with it. Let's see. Holy crap. There is another commentator in chat that thinks the state is way ahead of the case. Huh. Showing evidence that could lead to go. Who? Let's stream snipe them. Whiskey 77. I'll pull them up. We'll stream snipe them. We'll take a look at their chat and everything. Let's do it. Wait till you hear all about the novel apps. I don't know. Well, welcome, everybody. Welcome to this afternoon session. Make sure you hit the like button, share this stream with all of your friends on all of your social media platforms. Let them know that this is where you can get all of the wonderful Jennifer Crumbley content. We are back. Jury is being let in. Yay, I'm not late. No, I've started the stream a little early, I think. A touch early. I'm glad I went back and listened. The court said that they wanted the jury back at 1:45, so I assumed we were going to go live at 1. And then we ended up coming back a little bit earlier still yet. Anyways, let me do this. Here we go. Now I'm better. Hang on one second.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to now direct your attention to Exhibit 119. We spent a lot of time. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Just for the record, so the jury knows we have paralegal Mary Nell at table to help with the exhibits.
Okay. Because once again, he does not trust me with
This is true. Sir, we spent some time talking about the background of the Crumbley house. So we're going to talk now about November the 30th, 2021. You stated that you were able to put together sort of a digital footprint from that day.
Correct.
Okay. So Exhibit 119, which has been admitted, this is the Oxford High School surveillance video from when the defendant's son was dropped off. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I didn't realize I was muted. The one thing I want to see is I want to know if they have any video. I believe they do. I feel like I've seen it at some point. The video from inside the conference room when they're meeting with Ethan and the
James
counselor.
Crumbley
Welcome
at
back.
7:46
Danielle.
a.m.
That's correct.
Okay.
Hey.
We will determine the time that Jennifer Crumbley got to her place of employment.
Wait, uncivil things
little
that they
after 9 in the
proved her guilty?
Exhibit 120.
We have no objection to that.
Or is it law and crime?
Sir, this is a screenshot from surveillance footage of her employer from November the 30th, 2021. And that's Jennifer Crumbley on November 30th, 2021, entering that building at 9:04 a.m.
Correct.
Now, shortly after she arrived, did she receive a phone call from the school?
Yes, you did.
Exhibit
That's-
20. I'm sorry.
That's a defendant 2 years ago, people. I'm going to go back up to live, but that's a defendant 2 years ago. And look how she looks now. It's completely a different person. I'm sorry. Completely a different person. I was trying to get it. Anyway,
I'm
you
sure
get the
depression's got the best of her.
Oh my God. I mean, I don't know. I'd come out looking haggard.
Uh-huh.
One. And this is a snippet from her phone log. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
Oh, I'll
Okay,
go
so
debate
November the
uncivil.
30th, 2021 at 9:24 a.m. was a missed phone call, and that's from Oxford High School.
That's correct.
Okay. And she called the school back at 9:27 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
And they had a 5-minute and 43-second conversation.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did she receive a text shortly after that phone call?
Yes.
Right. This is Exhibit 122 and 123.
I have no objection to 122 or 123.
Yeah, you guys get a
So
cat
122.
cam.
This is the text message found
Aw.
on her phone from an individual. It ended up being her son's school counselor at Oxford.
Correct.
Okay. And this is a picture of what we'll call an altered math worksheet at 9:31 a.m.
Correct.
All right. And if you were to click on that link, this would come.
Correct.
Okay. And then she also received an email with the original math worksheet.
That's correct.
All right. This is Exhibit 124.
No objection.
In this email, thank you. That was shortly thereafter. And the image in the
Master
email
debate
was
him.
in fact Exhibit 74, which was the math worksheet that her son created on November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. So she had this information about 9:30 in the morning on November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay.
We need a poll, Dave. What's the poll?
Did Jennifer contact James right after that?
Yes, she did.
Exhibit 125.
No objection.
So
Guilt or
this
innocence
is the
poll?
Facebook message chat, the one that was
Been
deleted from
doing
Jennifer's
that.
phone. Blue is Jennifer Crumbley, is that correct?
That is correct.
And green will be James Crumbley.
That's correct.
Okay. So at 9:33 a.m., what did Jennifer write to James?
Call now with now in all caps, emergency. And then she texted again less than 2 minutes later, emergency.
And she sent these two pictures, both the original and the altered worksheet to James.
That's correct.
And this is at 9:38 a.m.
Correct.
You pull this up.
What was James' response at 9:44?
James responded with, my God, WTF.
What is it?
WTF, what the fuck? Excuse me. Then responds, vet not here yet. It's McElmurray for Kira's horse, still waiting on vet.
And we already
Yeah.
talked about that they were concerned over one of their horses.
What was that? Sorry.
Oh no, he said WTF means what the fuck. Like just making that clear, you know.
Yeah, just making that
I
clear.
don't know.
I'm going to slow it down a touch.
Me.
We're pretty much live. We're just a few seconds behind.
Medical.
This is right after
Correct.
they got the text regarding
And
the,
what was Jennifer's response at 9:50?
She responded, he said he was distraught about last night.
And James's response to that?
We talked about it this morning. And then he asked her, you talked to him?
Okay, and that's 9:51. And what was Jennifer's response?
6 minutes later, she texted, can you call?
Did Jennifer leave?
Oh, halfway through this morning, just a lot of text messages that really show not a lot. It's kind of hard. Just go back and watch it, I would say. Little Pill, sorry.
Her
I don't
work
have all the
attendance
details
score.
from
Yes, she
mid-morning going forward.
Did Jennifer Crumbley also text
Hi,
this picture,
Jamie.
Exhibit 74, to anybody else at that time?
Yes, she did.
This is Exhibit 126.
We have no objection.
Just flip through everything.
Now, she sent this picture, this text to Andrew Smith at 10:05 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did you learn who Andrew Smith was?
Yes, I did.
And that was her boss?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what did she text with the caption on this picture?
She said, I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back 11:30 to 12 at the latest.
Make sure you guys share all this on your socials, Facebook and whatnots, your
And did she leave
Instagrams.
her employment?
Yes, she did.
This is
Instagrams.
127.
I'll share it on my Facebook right now.
Share it on your OnlyFans page.
Yeah.
Okay. This is her leaving at 10:06.
Yes.
You want to go back to
This is her leaving work.
Exhibit 125.
Leaving work, yeah.
Skip over it.
So youthful she looks.
She wrote,
2
can
years
you
ago.
call at 9:57? And then what did she write?
She wrote, heading to his school, I'm very concerned.
Yeah, why would you
So
send
at
that image
10:04,
to
she
your
wrote,
boss?
heading to his school, and I'm very concerned. At 10:05, she
Right.
sent that.
Jamie, would you assume you had a child? Okay, let's imagine this. Your dog draws something, and then you know, at his dog training class, the teacher sends that home and says, we need to get up here, we need to have a conversation. Would you send it to your boss and be like, hey, I got to skip out? Like, would you send it to Baker and be like, hey, I got to go. I got to leave this trial that I'm streaming with Baker and go deal with this? I just find it
No.
odd. I'm working on my OnlyFans. The first one didn't work out, so I'm doing a second one. You guys will be able to subscribe shortly. I'll let you know.
See, I have a close relationship with my boss. So
Okay, that's fair. I
I mean?
personally wouldn't, but I don't know if people would. Obviously, she did. Danielle?
No. Definitely went with my boss.
and
Sure. Right
the
here,
things I
see-
send Baker, I mean, come on.
Well,
And you.
Baker's not really your boss. He's more of your
I know.
daddy.
Mr. Smith,
Ugh,
Correct.
don't say that.
at 10:06, she walked out the door to the building.
Correct.
Did James and Jennifer Crumbley have a phone conversation at this point?
Yes, they did.
No, Jung is my boss, a little
No
pill.
objection.
Jung is my boss.
Sir, this is a snippet from the
Farrell's the VP, just under
call log
Jung.
found on Jennifer
that I report directly
Crumbley's
to.
cell phone. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, well, first she got a phone call from the school. This is a phone call to the school counselor at 10:07 a.m.
That's correct.
That's a 40-second call.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, that was exhibit 121, not 128.
I'm
Jung is the CEO. She's doing a hard time.
That's 121.
She's struggling with marketing our product right now.
okay, Your
That's part of
Honor,
the call.
I would just ask that the witness answer questions instead of the prosecutor stating all.
There has been a
essentially
lot
all
of
the
leading
information
questions.
As he goes along,
I would prefer that too.
thank you. Leading,
I'll rephrase.
Continuously rephrase. Don't just do it once.
no objection?
Did James and Jennifer have a phone conversation after this?
Yes, they did.
Oh, so we have 10% of us in the audience
Well,
right
first,
now
this is
that
part of
thinks
exhibit
that this
125.
evidence
What time is
presented
this?
makes the
This
defendant
is at
guilty.
10:12,
Okay, and then what did she write?
headed to a school.
Here's exhibit 128 from James Crumbley's call log. What is this?
It's a call to Jennifer at 10:29 a.m.
Okay. So at 10:29 a.m., they have a 7-minute and 16-second phone conversation.
That's correct.
Did both James and Jennifer Crumbley arrive at the Oxford High School?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And approximately what time did they arrive?
It was around 10:20, somewhere around there, I believe.
Okay, if I showed you a timeline that indicated 10:37 arrival, does that sound right?
Yes, I apologize. Yes,
That's not.
yes.
Broken system. I am a litigator. That's what I call myself. That means I like to go to court and argue cases. I handle family law, criminal defense, civil litigation, which is everything from personal injury. I don't do a lot of that anymore, to breach of contract, a lot of corporate disputes and things like that. I also do probate and estate litigation, but I don't do a lot of drafting. I don't do a lot of transactional. Most of my stuff is in the courtroom litigating. So there, I don't mind.
We had discussed
Have a
this
commercial,
portion of the
too,
case at a
somewhere.
previous hearing, and you had
sure
indicated they had
does.
arrived in one car and left in one car. Did you find that to be accurate?
No, it was inaccurate.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
It was, so the video system that they have only starts recording when there's enough motion to save space on the system. So they were too far away from the camera to pick up. When I initially saw them, all of a sudden they just appeared in front of one of the cars. So I assumed that they had come together,
Okay. And what did you come to find out?
that they had drove separately.
Okay. So exhibit 129 is a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance video that depicts their arrival and the period of time they were inside for that meeting.
No. Okay, so the witness testified, the first witness, they asked her what she did. She says, I'm an educator. And the prosecutor's like, you're a teacher. She's like, yeah, I'm a teacher. That's different than lawyer versus litigator, because you could be a lawyer, but you could be like corporate counsel or transactional. Litigation is specific. You're in court litigating, arguing cases. You're not a transactional attorney or an estate planning attorney. So I feel like it's a little different. I just wanted to point that out.
Yes.
But this
correct.
is where,
People moved them at 129.
so now they're starting to show when everyone enters and leaves
I
the
have no
school.
objection, but I'm just wondering if it's the actual video, that's the.
Correct.
That's the exhibit. Okay, no objection. Thank
They
you.
didn't have the video last time. They just had stills.
So there's a
This is for
time
the
stamp at the
meeting,
bottom. I want to make sure we see this.
the school official.
10:36 a.m. and it's November 30th, 2021.
That's correct.
Nobody knew what was coming. That's my position. Nor could anyone foresee.
Yeah.
Is an educator and a teacher different?
And let us know, please,
Just
when you see either
understanding
the
the-
defendant or her husband.
Nuances of the
The one vehicle was
profession.
already backed in, and then there they are walking up.
Me as the defendant and her husband
Yes,
in the magnified area.
correct, yes.
Yeah, I know the notifications are horrible. I posted it in Discord too, but if you're not in Discord, That's why I'm sharing it out on socials, sharing it out
What's this portion
on
of the video depict?
Facebook and
They're
Twitter,
coming into
and
the school.
I'm asking
Where they're in
everyone
the
else
school.
to help out.
The
too.
front by where the offices are.
The notifications from YouTube are the worst.
Mhm.
And it won't let me stream to
10:39
X
a.m.?
right now for some
Correct.
reason. Sorry, I'm talking over the testimony, but they're literally just, they walked into the office. Okay.
What portion of the school is this?
Looks like the front office of the school.
I'm going to take clips of these later and put them in Discord as well. And if you guys got into the Discord last night, you saw that I posted a bunch of clips and some of the text messages and things in the Discord as well. So if you want to go back and look at some of the messages, some of the photographs,
Now,
That
this
stuff
time
is in
right
there.
here, that's a broken clock, correct?
It is correct. It never changes.
they have a broken clock. It never changes. Why is it
Oh my
still
God.
on?
40 a.m.
Why are you wasting your time plugging it in?
Is there-
They're in the counseling office. Sorry.
That's a broken clock. It never changes. Well, it's right twice a day, right?
Huh? Well, that's all they need.
You come to learn who this person was, who greeted them?
Yes,
Who's that?
Sean Hopkins.
He's the counselor at the Oxford High School?
That's correct.
Ooh, we're going to
One
hear
of the
him
counselors.
testify.
One of the counselors, yes.
We are going to hear him.
The time skips a little bit. This is now 10:52 a.m.
But I'm also the product
What do you
junk,
see
so
in
that
this
makes
one?
you the boss.
That's the shooter coming out of the Mr. Hopkins' office.
With the red backpack.
Correct.
So they walked in at 10:41 and the shooter walked out at 10:52.
Correct.
Oh, that would have been right on 30 minutes ago. That would have been right on our current time. So stupid that they have a clock that they leave plugged in. It doesn't work. Take it down. Go get a $5 clock off of Amazon.
Yeah.
It's just sitting there, 12:42. It's always 12:42 in that school.
This is 10:53.
It's like right in the worst part of the
You see?
school day
That's
too
James
for
and
kids.
Jennifer
Like,
probably coming
if
out
you
of
look at the
Mr.
clock, you're like
Hopkins' office.
12:42. The morning is
Now,
done, but you still have the
something
rest
in
of the
his
day to
hand
go.
here. What is that?
I can't
Can you
wait
tell?
for this.
Yeah.
to be done.
Wasn't able to tell what that is.
Yeah, I can't get these videos. Everything has been there's been a protective order and there's been
Okay.
gag
Jennifer
orders
Crumbley
in this
has a piece
case.
of paper in her hand.
Yes, she does.
Did she have that walking into the counselor's office?
No, she did not.
Anything I can get is only what's been filed with the
Right
court
there,
that's
she
been
handed
part
that
of the
piece paper
public
to James
record.
Crumbley.
Correct.
So this is the first time I'm seeing these. They did have stills of them walking in and out with the timestamps during the preliminary examination, but they never had these videos. And they left 15 minutes later. Cannot stop seeing the death clock. Yeah, I know. Oh, imagine the stacks of police reports. It happened at 12:42.
This is 10:54 and almost 10:55 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. You see James and Jennifer Crumbley at the top of the screen walking
Yes.
in the car?
Yeah, they're at the top of the screen coming
Okay.
from the school.
Thank you.
Can't wait until they get counselor on the stand. If you guys haven't seen the school counselor testify in the preliminary examinations, you'll be sickened as to they want to hold the
We've
mother
seen this
liable.
here.
The one of their
This
vehicles
guy's
is leaving
cool.
right there, the black one.
Yeah.
And then that third row on the far right, the other car should be leaving shortly now.
Yeah, they showed up, right? These parents showed up.
Mm-hmm.
They've been actively engaged with their child. They've been talking to each other. They've been talking to others about their child's needs. She's Googling and researching therapy for depression. They showed up at school. They're texting him. When they get a call from school, they text him, "What are you doing?" And yeah, it turned into a little bit of a joke. But again, the lighthearted nature of the
This is one of
school's
Crumbley vehicles?
Yes, it is.
voicemail
Right, and this is 10:57.
would lead you to believe that it's not that serious. they're responsive parents, in my opinion. Are they the best parents? Who's to say? Because who's the best parent? Identify
Yeah.
them, please. But
Yeah.
are they responsive parents to their child's needs at this moment?
Please
don't
show me someone who's doing everything right.
Exactly.
I mean, come on.
About 10:58.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and in fact, the defense counsel said that in order for her to see these videos, she has to go to the prosecutor's office, which is at the courthouse, in another wing in the West Wing, to go see these videos. So she can't even have them. She's been watching them at their office. So yeah, they're very protective.
So we saw them walk in at 10:41 to the office. Their son left at 10:52. is that
Correct.
right? And then we saw them leave the parking lot here at 10:57, 10:58.
That's correct.
Yeah, he has a master's in child psychology, whatever. He's got master's
How long
degrees.
total,
He's
if you
got
know,
years of
really, like,
experience,
both
and
of
he wasn't able to
It
check
was
this.
about 12 minutes.
We're talking about the school counselor, by the way. You'll hear his
What's the
testimony. I don't
first
want to say
thing that
too much
Jennifer
more.
Crumbley did on her phone?
I've already said
or
more than I
social
probably
media
should have.
After that meeting.
She sent a message to Kira.
Okay. This is 1:30.
We have no objection?
Exhibit
This is a
130.
screenshot.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. And these were taken from Kira Pennick's phone.
That's correct.
Okay.
This is from
So,
Monica Horse Trainer.
The icon there, the picture on the horse, this is Jennifer Crumbley's words, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what does she write at 10:58 a.m.?
Kay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to get my son's school, go to my son's school and meet his counselor. Shit day.
And then Kira's response?
Oh man, everything okay? Do you still want to do lesson tonight?
And then what did Jennifer respond to that?
Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank, his friend going away to a treatment facility, and who knows what else. But he was caught drawing this on his math assignment today.
And then this is Exhibit 74, the math drawing that she was sent.
Correct.
And then what did Jennifer write in this post, in this message?
As long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour and I have a meeting in Southfield at 3, but I should be done with that by 4. I plan on being there. Plus the vet said it's better for him to move around to keep his circulation going while he's dealing with mud fever. Good times.
She's talking about her horse, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when she said, I had to leave work for an hour, she's talking about when the school called her for the meeting.
That's correct.
How about non-leading questions?
And
Non-leading
what was the response
questions.
at 1:26 a.m.?
We know. We
She's-
were all trained.
If you can read that.
Non-leading
It's
questions.
Kira responded with OMG, oh my God, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he, then it cuts off.
Okay, that's fine. The rest of these will be in through Kira later on. What's the first thing that James does when he leaves the meeting?
Starts door dashing.
This is 131.
No objection?
Shame on him.
131. So what are we looking at right here?
That was a response from a search warrant served to DoorDash.
Okay. So we have not just the 30th, but we also have the 29th. I'm going to direct you to the first DoorDash pickup, November 30th, 21 at 11 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct. That's when he checks in.
Okay.
I believe it was said earlier in chat, but I'll point it out that James had lost his job and was in between jobs and was door dashing for a bit when all this happened. So it's not like he's a professional door dasher or this is his second job. He had lost his job looking for another one and was door dashing in the interim.
So that was about 4 minutes or so, 3 minutes after he left the parking lot.
That's correct.
And Jennifer's text to Kira was about 2 minutes after she left
That's
the parking lot.
John,
Did Jennifer go back to work?
Yes, she did.
All right. Here's one thing.
we haven't gotten to the counselor yet. And I don't know if you watched the preliminary examination, but the counselor testified at the preliminary examination that he was concerned based off of the statements that Ethan made, the conversation he had with parents in the drawing, that Ethan was potentially he was worried about self-unaliving. I don't know how else to say it. Self-unaliving, not other unaliving, not unaliving others, but unaliving himself. And so they decided to keep him in school. And I believe cross-examination on that led to, well, essentially he's around other people. The counselor was going to keep an eye on him and check in on him on the, the rest of the day. And the parents were going to set up counseling for Ethan either later that day or within 24 hours, they were going to get him into a therapist. That was the nature of the conversation. So it wasn't like he was homicidal, he was othercidal. And so why would you necessarily be running around with him when he can just stay in school and be around a lot of people? That was sort of the idea.
32.
I'm sorry, we're just trying to read fast. No objection.
And I know way too much about most of my trials that I watch. I know nothing
what?
about it.
Her
I don't weigh so much
re-entering
about this
her,
case, and I
placement
feel like
plan
I'm
at
feeding
11:24 a.m.
information that's not in evidence yet. So I
That's
apologize.
November 30th.
Correct.
It infuriates me the way they're framing this whole issue.
Going back to exhibit 130. First, what's the next thing she does, either on her phone or social media accounts after 11:24?
I'm sorry.
If you recall, what's the first thing that she does after 11:24 on either her phone or social media account?
I don't recall.
Well, that's fine. We have exhibit 130 already admitted. So 11:26 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. So you read the very top line of that OMG needs horse therapy.
Correct.
This is 11:26 a.m. So she received this 2 minutes after she walked in the door of her employment.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and read that.
Says OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo. Whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
And what did Jennifer Crumbley write back?
Jennifer responds with, okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming with me tonight. James is working. He can't be left alone.
From the context of this conversation, did you take it that he was referring to her son?
Yes, correct.
And what did Kira write in response?
Does he want to ride?
And her response?
Jennifer responded, I don't know. Maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated. LOL.
And then Kira?
Kira responds with, Mo would be perfect. And then Jennifer responds with, okay.
Okay.
Kira then goes on to say, make it a family event. Coming out to the barn, really though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses with kids.
Thank you. Now, did Jennifer
I mean,
Crumbley
Who doesn't
text
love
her
a
son
horse?
after that school meeting?
Yes, she did.
Well, animals in general.
This is
I mean,
133.
they use support
mean-
dogs in hospitals, and
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just,
I have my
Sorry,
kitten cam
logical.
up. To my kitten cam.
I have no objection, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Well, you know how I
You
feel.
guys want
Give
more
me all
kitten
the
cam? I can
animals.
just put this on top.
Text thread that we referred to earlier.
Like you can see my dog a little bit off to the side on the
Between.
floor.
What a hard life.
Well, this is on
I know,
Shooter's
right?
phone. No, I'm sorry. Jennifer's Crumbley phone,
Yes,
the entire text thread.
correct, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Green is Jennifer Crumbley, blue is her son.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what she wrote to him at 12:21 p.m. on November the 3rd.
She asked, you okay? And then he responds shortly after that, yeah, I just got back from lunch.
Okay. And what did she say?
About 60 minutes later, she says, you know, you can talk to us and we won't judge.
And
So-
his response to that at 12:42 p.m.
She just sent a text on that morning after the meeting to Ethan at 12:21 p.m. Are you okay? This is not a concerned mom. Right? Are you
Right.
okay? And he said, yeah, just got back from lunch. She said, and then she responds, you know, you can talk to us at any time. Won't judge. I mean, I don't know. I'm not hearing a mom who's just indifferent to her son's issues. And he obviously had issues, right? I mean, it's not everyone that goes and shoots up a school, right? But she doesn't know that is coming. She thinks self-unaliving because that's what the expert, the counselor at school is telling her.
What did she say?
About 60 minutes later, she says, you know, you can talk to us and we won't judge.
And his response to that at 12:42 p.m.
At 12:42, he says, I care, I know. Thank you. I'm sorry for that. I love you.
Now, we'll introduce the rest of the thread. Did she respond to that?
Not immediately, no.
When did she respond to it?
After the shooting started.
After the shooting was made public?
Yes.
How many
Do you
minutes
wanted
later
a
did you know?
response? This is like game of telephone where
Over
you
half
hang
an
up
hour.
first. You hang up first.
Yeah.
Half an hour later. Half an hour
No,
later.
you're the
How
investigator
chilling is
who
this?
pulled the foot.
This mother gets it, sends a message like that. Then to get response, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you. And a half an hour later, she finds out that her son is involved in a school shooting. How tragic is that for this mother? And now she's being charged with
Ridiculous.
involuntary manslaughter. This is a mother who cares. This is a mother who's doing what she thinks she needs to do. This is a mother who's taking advice from the school counselor. And this is troubling me.
Footage, you reviewed the footage and you know the timeline of the shooting, the day of the event.
Correct.
Okay. And so at 12:42 p.m., you know that was a few minutes before the shooter went into the boys' bathroom outside of 258, classroom 258, and began to load his firearm.
That's correct.
And he emerged 12:51 p.m.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, hang on. I just wanted to get these
Timeline of
times
the
down.
shooting, the day of the event.
Correct.
Sorry, I'm backing it up a touch.
Now, you're the investigator who pulled the
Okay,
footage, you
thank you.
reviewed the footage, and you know the timeline of the shooting, the day of the event.
Correct.
Okay. And so at 12:42 p.m., you know that was a few minutes before the shooter went into the boys' bathroom outside of 258, classroom 258.
12:42.
and began to load his firearm.
That's correct.
And he
Same
emerged
as the
12
clock in the office.
12:51 p.m.
That's correct.
Emerges at
Now,
12:51.
what's the first relevant event in either James or Jennifer's phone or email or social media accounts after 12:42 p.m.?
That's not even half hour. 12:42 to 12:51. Oh my God. Okay.
An alert was sent to, an email was sent to James's phone.
That's creepy AF, little pill. I agree.
No objection.
Thank you. This is an email from Oxford Community Schools sent to
All
James
right.
Crumbley's email address at 1:09 p.m.
Correct.
And that's, to your knowledge, the active shooter alert that went out to all parents in the district?
That's correct.
He went to, how eerie is that? If you guys missed it, in the main office, there's a broken clock, digital clock that says 12:42 forever. It always says 12:42. Why they still have it plugged in, I don't know. But that's eerie that he went into the bathroom at the exact time that the clock was broken on.
Yeah, that is so crazy.
Now, when James received this, he was still making DoorDash deliveries?
Yes, he was.
Were you able to pull location history from his device?
Yes, correct. Yes.
This is 113. I'm sorry, 136.
Why weren't they
No
texting
objection.
instead of thinking and trying to figure out what's going on? There's no evidence that the parents weren't.
136, Judge.
There's no evidence that the parents weren't trying to figure out what's going on. And in fact, hopefully we hear from the coworkers from Jennifer, because she was talking to them about looking for therapists and stuff for Ethan. At least that was in the preliminary examination. So in fact, the evidence is to the contrary.
Oh, wait. I have no objection to 136.
136.
And then, are you?
What if Ethan was conspiring with the clock?
You're skipping. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe
Sorry,
the
I'm
clock
just
messed
trying
him
to
up.
keep my numbers straight.
It's weird. This is sort of a Flux conspiracy thing. I want to know what Flux has to say
So
about
this is location data from his email, the email that he received the active shooter alert,
Correct.
November 30th, 2021. And this is at what time?
This is at 1:13 p.m.
Okay. Where is this?
This is at the Meyer. He's in the parking lot of the Meyer.
Okay. And that's the Meyer off of Ray Road?
Yeah, it's the one that I responded to. Yes.
Okay. So that was the reunification location for all parents.
Correct.
Did he stay there?
No, he did not.
Okay. How long was he there?
I think just a matter of minutes.
That was James, right?
Did he call Jennifer?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
It's exhibit 137.
No objection.
This is a portion of the phone call. James Crumbley's cell phone download. November 30, 2021 at 1:15 p.m. He called Jennifer Crumbley.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was how long phone call?
Just less than a minute.
And based upon your analysis of his GPS locations, where was he at when he made the phone call?
He was still in the Meyer lot, I believe.
Still in Mark. Okay.
You love Meyer. It's always your first stop on Traverse City. I'm not a fan of Meyer because they always have like 40,000 registers,
Did you
but
find
only
out
one is
that
open.
Jennifer Crumbley left her work around that time?
I
Yes,
hate
she did.
that.
Exhibit 138 is. the
You're like
surveillance
walking
video
and
of
walking
Jennifer
and walking.
Crumbley
You're like,
at work.
none of these freaking registers are open.
No objection.
So this is 1:18 p.m.
Yes, it is.
I like
Okay,
the
so this is
self-serve one.
After
better.
the active shooter alert went out at 109 and
Me
after
too.
she was on the phone with her husband.
Correct.
So at 1:18 p.m., 3 minutes after the phone call from James, Jen is leaving office. 3 minutes. Sorry if I'm missing stuff in the text, guys. If you have questions, throw a red question
Sir,
mark
does it
up.
appear
I'll
from
try
your
to
analysis
star it.
that Jennifer and James Crumbley spoke on the phone after she left work?
Yes, she did.
1:30.
Yes. Well, they produced them to the other side, and they've been identified, so the defense can see them ahead of time. So they're both flipping through binders or flipping through PDFs on their computers, so they do have them. There was a little bit of issue about the number of pages and correlating, but otherwise they have them.
I apologize, just really quick. 138 was the video we just saw. 139, we have no objection to. And, okay, both were admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If they had taken
Call
5 or
log.
10 minutes to stop at home, a look for the gun, they would have known he had it and could have prevented this. Okay, fair point. But that requires premonition, right? That requires the knowledge that he's going to do something, to know he's going to do something that day, right? You can't predict the future. I can't predict what time my kids are coming home today, let alone the future. I'll tell them something, but who knows?
Off of James Crumbley's phone, November 30th, 2021, 1:19 p.m. And how long did they speak for?
They spoke for a little over 10 minutes,
Okay, when I say they, I should be clear.
James and Jennifer.
Thank you. Okay. Could you tell that while she was on the phone with James Crumbley, did she send any messages?
Yes, she did.
Oh, Ken, you sent me a message. I'm gonna see if you're available to come on Monday because I have a lot of questions for you about this. Ken is a counseling coach. I don't know his credentials, but I want to hear his thoughts. So hopefully Ken will be able to join us sometime next week during this trial.
Do you recall
We can
who
pepper
she
him
sent a
with
message to?
questions.
I believe it was Andy Spitz she sent a message to.
Do you know who else she sent a message to?
So there's this thing called the diode,
Don't
and it
recall.
emits light,
Did she message your son?
and
Yes,
that's
she
how
did. I
an LED
apologize. Yes,
works.
Yes.
Okay. So this is 140. This is location data.
No objection?
Thank you. 140. This is GPS location data for James Crumbley. This is 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, November the 30th, and this is at their home at 112 East in Oxford?
Hunting Street, yes.
Okay, so just to back up, just to make sure we're clear, James Crumbley received the active alert email at 1:09.
Correct.
He called Jennifer Crumbley at 1:15 while he was at the Meyer parking lot,
Correct.
and he leaves the Meyer parking lot and he's home at least 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and they had a 10-minute phone call that began at 1:19 p.m. It indicates to you that they're still on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. This is 141.
No objection?
Okay, so about this time of the day, could you tell if Jennifer was on the move?
Yes, she was.
Okay, so this is what time?
This is at 1:20 p.m.
Okay, and this
She's
is
on the
at
move.
her location of her employment, correct?
Yeah, Telegraph at Square Lake,
Okay.
south of here.
So 142.
No objection?
So you said that while she was on the phone with her husband, she texted her son?
Yes, she did.
This is 142.
Okay, I'm sorry, hang on. Let me just pull it up real quick, I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
Amy, I sent you stuff in private chat.
November
You're not
30th,
responding.
2021 at 1:18 p.m. Did she respond to the message that he sent her at 12:42?
Yes.
What did she write?
She said, I love you too. Then says, immediately after that, you okay? Then 4 minutes later, she says, Ethan, don't do it.
That was at 1:22 p.m.
Yes, it was.
That was after James Crumbley was at their home, 112 East in Oxford.
That's correct.
Mom is crying. You
That's
can
while
hear
she
her.
was on the phone with him.
Correct.
You said she sent a message to her boss, Mr. Smith.
Yes, she did.
Ethan, don't do it. Like, don't unalive yourself.
1:26. What did she write him at 1:23 p.m.?
123, she texts, the gun is gone and so are the bullets.
And then what did he respond?
He responds with, I'm praying everything is okay. And Jennifer says, OMG, or oh my God, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
So that's right.
According to the counselor who testified at the preliminary examination, he didn't give an answer why. He said that he thought he was concerned about self-unaliving, was concerned for the parents to get counseling for Ethan. The parents said that they would get counseling for Ethan. And when asked that, he could have called the police, right? And he could have made him go home, and he didn't. The question wasn't laid as to why he didn't call the police, I don't think. So, yeah, so that's all I have to say about that. Because I don't know. That question wasn't asked.
A minute after she wrote to her son, don't do it.
Correct.
That's while she's on the phone with her husband.
That's correct.
Did you come to find out that James Crumbley called 911 that day?
Yes, he did.
Andrew Smith, I believe, is the counselor.
1:22 or 1:20? Or
Am I
was
right?
it later?
It was later.
No.
And was it before or after they had this text message conversation?
It's after.
Phone call.
After.
I have a cat cam.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Did you find that James Crumbley called 911 at 1:34?
It's a little too far away. I wanted
That's
it closer, but I can't zoom it.
Exhibit 143.
It's the actual policy. No, no objections, thank you.
Oh, Andrew Smith is Jessica's
So
boss.
just
That's right.
so council knows, it's all listed in the exhibit list. It says
I
911.
need to get a list of players in this case.
It does, but I'm like, there's one of me. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm trying.
Exhibit
Okay.
143.
It's a puss cam for your information. Yes, that's what it is.
I'm so sad for her. I really am.
I know, my heart's breaking for her.
It sucks for
Um,
everybody, but her right now, this sucks.
The mom, yeah,
Mhm.
in general.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure we had a chance to listen. This audio is not very good,
Yeah.
the way they're playing it, but this is James's 911 call.
Okay.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I'm at my house. There's an active shooter situation going on at the high school. My son goes to high school. I have a missing gun at my house. I need an officer to come to my house right away, please.
Okay, I'm not gonna be able to send anybody to your house right now. They're on the active shooter situation.
I understand that. There's a missing gun here. I have a missing gun and my son is at the school. And we have to go meet with the counselor this morning because something that he wrote on a parent paper, and then I went down and I saw a bunch of cops somewhere, and I made sure that I wanted to get to the hospital because I was going to high school, and then someone told me that there was an active shooter, and then I went home to find out. And I think my son took the gun. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. He's really freaking out. My son's name is Ethan Crumbley. See what I'm using? He's out of the bar.
Alright, Sarah, I'm gonna put you on for just 1 second, okay? I just check my training and see if I can move for
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Crumley? Alright, I'm gonna get your name and phone number, and then you have the defendant that's out there dealing with the situation. He's gonna contact you, okay? What's your first name?
My first name is James.
Okay, what's his name, Crumley? Okay.
2020, 760, 648.
Okay, do you know what your son's doing when he left the house this morning?
He had on a pair of sweatpants and then like a gray shirt, a gray like sweatshirt.
Okay. But somebody's gonna give you a call, okay? I can't give you a time frame because they're in the middle of all of this. I can't give you a time frame, but we're gonna give you a call as soon as it's possible, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Sir, we saw the location data that James Crumbley left the Meyer on Ray Road at 117, and he was home by at least 120.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the relative distance between the Crumbley household and Oxford High School?
Less than a mile.
Okay. Now, after this phone call was made, did you learn that James and Jennifer arrived at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office substation in Oxford?
Yes, I did.
No objection.
Well, what is this, 144?
144, yes.
What's that?
Okay, 144 is the minute.
So this is call log. James Crumbley's phone call.
Correct.
Are you aware whose number that is, number 17?
Yeah, actually, it's one of the sergeants in special investigations, Sergeant Joe Bryan.
Okay, so this is after the shooter is taken into custody.
Correct.
Okay, so you know that he was taken into custody right about 1 p.m. on November the 30th?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and this is 1:50 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, so Sergeant Bryan learned who the shooter's parents are, and he made a phone call to James Crumbley.
Correct.
And shortly after this, did James and Jennifer Crumbley both go to the substation to meet with police?
Yes, they did.
No objection. No objection to 145 or 146.
145 and 146 are admitted.
Just quickly, this is the verify.
You know what, Malcolm? I couldn't have said it better. I'm sorry. This seems like a prosecution against guns. That's what the defense has said, essentially. We know damn well there would be no charges if Ethan had grabbed a knife from the kitchen, went to school, and went on a stabbing spree. Exactly. Or
I
better yet,
believe that
let's say the parents got him a really cool looking folding knife and he used that. Let's even go to that level. I still don't see how the parents would be charged. This is a prosecution against guns.
They were, in fact, at the sheriff's office 148.
We are 9
Oh,
minutes
James,
behind
yeah.
schedule. Depending on what's being
Correct.
played, I
That's
might
right, yes.
speed this up. I don't get too far behind. If it's too fast, I'll slow it down, or someone can yell at me in chat, or Jamie can yell at me.
Yeah.
150.
Danielle,
Oh,
does this
150.
prosecution make you scared as a
So they're
parent
at-
of a teenage
Sheriff's
boy?
office at 158. You come to learn when they.
Well, yeah, because you don't know the outcome and what it could be. I don't know. It's all just terrifying. But as a mother, I just feel for the other mom, you know?
I feel for her and the dad as a parent.
Yeah, I feel for both of them. This is just awful. But, you know,
Yeah,
Uh,
because kid already did something terrible, and now you're dealing with that internally, and now the government is coming after you saying, "Well, you're
Yeah.
responsible too." You know what I mean?
and that
It's
is
just
scary
like-
to think. Yeah, because my son can be prone to make a mistake. I mean, hopefully not to that, you know, degree, but yeah, it's scary.
Your parenting could be on trial. you know?
And see, my son is the same age as this kid was when he did this, you know?
my son is like a year younger than Ethan is right now. So when I was first covering this, my son was this age, you know? Yeah, no, it's dangerous because, and think of all the things that you did when you were a teenager that your parents didn't know about.
Yeah,
And think of all the things that your kids could be out there doing that you don't know about.
that we don't know about. Yeah.
Making it
scary.
all simple. Recovery Addict just said that Ethan is trying to withdraw his plea and appeal his sentence or something. Is this true? Yes. So what he so Ethan took a plea. He pled guilty. Now in Michigan, the default is that you get the possibility of parole with very limited exceptions. The one exception is this Miller hearing, where the court can find that you could be, as a juvenile, sentenced to life without the possibility of parole under very, very narrow circumstances. There is also, and he was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. So he's appealing that, saying that's a violation of his constitutional rights against cruel and unusual punishment. But in addition to that, there is a new Michigan law, not new, it's newish, it's 5 years, 6 years ago, that if you plea expecting a certain sentence and you don't get that sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea upon motion to the court. So I think what he's doing is he's trying to get his plea set aside, not because he believes he's innocent or anything, but because he was sentenced to no parole when he thought he would get it. And so he's appealing all of that. And because he's appealing all of that, in his testimony in this case, or his father's case, might jeopardize his continued sentencing. He's obviously not going to get out. He's going to be found guilty, whether it's through trial or whatever, but it could impact his sentencing. He has the right not to testify under the Fifth Amendment. So the fact that he's filing this appeal now hurts the mother's case, because now he filed a notice of intent to plead the Fifth, and so they can't call him to the stand and have him testify, and is throwing all kinds of wrenches into this case, both for the plaintiff or the prosecution and the defense. So that's where we are. What happens if she is found guilty but not the father, or vice versa? Well, it will make for interesting court of appeals litigation, but nothing will affect, one won't affect the other. And in fact, even if it was the same trial, they could find one guilty and not the other. So,
and M. Young had a question too.
Where's M. Young?
Sorry.
M. Young. My question is, and guys, I'll try to catch your questions. If I miss them, post them again, throw a red question mark, super chat, whatever to get my attention. Let's see. They're asking the defendant not to react emotionally. Wouldn't it be prejudicial for the jury if she didn't? Yeah, it would be prejudicial to the jury. What the motion was is to not emote, not get angry, not roll your eyes, not be condescending, things like that. That's the defense's motion, was to ask the prosecutor and their witnesses to not emote. All right. So emote is different than emotions. So don't roll your eyes. Don't come across condescending, specifically if you're impeaching or cross-examining, say, the defendant who they said that she's going to testify. Not to do that sort of thing, not to snicker, not to do all these, what we would consider rude things to do, have some decorum in the courtroom. Well, then the prosecutor used that and turned it around and said to the defense, and argued that the defense was crying and that was inappropriate to the judge, and said specifically to the judge, you ordered us not to express emotions. And the judge said, I never ordered you not to express emotions. I ordered you not to emote. I understand that this is an emotional case and people are going to cry, but I never said not to express emotions. So the judge was clear with the prosecutor that I never ordered not to express emotions. And it would be unfair to order the defendant to sit there stone faced, because that could be he doesn't give a shit.
You're
Plus,
essentially telling not to be human, like
yeah, not to be human. And I think also it would be impossible. It would be impossible to order somebody not to cry. And like the judge said, some of this is involuntary. You know, crying is involuntary at times. I can't order her not to do that. This was all addressed. Actually, I posted a video. It's in the playlist. It's also on my channel, of the judge addressing that issues when I say the emotions spilled over. And I thought the judge addressed it very well. And it was the prosecutor being a Karen. I will also say that the defense was being a bit of a Karen as well. I'm not a fan of the defense counsel's her style. I'm just not.
It's bugging you, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's all I caught. I was trying to catch the questions while you were paused.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Went back home.
It was about a half an hour after, less.
This is 1:48.
Okay, no objection?
Well, I don't know.
No,
ATF, this guy's emoting
Sorry, 147 and 148.
just in a creepy way.
So on Jennifer's phone, you can tell that she's at home by 2:30
Correct.
on November 30th. Okay. And same with James.
That's correct.
So this is after they went to the sheriff's office and their son was in custody and went back home.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, right?
Now, sir, did you have the opportunity in the course of your investigation to review what we have referred to as the burner phones as well as the replacement phones?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to move ahead to December the 4th, 2021. Are you aware that they were arrested in the early morning hours of December the 4th, 2021?
Yes, I am.
Okay. This is 149, 150.
We have no objection to 149 or 150.
149 and 150 are admitted.
So I'm showing you 150. May I approach with 149? So this is, just tell me what that is.
This is a report from Celebrate from a phone.
Okay. And that's from her, what we call burner phone?
Correct.
Okay. And up on the screen, 150 indicates that she had set an alarm on her burner phone.
I would just ask that the witness answer the questions. Leading.
That's
It's the same.
That's fine. What is that show?
There's a thumbnail of what is seen on the right side of the screen there, of the alarms being set at 6:30 on Saturday morning and 6:45 Saturday morning.
That's December the 4th, 2020.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, did you find evidence on the replacement phone, which is the phone that was ported with their original numbers, that they had attempted a two-factor authentication for social media accounts?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
What does this have to do with
Now,
anything?
we had talked at the very beginning of your testimony about deleted content and your ability to recover deleted content. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. Were you able to uncover some deleted content in this particular case?
Yes.
And we've talked about the Facebook message chat between James and Jennifer Crumbley,
Correct.
and you've already indicated that that chat was deleted from Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
That's correct.
Now, were you able to obtain a Facebook thread between Jennifer Crumbley and someone named Brian Malash?
Yes.
And
Who's
was that
Brian?
through a Facebook search warrant?
Yes.
And did you uncover any messages before December the 1st of 2021?
No.
Okay. So if you were to learn that they had communicated on a regular basis through the Facebook Messenger chat, but you couldn't recover it, what would that indicate to you?
That it was deleted from the phone.
But on both ends, if you couldn't
Yes,
recover it from
correct.
the server.
Correct.
Okay.
What's the first?
Now, going through the
December
evidence that you
4th.
were able to uncover from Facebook itself, could you tell that some messages were selectively deleted?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to slow this down. We'll try to get caught up at a break or something.
This is
I'm trying to
no
take notes.
objections.
151's admitted.
I think they're trying to show that she
So this
was
is a
having an
portion
affair.
of what you recovered
I think.
from the Jennifer Crumbley and Brian Malash Facebook chat. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here?
The first message is an automated one sent from Facebook to the device. You unsent a message.
Okay. And what's the next?
The next one says, from Jennifer, we're on the run again. Helicopters, not sure where to. I'll message you.
And when were these? When was this message
We're on
sent?
the run.
You can see it says +0 for UTC. So you have to subtract 5 from the actual time that's displayed there from there. So that would have been 7:31 in the morning.
And what day was that?
8:31. That was on December 12th or December 2nd. I'm sorry.
Okay. So that was, the shooting was November 30th. That was a Tuesday. Wednesday was December the 1st.
Hello.
This was the morning of December the 2nd.
Welcome.
Correct.
And this indicates to you that they were deleted by Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
How can you tell that?
The message, the automated response sent from Facebook saying you unsent a message.
Also 151. What time and day is this?
This is, it's 7 p.m. UTC, which is -5 hours. So it's 2 p.m. on December 2nd.
Okay, that's Thursday, December 2nd. And
Correct.
what did she delete from her phone? What message?
She had sent him, we're fucked.
She deleted that?
Yes, she did.
It says it's not about the affairs. I think this is about her going on the run,
Go back to 26.
consciousness of guilt.
Are you able to tell that Jennifer Crumbley deleted some messages she sent to Andrew Smith?
That's correct, yes.
And how were you able to tell that?
Because of the screenshots that were obtained from Andrew Smith don't match what was obtained from her
Okay.
device.
This is exhibit 151.
No objection.
Okay, so before we get to 151, which is the extraction,
That 151 is already.
And this,
Yes.
okay,
This is Exhibit 126.
before we show that on the screen.
but this is the burner
126
phone?
here, these are the screenshots found from,
Oh, this is screenshots from Facebook.
Face,
Uh,
okay.
Yeah, remember she communicates a lot via Facebook, even with her boss and the horse trainer lady. So, so this is a screenshot from.
Gotcha.
Wait, no, this looks like messaging. This looks like Facebook, not Facebook Messenger, but this looks like.
This looks
texting.
like, yeah, texting. But I thought they were talking about burner phone. So I was like,
Well, they originally said that she tried to port everything over from her burner phone. At least there was an attempt to port everything over to her from her old phone to her new phone. They called it a burner phone, whatever that means.
I hate
And then they talked
those
about, then they
terms.
jumped into another exhibit, which is Facebook messaging between Jen and this Brian guy on December 4th. There were no prior messages that were apparently ported over. I think the state's position is that they were able to port everything over. The defense specifically mentioned it in opening statements that she attempted to port over, but it wouldn't work. So maybe that's a preemptive. That's why there's no prior messages from between Jen and Brian, is that the port did not work. And anyone who gets a new phone knows that you can sort of like copy everything over and duplicate the old phone on the new phone. That, I think, is what they're talking about. And that defense is saying it didn't work. The state's saying it did work, but she deleted a bunch of messages, obviously, because they're not on her phone.
I mean,
So
yeah. Okay.
Andrew Smith's actual phone.
That's correct.
Okay, so at 10:05 a.m., this is Jennifer writing this and sending this picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then we just gone through this. At 1:23, she wrote, "The gun is gone and so are the bullets."
Correct.
Okay. And then what did she write after that?
I'm praying everything is okay.
That's what Andrew Smith
If
wrote?
that's what Andrew said, yeah. Then she responds, OMG, oh my God, Andy is going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
And then what?
I need a lawyer at the substation with police. Ethan did it.
Okay. And then
remember, they
what
don't
did she
know
write
what's
again
going on.
at 3:39 p.m. the next day or later that day?
Later that day.
They don't know what's going on.
I
at
need my
this time.
job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
And that was just a few hours after the shooting started, correct?
Correct.
And then what did he write in response and what time?
At 5:47 p.m., he responded with, I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations. And then she responds with, they're taking my cell phone.
Take my cell phone, okay. Here's 1:51, and the top message is what?
The one where she says, I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
Okay, so that's on these screenshots, so we know that wasn't deleted.
Correct.
Okay, now what about this message here?
I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations.
Okay, and then we also have this final message there, taking my cell phone.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm
then
looking
the
forward to
entire
cross on this.
Cellbrite
We're probably not going to
extraction
get to it till
from
Monday,
the text
though.
message
and
thread
beyond.
between Jennifer Crumbley and Andrew Smith on her phone, there were no other messages, correct?
Correct.
So that means anything before that message, she deleted.
That's correct.
Okay. So the only thing, I need my job, please don't judge me for what my son did, that was 3:39 p.m. So the gun is gone and so are the bullets. Has been deleted.
Ooh, lost of law.
OMG,
I'll be
Andy,
on that
himself
show.
Must be the shooter, that was deleted.
Everything
I
is
need a
political.
lawyer at substation with police, that was deleted.
Not that I'm inviting
The
myself
picture
on
she
your show or
sent
anything.
at 10:05 a.m. was deleted, as was the gun is gone and so are the bullets at 1:23.
That's correct.
I'm watching two streams. Cross is getting tense. Do they start Cross?
So I'm going to turn now
Oh,
to
yeah,
the
okay.
Facebook
Okay.
messages
Let's start
between
cross here, if
Kara
you-
Pennick and Jennifer Crumbley, specifically comparing what was found on Jennifer's phone with what was found from the Facebook search warrant from that.
I love that
particular
people can't wait.
Guys, you got to wait for my thoughts on this stuff.
Yeah, come on.
Wait, did we do something with 152?
Just kidding. I used to do that too.
We have no objection
Oh,
to admitting.
This was 152, Judge. We admitted this one.
Well, it's not that far away because we're only like 9 minutes behind.
152 is in there.
No objection, right? Okay. And then I'm sorry, what was,
153, 153.
no objection,
Okay.
sorry,
Sure. 153 and 154.
correct.
He was going to go a lot longer.
Thank you, Judge. Now, first, I'm going to show you 153, which was the messages left on Jennifer Crumbley's phone. And I'm just going to show you
What is on the screen next to? That's a
top portion
cat.
of what is a cell right extraction report. So tell us what we're looking at here.
That's my cat.
Looking at the
So-
participants involved, one of them being Kira Pennick, the other one being Jennifer Crumbley. At the very bottom of the screen, you see the conversation is to messages of 26.
Okay. And that's not 26 messages that you selected. That's all that's remaining on her phone.
That's correct.
Okay. And 154 is what?
That's you can see at the top extraction report, Facebook warrant return from both Kira and Jennifer. And it says instant messages 4,047.
Okay. So that would indicate that everything other than those 26 messages remaining were deleted by Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
And one moment, Your Honor.
Okay, sounds like this is where they're going to end direct. So the poll is still up. Based on the evidence presented, is the defendant guilty? I'm going to start a new poll with the exact same question.
Nothing further, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to go back to, I want to just start, you've been obviously involved in this case since the 30th of November, 2021, correct?
Correct.
And since that time, you have collected and looked at an abundance of evidence related to the Crumbleys, the shooter, the shooting, everything, correct?
Correct.
And you, when you were testifying earlier, you testified that in a previous hearing, you had testified about the parents when they first went into Oxford High School, correct?
Correct.
And on that date, you had reviewed many, many materials prior to coming to court.
Correct.
And that hearing was a preliminary examination, which is a hearing that's before a trial, correct?
Correct.
And at that hearing, you did the best job you could in terms of explaining, answering questions.
Correct.
You were truthful on that day,
Absolutely.
as you're being today.
Yes.
And we can agree that you made a mistake about Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley arriving in the vehicle together at the school.
Because of the video, I would jump yes.
Okay, an honest mistake.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that when you didn't have more information, you made an assumption that they had been in the same vehicle together, correct?
Correct. I didn't know how many cars they had at the time.
You see them walk into the school together, but you couldn't see before that.
Correct.
And that's why you testified, honestly, you thought they had arrived together, but it was incorrect.
Correct.
And so you would agree with me that the more information you have about any topic and the less guessing, the more accurate the information will be that you give on this witness stand, correct?
I wasn't guessing before. I didn't know how many cars they had. I just saw them appear in front of the car.
Right, so when you testified and said they arrived in the same car, that was incorrect.
Correct.
And I'm saying that had you had more information about seeing the vehicles pull up or seeing each one get out of separate cars, your testimony would have been different, correct?
It would have been included in the video. Correct.
And so my point is you do the best job you can with the information you have,
Yes, ma'am.
but you're certainly not someone who can go back in time and see and know every detail of every single thing that's happened, correct?
I like this attorney better at 1.25
Not every single
speed.
thing. You could put together a good timeline with all the information that you gather. Yes.
And it's fair to say for this jury, you have put together as detailed of a timeline as you can about all of the events before November 30th through 11/30th and beyond 11/30th, correct?
That's correct.
And when
Yeah,
you
I
are
agree,
doing
John.
that, you are taking data from cell phones and other investigators, from surveillance, from all these different materials that are a part of the investigation in this case.
Correct.
And it's possible that at times when you answer a question, you may not you may not be accurate, but you're not sitting here intentionally trying to lie, correct?
It's absolutely correct.
Okay. I'm going to go back through the investigation that you did. It's fair to say, and I think you testified, you started obviously on November 30th of 2021, correct?
When the investigation started?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And can you give the jury an idea of how much time it takes to get certain evidence, or kind of what it looked like going forward from 11:30 when you received various pieces of information? So on 11:30th, let's talk about what you saw that day. You obviously saw the surveillance camera from the school, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, on that day, did you have the surveillance camera from Jennifer's office?
That came afterwards.
Okay, that came down the road.
Yes.
At that time, did you have the text messages between Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley?
That came out. No, that would have been afterwards.
Okay, when did that come?
It would have been within a week, 2 weeks of that. We would have had to, like I explained, the process of getting the data from a phone. Depending on how much data there is, it could take a while, and then to sift through all of it. So it could be anywhere from a couple of days to a couple of weeks to get everything that you're looking for.
And in terms of the investigation, there were materials you had on the 30th, obviously.
Correct.
There were materials you received in the days following the 30th, correct?
Correct.
And there were some materials that law enforcement didn't have for weeks and months that became a part of this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
And as more and more information became available, you would turn it over to the prosecutor's office?
Correct.
And then you would assume that they would turn the evidence over to the defense for it to be used in court by all parties and the judge.
Yeah, I do my job. I don't know what they're, they have to give that up. Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so at the time on the 30th, it's fair to say all of the evidence that you have in this investigation, I'm sorry, not on the 30th. The 30th was the day of the shooting, and Mrs. Crumbley was arrested overnight between December 3rd and December 4th, correct?
Correct.
And it would be fair to say that between November 30th and December 3rd, your office and team and all law enforcement were working as hard as they could to collect information and collect evidence, correct?
Correct.
While you were working as fast as you could, there were a number of materials that you did not see until after Jennifer Crumbley was arrested.
Well, just because of the sheer volume of information that we were pulling together at the time, yeah, I mean, it took a while to go through it.
And
So
when you're looking at all of the information about Jennifer Crumbley in this investigation, much of what you're doing is looking back in time in hindsight.
In hindsight, we're trying to put a story together, a series of events or a digital footprint of what had happened. We're trying to put that together.
And as you're trying to put that
She might be
together,
trying to
you're doing
rattle
the
it.
best you can to make the timeline and
Hindsight
the evidence make
argument is
sense,
good.
correct?
Correct.
But in terms of what happened in the months before the shooting, the day of the shooting, and the days after the shooting, you obviously were not with the Crumbleys 24/7, correct?
No, I was not. I didn't know them before this.
And it's impossible to have, there isn't any way to have a videotape, for example, of all those months, that shooting day and the days following, correct?
Correct.
So you take bits of information and try to put it together the best you can to make sense of it.
Are you referring to this investigation or throughout life?
Well, both. I mean, I guess we do that in both, right?
I guess in my life, if my son had hallucinations, I would have taken serious pause with that.
Oh,
All right,
Lord.
let's stop for 1 second. When you say hallucinations, you're saying that you would take serious pause, but in reality, you did not know the shooter before this shooting, correct?
No, I did not.
You do not have awareness if he was really having hallucinations, correct?
I would have taken some time to look into it.
You're aware that there's this text thread, and we're going to get into it later, where he's telling his parents he's seeing things, correct?
Correct.
But you weren't a part of any of the conversations or a part of that household in those days around that text message conversation, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not,
what was that?
No,
Was
I was
that
just sorry. It's just going with him or going with her because I was like, exactly, you're not.
Yeah,
This is
there was.
all,
Well, it's like the creepy TSA guy, or not TSA. It's like this dude. He's like, well, I don't know if he really had this. I'm just reading what's on there, and that's what she's trying to get out of this guy. is
Yeah.
the same answer. But this guy took like a half hour to get there for him to finally say, I don't know. Because he didn't want to say, I don't know. This guy's going to do the same thing. Instead of just saying, I don't know if the hallucinations were genuine or if he was just saying that. That's what she's trying to get him to say, and he won't say it. And it's going to take a fight like you're trying to. Anyways.
But you weren't a part of any of the
Wrestle the cat or-
conversations or a part of that household in those days around that text message conversation, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not, okay, you're not aware of what Jennifer and James and their son had been talking about in person before and after those text messages.
Well, like from the text message, I know the son on a couple of occasions asked or spoke with his friend about seeing a doctor, wanted to go see his doctor, tell his parents he was going to, tell his parents that he wanted to go see a doctor.
And
Okay. A text message to a friend that the parents are not involved in, that the friend hasn't corroborated, that Ethan hasn't corroborated. Well, I know for sure that he asked his parents to see a doctor. But
He asked his friend that he told his friend he asked his parents. But yeah, like you don't know.
There's no
if he really did.
corroboration. Yeah. With respect to this question, is James's attorney present? I've not seen her, so I don't think so. I know what she looks like. I haven't seen her. I didn't see her at all during jury questioning. I imagine she's definitely watching MLS's coverage of this case, though.
She better be.
while there are texts between the shooter and his friend, you have no evidence that Mrs. Crumbley has ever seen those texts, correct?
That she has read them? No, I do not.
So there's texts that the shooter sent to his friend, and you have no way to know whether Jennifer Crumbley ever saw those text messages, correct?
Other than his own words saying, I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow that I want to go see a doctor.
That telling his friend, I want to go see a doctor, and I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow. You don't know if he really wanted to go see a doctor or was going to tell his parents, correct?
I understand that's counsel's argument, but it's improper questions.
No, it's not an improper question. You don't.
No, it's not.
No, I do not, ma'am.
And I'm also
Answer it for
making
the
point,
judge.
Your Honor, and the question is, you also don't know if it's true that he really planned to tell his parents anything. He has a text to a friend saying that, but you don't know whether that's true or not, correct?
Other than I'm saying on a couple occasions, no, I don't.
Okay. And when you say a couple of occasions, there's text messages on certain days that you testified about, but there's many, many, many other days, we can agree, that you have not testified about, correct?
In reference to what?
In reference to what he said to his
Good
friend, or in reference
call.
to what he said to the Crumbleys.
I mean, did he have are you asking, did he have conversations with them? I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My question is, you've given us bits of information about certain days, about March 9th, about a date in April, about a date in November, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's a lot of other dates that you did not give us information about what exactly was texted to and from Ethan Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
Correct. There wasn't much texting between them.
Okay. You also, there's certain messages that you testified about between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
There's also a lot of other text messages between them that you have not talked about.
Well, because the stuff that was talked about was not allowed to be talked about. He talked about.
Okay. No, he's not answering the freaking question.
No.
What we got? 50 Swedish krona from Nick Staroff, and we need to pause for this. How many kids and teens have played with Ouija boards and have convinced themselves something spooky happened? Are those hallucinations? Good point, Nick.
Me. I've been
I
saying
have.
that because I love scary movies, but when I was a kid, I watched Freddy Krueger and I was convinced he was coming to get me and told my mom a million times, but she thought I was a nut job.
No, that's a good point. Like kids freak themselves out over things.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I want to go. I just bumped it back like 5 seconds. He's not answering the question, yes or no, like Brandon says. Thank you very much for the super chat, Nick.
There's also a lot of other text messages between them that you have not talked about.
Well, because the stuff that was talked about was not allowed to be talked about. He talked about.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
this,
Well, I think it's important, Judge.
Yeah.
Counsel can't ask questions about evidence that she sought to exclude.
That wasn't the question.
telling this jury that I sought to exclude evidence that was irrelevant is very unfair and That is improper.
Okay, well, there's a lot of improper things here. No one's hiding any evidence from the jury, okay? So I don't want any implication that
Okay. The witness is the one that put the idea in the jury's mind that there was information being hidden from them, not the question. The question was, you admitted evidence, you testified regarding these specific text messages, but there's a ton other text messages that you didn't testify to. Yes or no? Yes or no? That's it. It's the witness that put it in the jury's mind that these things are somehow being hidden from the jury.
a witness is hiding what evidence from someone. So.
Yeah, it was
so
still a leading
don't-
question,
don't
though,
ask about
Brandon.
messages if you don't want to know. So,
Okay. When you're talking about the text messages, let's back up and do this differently.
Yeah, it was pretty slick by the witness.
You went through
Like a
text messages
slimy
between
politician.
the shooter and his friend to find evidence to support that the shooter was having issues, correct?
To build, we went through the text message to try to get an idea of who he was and what he was going through and what he had talked about with his friends.
And when you saw
His friend,
text
I'm sorry.
messages like you testified about involving seeing things and dishes flying and demons and things along those lines, you gathered those, and that was the evidence that you've presented to this jury to support your case, correct?
Well, because those are things of importance that he was hallucinating and seeing stuff flying off the shelves. And there's no other evidence or that we could find on the phones or communication between them to say that that problem was remedied or that a phone call was made to the shooter to what's going on or how can I help you, son, or anything like that. None of that was found. So it was important that that was what he was struggling with.
Okay, you're guessing that is what he's struggling with. You're doing the best you can, but you're getting pieces of information out of text messages, and really you don't know these people or what was going on other than what you see in these
he
texts.
agrees with it. He didn't know anything before this. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. Well, I keep ending up in a situation where we're trailing off and repeating, and I would just ask that
He doesn't-
stop.
he doesn't know that.
Why is the judge shutting her down?
When Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were at their home and law enforcement came to their house, it's accurate that the cell phones from the parents were taken by law enforcement.
The first time they came to the home,
Not necessarily the first time. I'm asking, police took the cell phones that Jennifer and James Crumbley used. Police took those phones, correct?
yes, they did.
Okay. And when police took those phones, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley obviously went and bought burner phones or track phones.
Correct.
And you've testified that you can see that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley, or at least Mrs. Crumbley, attempted to get into some accounts that required two-factor authentication.
That's correct.
Can you please explain very quickly what two-factor authentication means for the jury?
It's so someone can't get into your account, which is just simply your password. When you open up an email account or you open up a Facebook account and it tells you, put your phone number in here. So when you try logging in from a phone or a device that Facebook doesn't recognize, it'll send a text message to the number that you said send a text message to. So then you enter that code into the app as you're trying to log into it. So it's two-factor authentication, your password, and then text message from the provider.
And so for things like sometimes bank accounts or portals to get into doctors, things along those lines, sometimes two-factor authentication is required where you would need your original phone, correct?
Correct.
Or at least your phone number to be able to gain access to your own accounts.
That's correct.
There are accounts that will block you out if you're using a device it's not used to seeing when you log in.
If the two-factor authentication is set up,
Yes.
correct.
And so in this case, you could see that Mrs. Crumbley attempted to do some two-factor authentication and was unable to do so, correct?
I don't know what she was unable to do. So I know there's a text message that was received from Instagram with a two-factor. I don't know what happened with after that.
Okay, so after buying the track phones, the burner phones, it's fair to say that Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley went to their phone carrier and purchased new phones that have their regular phone numbers on them, correct?
Was that after the burner phones, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay, so when we're talking about the Crumbleys having 6 cell phones between them, the 6 cell phones include their original phones that were given to police, correct?
That's correct.
It includes these 2 track phones that have different phone numbers where you can't do the two-factor authentication, correct?
That's correct.
And it includes the 2 phones that were purchased after that so that they could have their phone numbers back on devices and then access accounts.
That's correct.
And from the phones, when you seize them, there is evidence that Jennifer Crumbley attempted to deactivate and delete a number of social media applications, correct?
There was talk about it in text messages. You need to delete this account or whatever. I don't know. Do you have something in particular that you're a certain account that you're asking?
There are text messages within the exhibits the prosecution has admitted, and I can put them up, that show Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley were trying to deactivate Facebook accounts and Instagram, correct?
I know there were text messages telling people texting them, telling them to do that. Yes.
Okay, and people were, part of the reason people in those text messages were telling them to
Put a
do
new
that
poll up.
is because after the shooting, there were threats and, there were a lot of threats against Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley.
Judge, respectfully, I don't believe this officer can testify as to the reason why people said that. He can testify that there was attempts to delete and things were deleted, but the reason for the motivation, he can't testify.
Well, you can't testify about the motivation, but did you see anything? Did you see threatening messages to them?
Wait, hang on. Where is it? Oh,
I
there we
don't
go.
recall seeing any person. No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall that when in the text messages that Jennifer Crumbley sent out, she told Ms. Brian Maloche, she told Kira Pennick, she told multiple people that she was being threatened?
Are you telling me that? Or
I'm
asking
asking
me?
you.
I don't recall
Oh,
if you have
that's
something to show
interesting.
me. I don't recall that off the top of my
I'm going to
head.
put that up as a poll in a few. My mom just texted me something. Wow, 50-50 split on whether or not this cross is effective. Yeah, ask yes or no questions. Demand a yes or no answer. That's what she really needs to do. She needs to present the testimony and then have the witness confirm it.
Okay.
Not as fair to say, don't leave openings. It is in fact the truth that da-da-da-da-da. Correct? Yes or no?
Okay. So I'm
not liking her style. I know her position. I like her position, but I'm not liking her style. What do you think, Jamie, Danielle?
I'm going to put on the screen exhibit number 130, which was admitted in your prior testimony.
Is her style working for you, ladies?
I mean, I'm thinking.
Yeah. Sorry.
I know we like
I'm
her
having-
position, but is her style working?
Okay.
Like the way she's dressed or the way that she's
No.
presenting herself?
The way she's, and I understand we have it
About
on
her
1.25. Okay? We have it on 1.25, so she sounds a little more hyper than she would otherwise. But the
Yeah.
question
Well,
is the way she's asking the question.
Personally, I'm trying to be open to it, but she has been bothering me the last couple times she's been up there. Just,
Yeah,
I don't know,
okay.
like the hands
David-
are starting to bother me a little bit.
Then the outfit will bother you.
The problem with the crosses, it requires too much connecting of the dots on the part of the, so exactly. That's the thing. The questions need to be short, sweet, to the point with a logical line. You shouldn't have to do a lot of connecting. I'm just not a fan of her style. Just not a fan.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
like
the
I
text
want
mess-
her to be way more aggressive with this. Because when she
Yeah.
starts letting him get unruly, it bothers me. It starts to bother me. So
Yeah. Like I thought she did a great job with the ATF guy. Like this guy. I
Yeah.
thought her cross was great on this guy. This witness seems to be rattling her a little. It should be the other way around. Yeah, her cross was better yesterday, Jen. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Message thread between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick. This is a screenshot that was in that text thread, correct?
This is from Kira Pennick.
Yeah,
the
she's way
screenshot of
too
hers?
quick to back off.
Is that what this is?
This is in.
yeah, that's what it
It's
is.
been admitted.
She keeps
These are
backing off too
screenshots.
quick.
She concedes. She says, I'm sorry, and concedes an argument and then backs off and was like, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. No. I was clear the first time. You're the one that's confused, sir.
They need a David up there.
You do need a David up there.
With Kira Pennick. And I am asking you, this is a screenshot showing threats to Jennifer Crumbley that Jennifer Crumbley showed to Kira Pennick?
I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing, I don't know where it says Kira Pennick in the title of the image. But
You looked at all the documents and you don't remember this
Okay.
one?
Is there a copy of the exhibit?
Okay, we're back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Whew. My lights flickered. I had a Danielle moment.
Yeah. Isn't that
Oh.
weird?
Yeah.
That
no,
was
I had
you?
a.
I
Yeah,
thought
that
it was me.
No. I had a
Had
Danielle
that
moment.
happen
My lights
earlier.
flickered, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh," I was just gonna say I might lose power, and then all of a sudden everything started swirling. Okay, so let me back up a touch because we were just right here. We're back. We're live.
To Kira Pennick.
I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing, I don't know where it says Kira Pennick in the title of the image, but I don't know.
Okay.
Is there a copy of the exhibit that you could?
Yeah.
Did you say this is in 1:30?
Your Honor, this is in 1:30, and I apologize. I
Like
am
helicopters are
going to
coming.
have to go
Definitely.
in detail through
You've
each
been
exhibit.
monitoring.
I did not want to do that, but it's very clear I'm going to have to. So I'm going to the top of this. This is a 28-page exhibit, okay? This was in,
He's having the same challenge you are, so there's so much paper that.
right.
He can't.
Oh,
If there's a
let me
hard copy
look.
of the exhibit that can help him. Right? Is there?
May I approach?
Yeah, can you take?
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
okay. So this was admitted, these were admitted screenshots through your testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do. I see the,
Okay,
Does that document refresh your recollection?
well, this part at the where it says, met with his counselors. Yeah, that part, I remember that.
okay. And in the thread, we see what you testified about in terms of Jennifer Crumbley sending over a copy of the math assignment.
Correct. I see that. Yes.
Okay, we see the testimony you gave about Ethan being upset, having lost his friend and going away, and his dog.
Correct.
Okay, going further down, this is before the shooting started. Okay, so I'm on page 4 of that exhibit, going into page 5. This is all before the shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in this part, they're talking, Jennifer has told Kira Pennick, as you testified, about the math worksheet.
Yes.
She's told Kira Pennick about, I had to go to the counselor's office to have a meeting with them.
Correct.
Kira's talking about what course Ethan could possibly be with that day that might make him feel better.
Correct.
And as the text thread goes down further, Kira and Jennifer, it's fair to say, remained in contact through the time of the shooting and after the shooting.
Correct.
Okay? And on November 30th,
What are my
Kira Pennick is
ethical
asking-
obligations?
she says, I heard there was a shooting
To
in
send
Oxford
her
High
and not
School.
send
Is
her
Ethan
a
okay?
message.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay? Saying, if you need anything, let me know.
Correct.
And after the time of the shooting at 4:42, Jennifer Crumbley is texting with Kira Pennick again,
Correct.
talking about how she needs to sell her horses.
Correct.
This is when she knows that the shooting has happened and she's, well, she says, my head is spinning right now, correct?
That's what, yes, correct.
Okay, she's talking to Kira Pennick about selling the house back and forth,
Correct.
okay? And Kira is talking about how she'll take care of the horses for Jennifer,
Correct.
okay? And Jennifer says, I don't have my cell phone right now. She tells her I'm on this track phone
Correct.
because the police have her real phone,
Correct.
okay? And then Kira tells her about how there's stuff on Facebook. People are figuring out what's going on, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer indicates, I'm off Facebook. I'm still in shock,
Correct.
okay? And Kira offers to send Jennifer, can you receive pictures? I'll screenshot it, correct?
Yes.
And then Kira goes on to send Jennifer screenshots of something a mutual friend posted that was about the shooting, correct?
That's correct.
And their discussions are about, it says right in the exhibit, I cannot believe people on Facebook. I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this stuff, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She asks a question about the medication, and
Yes,
Jennifer
we're at
indicates
1.25
we're at a
speed.
hotel in Lapeer, and that the news is live at her house, correct?
Correct.
Kira's response, at least in the text messages, is please stay safe, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer sends her over what appears to be a screenshot from a social media app, maybe Facebook, or I'm not exactly sure, but you can see that Jennifer sent a screenshot where she has received nasty messages to her.
Judge, I'm just going back to the form of the question. Mr. Rogowski can certainly read all of this, but calling it a threat or nasty, that's not for him to answer. That's for the jury to determine.
Whatever.
They can read it.
But
Bullshit
definitely they're not
objection.
nice.
Okay, can you please
They're
tell the
definitely
jury
not
what,
nice. The judge
what
points
these
out.
messages say? Larry Barton,
I'm sorry, you want to read them? What it
Sure.
says on it? It says rotten jail next to him.
okay, Brandon Hegwood,
What a shame on you.
Kaylee Camacho,
Fuck your ugly ass kid. I hope.
Adam Tank,
What a fucking coward, Ethan.
Jennifer Crumbley texts to Kira, I can't go home.
Correct.
What did the prosecutor say? Okay, so the prosecutor objected to the form of the question, which was, these are threatening text, correct? Or something along those lines. And the prosecutor objected and said, well, we don't know if they're threatening or not. He could certainly read them. And the judge is like, well, they're not nice. So then the defense counsel has the witness go ahead and read them, which you just heard. They're not nice.
Not nice.
Yeah, people are
And
awful.
Kira
And
texts
those people just got a major call out on worldwide platform.
back that she's concerned for Jennifer's, and when she says you guys, I'm concerned for you guys, and is expressing concern, correct?
This
Yes,
is after the
stay away from
shooting,
horses.
right?
Correct.
This is
Yeah.
after. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
She also says she's worried about your horses or hurting you while you're here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that Jennifer and James are afraid of the public's reaction to what their son did.
Again, Judge, form of the question.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Well, let me back up. I'm sorry, I can rephrase, but that's okay. Okay, so we know the news has been around the Crumbley's home.
Correct.
Okay, so following the shooting, there was media all over their street, correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't tell you if there's media there or not.
Okay, it would surprise you if there was?
It wouldn't surprise me, no.
Okay. There were some nasty messages coming into Mrs. Crumbley,
From the screen, are you referring to, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
okay? And Jennifer is
New poll is going up.
saying she doesn't want to put anyone else at
No,
risk.
wait,
And
I gotta
that
edit it.
specifically is on page 15 of the exhibit you're looking at.
Correct.
Kira is telling her about, or
Okay,
is
now it's going
commenting people are ridiculous, also talking about buying horses, other random comments in there. Is that a fair statement? There's some miscellaneous, I don't know.
She also said, be honest about things too.
Yep, Kira's saying to her, the best thing you can do is be honest about things.
Correct.
Okay, Jennifer's not saying, I don't plan to be honest, right?
She didn't respond with that, no.
Okay, Jennifer's not saying, I've got a big plan to lie, help me put this together.
It's not in here, no.
Okay, we have no evidence to suggest that Jennifer's telling Kira to lie about anything for her.
Correct.
They never
Okay,
really said Ken.
So when Kira's saying be honest, she's saying be honest, but you have no reason to believe that Jennifer's attempting to be dishonest at this point, based on that message.
At this point, no,
Yeah.
but they
And
were
then-
taken into custody for a couple days after they were told to turn themselves in.
I'm sorry?
They were taken into custody a couple days after they were supposed to be taken into custody.
Okay, we're gonna get there.
They were
We'll get there.
taken into custody a few days after they were
Jennifer
supposed to be
Crumbley is
taken into custody.
representing that she's trying to work out lawyer fees, figuring out about being questioned,
This guy.
if she's gonna be brought in, amounts she can pay, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Jennifer is telling her, I'm bawling right now, my son ruined so many lives today.
That's correct.
And he did ruin so many lives that day.
Yes, he did.
And Kira is writing back to her, she wishes she could help more, she's also in shock, correct?
Objection again in the form of question, Judge.
Well, it was no, she's in shock. She texts that.
Okay, I'm sorry, she texted, I am still in shock too.
That's what she texted, correct.
And Kira encourages Jennifer, take it one day at a time, and again, just be honest about everything. It should help you through this.
Correct.
And offers to take care of the boys, which we would guess is her horses.
The 2 horses at her farm, correct.
No, then you
Jennifer
can
is
assume.
thanking her for not judging her, unlike the whole world, correct?
That's what, yes, correct.
Okay, meaning that we can assume Jennifer feels the whole world is judging her.
Again, objection in the form of the question.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know. He knows what the text says. He doesn't know how she feels, but that's what she said.
Okay, that's what the text says.
That's what the text says, correct.
More of the possibly is the answer that I would go for with the poll. So the question is was Ethan acting out so that he could get sent to the
Kira
same
says
program that his friend was sent to?
That she's not.
And again, I'll say, I don't know what kind of program it was. I don't know what his friend did to get sent there. And but it's possible, right?
Essentially, Judge Jennifer, it doesn't remotely make her think it's their fault, correct?
That's what Kira texted, yes, correct.
And then Kira says, it sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid.
Correct.
It's unfortunate this happened.
That's correct.
Okay. And Jennifer is texting her back, I wish we had some warnings. Something. That's what Jennifer texted back to her, correct?
Yeah, the hallucinations, back to that, could have been warnings for seeing demons.
Okay. And
What?
again, you didn't
That's-
know
no.
those people.
No.
You don't know the context. You don't know what they discussed. We've already covered that earlier in your testimony, right?
I do not know them before this prior.
Okay.
Correct.
So you've talked about the hallucinations many times. The jury gets it. There's a text about hallucinations. We all agree. Those are there. Okay.
I think she's trying to.
Those would have been
I think she's trying to
alarming.
control.
You would have acted differently based on getting that text.
Absolutely, I would have.
Okay. Jennifer Crumbley is texting her friend Kira in this text thread. That's what we're going over right now.
Okay.
And her texts are saying, I wish we had warnings.
Correct. That's what she put, yes.
Okay. And Jennifer Crumbley wrote, he's a good kid. They made a terrible decision.
Why were you pulling away from it?
And there may be typos, but it says, he's a good kid. They made a terrible decision, correct?
That's what she typed, yes.
Okay. Kira responds back, there probably were warnings, but nobody saw them. Hindsight is always 20/20.
Yeah.
I don't care if you agree with it or not.
That's what's
That's
typed
what
there.
Kira says.
That's what's
Hindsight
typed
is
there.
always 20/20, correct?
That's what's typed there, yes.
Yeah, he's arguing his thoughts.
Then
All he has to
Kira
do
goes
is read the
on
freaking
And
thing.
says,
He would
People
not
at
have
the
these
bar
opinions
are
if this
concerned.
didn't happen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
No, I'm just saying he would not have any of these opinions if none of this happened.
Yeah, see, the thing is that's like the ATF guy was arguing too. Is this what it says right there? A lot of people have found out, I guess. Right? Is that what that says? Well, I don't know how many people. That's not what the question was. Does it say that right there? Did I read that correctly? That's what she needs to start doing. She needs to read it. Did I read that correctly? Read it again. Did I read that correctly? That's what she needs to do to control this witness.
Mhm.
And Brandon,
I'm sorry, I'll go slower, okay? A lot of people have found
Jennifer
out
Mensch?
Ethan's all over Facebook. That's the next thing she says, correct?
Correct.
And then she goes on to say, people at the barn are concerned.
Correct.
She tells Jennifer, I think it would be best if you didn't go out to the barn, or if you do, you should be escorted by police, correct?
Correct.
When someone's escorted by police, that's usually for safety reasons, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Jennifer says, seriously, those horses are the only thing good in my life right now. And this is after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And Kira responds, I understand that, but we all need to be careful.
Correct.
So it's fair to say there was a concern about safety regarding Jennifer after the shooting, and also other people around her were concerned for their own safety.
Correct.
And it's also fair to say, and if you don't know, please just let me know if you don't know, a lot of people in this state hated Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley when they heard about this shooting.
Judge, he can't possibly
know.
answer that question.
Yeah, I don't know how we can test.
She said, if you
Okay.
can say. So the answer is, I can't say.
Widespread attention.
There was widespread attention.
Yes, there was, of course.
And there were many news articles
Correct, yes.
and people on anything like this are naturally upset to see a school shooting.
Absolutely.
And people naturally are angry to hear that children have died.
Absolutely.
And this was the kind of event that sparked a lot of emotion in a lot of ways.
That's fair to say.
That's fair to say for you personally.
Absolutely.
You would imagine that for other people, they were personally affected by this, very emotional.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that this kind of a tragedy it was just horrific. We can agree it was horrific.
The shooting, yes, it was. Absolutely.
Jennifer tells Kira to call her on Facebook. She's on a track phone, needs to figure some things out, correct?
Correct.
If they did have a phone call, you're not aware of it. Well, and I'll slow down. The next message says, sorry, I missed your call from Kira, correct?
Correct.
But we don't know what happened in between the text about calling at 11:23 and the text the following day at 2:34. We don't know if there ended up being conversations or not. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
You can't tell from this
Not
thread.
from this, correct.
So
The text messages are hearsay. They are entirely hearsay. I honestly, I don't know how they're getting it in the same reason why they're getting Ethan's text messages and journals in. And I don't think either one of them should be allowed in this way at all. But, if it's good to get Ethan's text messages in for the state, then it's just as good to get all of these text messages in for the defense. That's like the problem with this. None of this stuff should be coming in right now. This is not the proper witness for it, but nor was it the proper witness to introduce Ethan's messages. So, but if it's good for one, it's good for the other. That's what I have to say from a legal standpoint. I just shot Kurt a message on his
you're
channel. I
going
said,
back
hey,
and
if you ever
forth,
want to stream with
talking
me
more
this
and
trial,
more
let me know.
about letting her know later today.
You did that to me earlier today.
Things like
My
that.
chat.
They're talking horses in between all of this. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
And on the bottom of page 22, Kira indicates, I don't want people to follow you or hurt you.
Yeah, this is not a party opponent.
Correct.
And Jennifer says, we are out of the area for a few days in a safe place until we have a better grasp on everything.
This is
Correct?
all kinds of
That's
inadmissible hearsay.
She doesn't say we are trying to get out of state, we're trying to get out of the country. She doesn't say anything like that, correct?
Not in this chat thread.
Okay. In this, she says, we're trying to be in a safe place,
Correct.
which would indicate safety is, of course, a concern to the Crumbley parents.
By saying they're in a safe place, yes, I would say
I've
that.
been there.
Kira says, I'm glad you're safe. I care about you guys, correct?
Correct.
She assures her she'll take care of the horses. They'll talk about buying them, figuring out somebody to buy them, correct?
That's correct.
A few more text messages back and forth about meeting before then. And then on page 24 of that exhibit, Jennifer says, what's your number? I want to call and set up a safe place to meet.
Danielle, does this
Correct?
sound like someone who's on the run?
Correct.
Okay, she
No.
mentions that her messenger is
Not at all.
probably being monitored,
She does say that, yes.
okay? And she's talking about she needs to get stuff, discuss the horses, correct?
That's correct.
And let's see, they're going
I don't know if it's the
through
reversible
more
error. It won't be
about
for the state if there's
whether
an
cash
acquittal.
or checks are best.
What page is that?
It's
I see that,
on-
yes, I'm sorry.
And I think
25.
the judge might be playing it safe, like, oh, I'm going to admit Ethan's messages, but you can also admit your own client's messages in violation of the hearsay rule. Yeah, this is just a mess. This is so hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. These are the truths of the matter being asserted, and it's an out-of-court statement. So technically, you can't get this in except for very specific exceptions. One of them, the most common one, is the party opponent, meaning that the state could introduce this because the party opponent, Jennifer, is the one who's making these statements. However, it's Jennifer that's admitting her own text messages. So, and it's not through her own testimony that these are being admitted. It's through another third party testimony. So this would normally not be admitted.
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that after the night
The
of
state did not
the night
object,
of the
no.
shooting, the Crumbleys went and stayed in a local hotel.
Yeah, correct. They went to a hotel, yes.
Okay, and the next day they went to a different hotel.
Correct.
Okay, which was also, I mean, maybe an hour from here, a local hotel, not out of state, not out of the country, right?
Within an hour, yes.
Okay, and so in the days following the shooting, the Crumbleys did not return to their home in Oxford.
They did not know.
And as far as you know, since the day of the shooting, the Crumbleys have never returned to their home in Oxford.
No, they've never been back.
It doesn't matter if it's said or written down or anything. It's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Like a police officer can't introduce his police report, even though it's his own statements.
Okay, and then the rest
Well,
of
that's
this
for
is
different
talking
reasons too,
about
but
possible charges being announced,
a
and
defense could use it
and
to
things.
cross-examine him. and
Jennifer
impeach him.
is saying, she's anticipating there may be charges announced, criminal charges.
Yes, at the night before, I believe, on page 26.
Parents
yes.
have been in
After
jail
the
since
shooting.
December
Yes.
of
And when she's talking
2021.
about charges, she's trying to figure out if they're charges, well, I'm sorry, scratch that. She's talking about charges against herself, correct?
I'm not entirely certain if she's, it doesn't say whether she's referring to herself or somebody else.
Okay, so she's waiting to basically just figure out what's going on.
Judge,
is what-
again, counsel can't narrate what she thinks her client was thinking.
She can
have you read the
cross-examine.
text message. I admitted it into evidence. They can have it all.
Yep, okay, so there's a text.
Okay, so-
Oh, these are exhibits
So the
admitted
text
by the
says-
state. Okay, so there's no
And that
hearsay issue.
Jennifer Crumbley wrote, I'm not sure what's happening.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay,
So the state admitted these exhibits. So now the defense is free to use them. I didn't realize that these were admitted by the state.
From the text message
Bro, you were
thread
narrating
that the
too, I know.
prosecution introduced between Jennifer Crumbley and Brian Maloche, we also can conclude, and if you can't, let me know, that Jennifer Crumbley was trying to deactivate and delete social media accounts.
I believe she was, yes, I believe they discussed that, yes.
And Jennifer Crumbley is asking Brian Maloche things about, can you still see James's Facebook? Can you see my Facebook? Questions like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. James and Jennifer Crumbley Jennifer Crumbley in her text messages is very clearly making it obvious. She is telling Brian that she is shutting things down. Like that.
I don't remember the language that she used. I know they talked about it. I don't remember if she used the phrase shutting things down.
If a person
Yes, the
has a
defendant's gonna
Facebook
testify.
account that they deactivate. Okay, let's I'm gonna go even slower. When someone has a Facebook account, other people in the world have the ability to see that account, correct?
If it's public or your friends or whatever other security or settings, but yes.
However you have it set up,
Yes,
you allow who can see the account and who can't, correct?
that's correct.
If you do have an account and you don't want the world to see it, if you deactivate the account doesn't appear when people look for you on Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
So if the Facebook account is deactivated, people cannot send you messages through Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
And they can't send you messages through Facebook Messenger.
That I'm not entirely certain if you'd have to deactivate Messenger as well. I don't know because they are two separate platforms. It's under one company, Meta, Facebook.
I'm not sure.
But I don't know if you have to deactivate both of them.
After
So-
listening to some of the statements that the prospective jurors had to say, I feel like she has to testify, even though I hate the idea of her testifying. But it's not my choice to make. And the defense counsel said that she's going to testify during opening statements. So now she kind of has to. There's no way of backing out from that.
With Messenger, if Jennifer Crumbley deactivated Messenger, we can agree that people wouldn't be able to send her messages.
Correct.
And in general, if a person is trying to
Boomers
avoid
talking
having
tech.
people find them on social media, deactivating the account makes it so people don't find them, correct?
Correct.
So for example, Instagram, Jennifer Crumbley had an Instagram account and you testified about that to the jury, correct?
There was a two-factor authentication text message that was found, yes, with Instagram. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm not referring to the two-factor authentication, but you testified that Jennifer Crumbley had an Instagram account. Well, we can agree, she had an Instagram account.
Yeah, she did. There were posts that were admitted the other day, I believe, right?
Right,
Yes.
and in that, on Instagram, the whole point of Instagram is to post photos or videos, correct?
Correct.
And we can see the Instagram account that Jennifer Crumbley had with videos and pictures she had posted over time.
Correct.
And when a person turns off or deactivates their Instagram
true.
account, other people in the world don't have the ability to see those photos any longer, correct?
Ooh, I got to
That's
call the
correct.
court.
Other people in the world don't have the ability to send messages through Instagram to the person that's deactivated their account.
Correct.
So as a computer expert, if a person
Let's
is
get an
trying
email
to
to court.
avoid having people see them or find them or see posts of theirs, even old posts, deactivating the account will accomplish that task.
Correct.
We haven't had any jury questions yet, have we?
Yeah, no, Michigan allows jury questions. And so I just emailed the clerk to ask if they're not doing jury questions or what's up with that.
On that Instagram account, you are able
Yeah, we
to
want jury
tell
questions.
from the data that you received other accounts that Jennifer Crumbley followed.
Correct.
So meaning that from her account, Jennifer Crumbley had certain people she was linked up with where she could see what they posted on their accounts, correct?
Correct.
And on the flip side, people she was friends with on Instagram or connected to could see what she posted.
That's correct.
And we know that Jennifer's son had an Instagram account, e.crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And we can tell that Jennifer's account was connected with her son's in a way that she could see what he posted on that account.
Correct.
And we can presume he could see what his mother posted.
Correct.
When you are looking through the
Curious to see what she says
Instagram
about James.
records, you are not able to tell which posts Jennifer did in fact see or not see, correct?
Correct.
So if the shooter posted something and Jennifer Crumbley had not checked Instagram, it's possible she would not have seen it even though he posted
Hi,
it.
Jamie. Welcome back.
Possible.
Was that me?
If
I
he
thought it was
posted
you.
it and she looked at
Nope.
Instagram and looked at his account, or looked at his profile, is that what it's called? She would certainly see anything he posted.
Looked at his account, you're saying, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Correct.
But
It's
in
almost
terms
becoming
of
the
all of
norm
the
in
data
any
you
case.
You don't have any way to determine which Instagram pictures she did or
Please
did not
contribute to the
see.
luscious lashes.
Correct.
Now, if she made a
James.
comment on a picture, you would know she obviously saw it because you couldn't comment unless you
Look at those
had
beautiful
seen the
lashes.
picture to put the comment
Aw.
on, correct?
That's correct.
When you're getting your next
And
appointment.
on the
Next week.
Instagram photos, there are
They look-
not comments.
I shed a
From
lot
Jennifer.
this time, so they're so puny right now.
Your internet is like going way in and out. You're all kinds of glitchy and sounding
Oh,
like a
I'm-
robot.
Yeah, I'm robot-y. I can see it. Okay.
Yeah.
For Crumbley to her son about the posts, correct?
On all the photos or a particular one?
I suppose the ones that we've admitted as exhibits in this case, the photograph of the gun, for example.
Correct.
And there's no doubt the shooter licked guns.
Correct.
I think they have to be
And there's
careful
no
chewing
doubt
up the
Jennifer
defendants in
posted
this case.
photos of the gun
Correct.
and videos.
Correct.
And in the and even with what she posted, we can't tell if the shooter could see her posts.
Possibly. Correct.
He may have seen them, he may not have seen them.
That's correct.
So this
In
guy who's
terms
looking
of
at all the data has
people
no idea if anyone saw Ethan's
communicating,
posts.
We know that people can communicate obviously by telephone, voice phone calls. I don't
Smoke
take them
signals.
these days because I hate them, but
A wink in
old
the
days,
eye.
we could talk on the phone from one person to another, correct?
Correct.
And there's the ability obviously to text. People can send messages from one person to another.
Correct.
And in terms of people's habits, some people may delete texts when they get them. Correct?
Correct.
Some people may
I don't
keep
like this.
every
Don't give
text they've ever
hypotheticals.
had.
You have no idea why
Correct.
those texts are deleted, do you?
Some phones.
You don't know
will
when they were
delete
deleted, you don't know
texts
why.
After a certain
End of
period
story.
of time.
Exactly.
Don't
Not
go
unless
through
the
this
user
line
tells
of
it to.
questioning.
No.
If someone gets a new phone, there are occasions where the old text from the old phone may not come up on the new phone.
Oh,
What happened?
I don't know.
You jumped?
Correct.
The best you
It
can
jumped
do
to
is
life.
look at what's deleted, what's not deleted, and tell this
That was
jury
weird.
your findings.
Correct.
There's no special emoji for this trial. I don't know if I have any spots available for emojis.
I want to go to March 9th of 2021.
Yeah.
You testified.
You should have an
pretty
expert whispering in your ear as a
about
defense
that
attorney.
date. Do you recall the materials from that date? And if not, I can certainly.
Absolutely, yeah. If you have
Yeah, I'm
copies,
kind of
I would
excited for
prefer
the
that, yes,
defense's
please.
case too.
Okay.
It's not going to be until late
on
next
that
week if
date-
it starts at all next week.
I will approach with copies in just a moment. I just need to pull it up on my computer. I'm gonna go to exhibit number 78. Okay,
You don't know if she reads Ethan's post.
So-
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure. I think he has them on his screen.
Here, here.
You
We
said
don't
you
give
wanted to-
hypotheticals.
Either way,
Yeah,
it
but
doesn't
sometimes
matter.
you don't want those
Are you
hypotheticals
okay
out.
with this? Right?
You don't know why someone would delete these messages. Like, for example, you don't know why if they just had memory issues. You don't know why
March
this or
9th
that.
is one of the dates
Well,
that you talked
Then
about.
you're just sort of opening it up to cross-examination. Well, officer, you said you don't know why. But you don't know if she was doing this to hide her guilty conscience or,
Well,
hide evidence of a crime, right? That's why you just say, I don't know. Sorry.
Well, then
Jamie.
to bring deactivating the Facebook and stuff like that, like,
Yeah, I'm
well,
speaking
they
up.
were getting nasty messages.
Yeah, that was good. And she didn't have to go through all those messages, but the state made her do it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she would have been just like, hey, look at these messages, read them. These are bad, right? Maybe you should get off Facebook.
Correct.
And the text messages that were introduced
Okay.
make
quiet.
it clear that James and Jennifer Crumbley made plans that day to go out to the barn, correct?
Correct.
And you have photos confirming that they were in fact at the barn.
199 super
Um,
chat.
Photos of horses they took.
Correct.
Okay, the jury has seen.
Can the witness testify to the shine coming off David's head? Nobody can. Nobody can.
That the data shows the times these photographs were taken, so we know they were taken on March 9th.
Correct.
Okay, you've brought in GPS locations to prove they were there on that date,
Correct.
okay? And it's on that date that Ethan Crumbley, the shooter, is sending his parents some text.
Yeah, I don't feel like she's hiding
Exhibit
anything.
82. Do you recall those texts?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, in these texts, starting at, I'm gonna.
I can't find it, Dave. Can't find my lion's hat.
This has been admitted as Exhibit 82. At 3:17, we can see that the shooter asks his mom, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I have that one in my hand. Do you want me to trade with you?
I should be fine with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we went over these earlier.
I'm sorry, Jennifer, I'm so
March
sorry.
9th.
Jennifer Crumbley asked the shooter, "Are you home now?" At 3:17.
Where are you? Yes. Is that what
I'm
you're-
sorry, where are you?
Yes.
Okay, and the shooter responded, it looks like 4 hours later, saying, "Can you get home now?" And then proceeded to send some other texts about, "There is someone else in the house, I think." and
I
it
think I
goes
did
on from
disable
there,
the like
correct?
button.
Correct.
Broken.
Now, in between the time of 3:17
Apparently,
and
people don't like my
7:50,
commentary.
okay, we can agree there's a couple hours of a gap.
That's correct.
You don't know if Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter had phone conversations or discussions over those couple of hours,
If we look at the call logs on their phones, we could possibly find that out.
okay?
Possibly
If we looked
find that
at
out,
the
but you don't
call
know.
logs And the phone calls were to and from cell phones, we would be able to tell that, correct?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, but if, let's say Jennifer Crumbley called from her office phone, it would not show up the same as if she called from her own cell phone.
Well, the number would be different. Correct.
Okay, and when you and law enforcement went through looking for phone calls, there are not, you provided over several call records, but not call records for example, Jennifer Crumbley's office with Ethan Crumbley.
There are none entered as exhibits. I can't say for certain right now with all the information I looked at, if there were any off the top of my.
So he doesn't know if there were phone calls in between. That's what I've been saying. They have these text messages, but you don't know if there was a phone call, if there was a Facebook call, if there was a by Jamie, if there was an in-person conversation or anything like that. I think Jamie had to duck out for a second.
Yeah.
You don't
Very
know if they're
true.
ready.
Right now, I don't know.
Okay. And you also don't know that
The
day.
connection is a
On
whack.
the
she
8th, you know
says.
that they're planning to be at the barn. James and Jennifer make plans to go to the barn that
Correct.
day after work.
Correct.
Understand, it's at
Between
1.25.
The time they make these plans and the time the shooter texts, can you get home now? You don't know if Jennifer Crumbley or James Crumbley has physically been with the shooter.
Right. No, I do not. From that chat thread right there, I do not know that.
You don't know the discussions on that day that may have taken place in between
Ooh, you
the
did miss some
shooter
wonderful
and his
fireworks, Lynn.
parents.
Right. From this, I can't tell you that. Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
Right.
Correct.
Right. The best you can do is piece together bits of information, but we can agree there's gaps of time where you don't know definitively what happened.
No,
Correct.
she's
Right now,
attacking
yes.
the thoroughness of the
agree.
investigation. I think she's trying to say, without saying, mother had a conversation with son in between this 4 hours, right? That's what I think she's trying to get at. Without, obviously, he doesn't know that there was a conversation because he wasn't there or part of it. I think that's what he's trying to get at. You don't know if mother did. And then mother will say, testify because she's supposed to take the stand that she did have a conversation with him. I think that's what he's going for, or she's going for.
There are any number of things that could have happened between 3:17 and 7:50.
I don't know. We won't get it from this witness because
because
he said he didn't look for
show
him.
you what exactly happened, correct?
If there is none there, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Correct.
And the only people who would know if they can even remember the day years ago would be the people who were present. So Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
They would be the only people who truly know what they spoke about or didn't speak about on that day.
Correct.
So when you see these texts, and I understand you find them alarming, I imagine that the texts, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you find alarming.
Yeah, give us
are
some
the texts
emoji
about,
ideas, guys.
there is someone in the house, I think. Someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet.
We'll
and
create a
left
new
the light
emoji for
on.
this trial.
I thought it was you, but when I came in, no
Hey,
one
Food
was
Fairy.
home. There is no one in the house, though. Those are some of the texts that you found to be problematic, correct?
And the fact that there's no response in between any of those, yes.
Okay.
Love that my mom is in the chat.
We can agree.
My wife's
there's
probably
no
watching too,
response,
but she doesn't.
But you don't know if. Okay, we can agree there's no response by text between Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
But you also have no way to tell when you see text messages like this, at what time Mrs. Crumbley read those texts.
Correct. You'll be able to tell that it was read, but yes, not what time.
Okay, so for example, when the shooter texts,
I have an idea for
can
an
you
emoji.
get home now? And then there is someone else, there's someone in the house, I think, a few seconds later. And then about 30 seconds after that, another text. You have no idea if Jennifer Crumbley checked her phone to see the first text message, checked and saw the second. You don't know which ones she saw or when, correct?
I don't know the time they were read, no.
All you know is that you don't see any
Yeah, I hope she
response
has
to
like
them.
one more point to make, and then we're
Correct.
done
There's
with
no
this one.
response.
So there's a number of possible things that could have happened in between these texts.
From 7:50 to the end of the last text,
Yeah,
she could have texted back, you mean, or called?
she could have, well, she didn't text back. We agree with that,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. When I say there's a number of things that could have happened, I mean, she could have read the text and
Would it be
thought,
too
"This is
much if
garbage,"
on my
and he's
thumbnail
joking
for
and just set the
tomorrow
phone down, correct?
I had a Lego horse with a
She
woman
could've.
with a glass in her
Okay.
hand?
She
Would that
could
be too
have
much?
not seen the text
Maybe.
because she was busy doing something.
I kind of want to
Be
do that.
funny.
I know.
She
It might be the thumbnail.
could have been, we know she's at the horse ranch. Are you aware of how strong Jennifer Crumbley's cell signal is out at the farm, at the barn, where the horses are kept?
I have no idea about that. No, I do not.
Okay. If her cell signal doesn't work out where the barn is, It's possible.
Okay, so first of all, the problem with your question is you're assuming the parents put the gun in the child's hand. So let's assume the parents said, "Here, don't forget your gun. Take it to school." That would be different. That's not what happened here. So the guy Tupac supplying the gun to the shooter, he is contributing. He's essentially conspiring for the unaliving of Tupac. Right? We don't have any conspiracy charges here. Otherwise, they would be brought up on first-degree murder charges. So it's vastly different. It's the same thing when people argue about Charles Manson. Well, he didn't actually kill anyone. No, but he conspired to and directed him to. He was part of the planning and the scheming, and he had the same intent the ones that actually went to the house did. So that's different than this case when the parents had no intent. And then the question becomes, did they have knowledge of?
These texts are not getting to her until she gets to a place where data uploads into the phone, correct?
We have another feed, but I don't like it.
So while we see these texts being sent, we cannot conclude that Jennifer Crumbley is reading these as they are coming to her. Fair to say?
I mean, they were. That's the time that they were set, the 7:50 and 14 seconds, and then 17 seconds and 39 seconds. That's when they were actually sent, and they were received on the other end. And that's marked at that time. Otherwise, it would have come in at a later time.
Okay, but my point is, you don't know when she saw them, when Mrs. Crumbley actually read them.
No, but they would have been on the phone at that time.
If the phone had a signal and was able to get text, they'd be on the phone.
Everyone's saying that this attorney is
It would have been at
pregnant.
a
I don't
later
know
time,
that she
at the
is.
time that they came in.
That she's what?
But if the signal.
Everyone is saying that this attorney has 5 kids and she's currently pregnant. I don't know that she is pregnant. Everyone was just commenting about her yesterday having a belly. I have no idea if she's pregnant.
Wasn't working.
Tiny.
She might not have been able to see those texts until she got to a point where the signal came in.
Correct.
Okay, there's times where you're in an area.
Yeah, she's not doing a good job
people
controlling the
can be
witness.
in an area with their cell phone and the signal is bad and texts are coming into them, but their phone shows nothing. That's a possibility, correct?
It's correct.
And then when the person gets to a spot with better
Okay, but
cell
he
phone
didn't get
signal,
life in prison for
all of a
killing a
sudden,
farmhand.
all the texts they missed over whatever period of time the phone wasn't working will flood into the phone, correct?
That's correct.
And just because they come into the phone at that time, they were still sent possibly hours before.
Not, without testing, I can't say for certain.
You don't know.
I
Well,
can't
first
say for
of all,
certain
you're
without testing,
assuming
correct.
Okay, so
you're assuming that they
The
knew something was mentally wrong with their son. And you're also
text
assuming that they
messages
gave him a gun.
that were sent about someone being in the house, someone walking into the bathroom, you don't know any of the responses.
Yes, that's what we need. We need angry little
that-
elf here.
Or even the thoughts
Did I
Jennifer
ask you that?
Crumbley had when she did in fact read those messages.
I don't know if she would have called back if that was alarming to her. Is that what you're saying? Or
I guess what I'm saying is, so these messages are coming in, and even when she does see them, let's say if she sees them as they're coming in, you don't know what she's thinking about these.
I don't know what she's thinking. No.
Okay, and you also don't know, and obviously we've already talked about it. This has already been asked, but you obviously don't know when she's seen each message. There's no documentation like she saw this
Yes,
one
you
at 8
can.
o'clock, this one at 8:05,
If-
anything like that.
Those are the times that they
You can institutionalize your child if you believe that there are certain credible facts and things that they said that makes you in fear that they are in danger to themselves or others. You can't have them institutionalized until they get the treatment that they need. Absolutely, you can. It's not appropriate for everyone, but you can.
came into the phone. Yes.
Okay.
Jung, it's not that
The
hard.
next message.
You
we
guys make it
see
sound like
is
it's
a text
impossible.
message on the following day sent to Ethan by Jennifer Crumbley that says, "Where is your dad?" Correct?
Can you just scroll down a little bit?
Yeah,
I just want to make sure I see it.
yeah, no, sorry.
You know, I feel like maybe I should do the jury, but you're not close, right?
I'm not even close.
I think the witness could probably use it.
Okay.
Oh, yes, let's care about the witness.
I'm gonna let you step down and you can't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Okay.
Okay, so can you come back about 3:05?
Proving willful blindness means showing the accused was made suspicious that the risk was possible. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's what they're trying to do here. Suspicion that the risk was possible, but made no further inquiries in the face of the suspicion. So there's two theories of this case, and that is the one of them. The other one is that they knew and just didn't care and disregarded it. But I don't think they have either. Plus, it's different than, say, like, you know your son is drunk, but you allow him to have access to the vehicle, right? Because that's clearly a negligence sort of thing, as opposed to an intentional wrongful act of another, even your child.
Make you lose them.
Okay.
All right. So
Wait, what did she say?
You know,
Judge was giving the defense counsel some advice.
Some of the questions are becoming repetitive, so that's going to make you lose them.
Okay,
All right, so 5:03. Okay.
thank you.
Good advice, Judge. Good advice.
What did she say?
Judge said some of your questions are becoming repetitive, and I think you'll lose them.
Okay.
Runkle has a birthday stream tomorrow. Yeah, I've been messaging with Runkle. I think he's going to come on Monday. Monday or Tuesday next week sometime. He's reviewing the time he spoke in front of the Canadian Supreme Court. Fun. Yeah, that will be fun. I'll join him for that. Jamie, how you feeling? Is your computer feeling better? Yeah, you sound better now.
Okay.
Look at that. We get to skip the break. But yeah, no. So I think
Sitting here going over March 9th, 2021.
So they're just giving the witness a break.
March
I get
8th.
No. We skipped over the break. There was a 20-minute.
Yeah, I know, but the break that was taken.
The break that was taken was for the judge said for the jury and the prosecutor said for the
Gotcha.
witness. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So there was a 20-minute break. Mind you, every time they break, they have to take Jennifer. They're on the second floor. They have to take her down to the basement and put her in the holding cell and then bring her back up. So by the time they bring her all the way down, they just bring her right back up again. It takes about 10 minutes to get down there. So she's just walking around for 20 minutes.
Do you recall, do you need to see those messages, or are you able to answer questions without?
I'd like to see them. Not, yes, please.
Okay, so these are going to be, let's see here. This is exhibit 84.
Question is the beginning of legislation to take away Second Amendment rights.
Okay, exhibit 84.
There's all kinds of stupid laws that have
can you
been
see them on
passed.
your
They're all on
screen?
hold right now, and they're all
Okay,
getting
these are texts that are between James and Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
Now, these texts
I don't know the
are
case of self-harm
confirming
in the parents
that
being charged.
Jennifer is saying she's swamped at work and is gonna have to not go to the
Yes.
barn that night, correct?
I'm sorry, do you have a copy I can, let's scroll.
I don't know what I did with my copy.
Can you put a link, Jung, to Vielhammer's channel?
Here it is.
Let's go
It's
check
right
out
here.
Vielhammer if you want. I know Nick is also doing it. I want to redirect you guys to
This
Nick.
is
He's
84.
got a
Thank you.
Do you want me to
stream,
take these, or do you wanna keep
Sadie's,
those?
Unless you're gonna refer to them, I don't need them.
I'm not sure. if I will.
interrogation or interview
We'll
rather.
find out. Okay, so on exhibit 84, these are the texts from the day
Oh, nice.
before. March 9th are the texts where Ethan is sending those things saying there's somebody slamming the door, things like that, right?
Correct.
Okay, these are from the day before on March 8th, yes?
Correct.
And you testified about these texts from March 8th on direct, and those were admitted through the prosecution.
Correct.
Okay, on March 8th, the parents are talking about Ethan at the beginning of the text messages. Is that a fair statement?
At 3:09, Jennifer asked, is Ethan going bowling?
Okay, so on page 386, she starts off with, is Ethan going bowling? He says IDK, which is I don't know. We can agree
Correct.
on that. Okay, what do you mean I don't know? Okay, goes down further, and Jennifer Crumbley on the 8th is asking at 3:12 in the afternoon, why isn't he home yet? Correct?
That's correct.
At 3:12 and 51 seconds, she says he should be home by now. Correct?
That's correct.
When she's saying
Oh my
he,
God.
we know that
The
she's
chat
talking about
from
he.
Long Crime. I wish I could pull it up. I can't right now. But it's like, oh, she's speeding up now so she can get to happy hour, and just all kinds of stuff about the defense counsel.
Correct?
Correct.
And then it goes on at 3:12 and 56 seconds, she says freaking out. Correct?
Correct.
No, they're also trashing the
And-
prosecutor. So unprofessional.
James responds to her at 3:13, so not even a minute later. He doesn't get home until 3:16, correct?
Correct. That's what he says, yes.
So these parents are communicating about when their son gets home down to the minute of when he can be expected, yes?
Correct.
That's what I was talking about earlier. They're
Jennifer's
really
text back to
communicating
him
about
is,
it.
I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, God damn it, correct?
Correct.
That's Jennifer saying that to James.
Correct.
On this date in March of 2021, Jennifer is working at Princeton at her job that's out in West Bloomfield, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, James at that time is a DoorDash driver working out in the Oxford area.
Correct.
And at that time, James was in between jobs. And if you don't know, please tell me, in between jobs and DoorDashing on the side as he was waiting for another job to come along, correct?
I do recall text message about trying to be an interviewer or something like that on between them, yes.
Okay, and in all fairness, if I ask you something you don't know, just let me know.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just trying to speed it up a little. Okay, so Jennifer's yelling at James, I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit. When she says that, it's fair to say you don't know what she means by I don't want him to do anything stupid, correct?
I have no idea. Correct.
Okay, and James's response is, dude, chill, he is fine, and I'm trying to fucking work, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer's texting back again, not even a minute later, does he have his phone? Yes?
Yes.
And James texts back right away, he won't answer while he's walking, I'll let you know the minute he walks in, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer, within a minute of that, is sending another text. I'm serious, freaking out. Is he home yet? Those are the next two texts in succession, correct?
Correct.
It would appear from these text messages that Jennifer is voicing concern over Ethan.
In this one thread, yes.
Okay,
Correct.
and
this
again,
one
we're
thread.
guessing if she's
God.
concerned about it, correct?
She's the language makes her like she's excited.
That
I
was
would
the
say
last
yes.
two questions. That
Okay,
was
so
she shouldn't have asked the last
the
question. Move
next
on.
day,
Move on.
when she's not responding to Ethan's text, again, we've gone over this ad nauseum. We don't know why she's not responding or what's going on in her head or if she's getting the messages, correct?
I don't know. Yes.
You would agree with me in the text messages between Jennifer and James, and I'm sorry,
Mads wants us to pause for a moment and appreciate how great it is in this modern world that we can get a temporary job while between jobs, almost like unemployment benefits is obsolete for most people. Well, they're not obsolete if that's what you're criticizing, but no, it's people being self-sufficient. Because back in the day, if you lost your job, you didn't have anything. Now you can go out and get a quick temporary job. Help
Yeah,
and
DoorDashing.
Oh, the other thing too is that just because you're on unemployment doesn't mean you can't work. You can work and supplement your income in addition to unemployment. So I've done that a few times.
they communicate way more by Facebook Messenger, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and if I were to say that this is the printed out stack of Facebook messages between James and Jennifer, would that surprise you?
I don't. There were a lot of them. I could tell you that. I don't know what it would look like printed out yet. If you say that, I believe you.
Okay, Approximately how many messages do you recall reviewing between them? Thousands.
Yes, thousands.
Okay. And in the messages, you
Isn't it-
read every one of these messages, correct?
Correct.
And when you were putting together information for the prosecution and for this investigation, you went through and found the evidence that's obviously brought into this trial.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
The evidence that's been admitted, these texts are texts you found when you read the whole thing.
Correct.
Okay. And obviously, if there were texts between Jennifer and James that said something like, I think Ethan's psychotic, you would have brought that in to this court, correct?
Just like the text we had where she said she was worried he was depressed, yes.
Okay. So, and I'm going to get to the text about him being depressed later, but if you saw something in these text messages, like, I think our son is a serious threat, you would have brought that in here to show this jury.
I don't understand the question.
Stop it.
I mean, this chat was brought in because for an unknown reason, she's very excited or doesn't want to do anything stupid. I don't know what he would do that's stupid.
What were you saying, Jimmy?
I'm just reacting in the moment because
Okay.
he's just so like evasive.
I know it's
driving me
painting. I'm
crazy.
turning your volume back up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that should be better.
Okay, so you don't know what he would do that's stupid. Aside from that,
Guy is
though,
retarded.
my point is,
He's a retard.
we're not going to have this
Yeah.
jury read all of
Just
the
reading the
texts and
messages.
messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley, right?
Correct.
And in prepping for a trial, you bring in the ones that show the point you're trying to make, correct?
Correct.
So to do that, you read through all of them.
I tell you, she's watching me.
And you pick out the ones that you think are important.
It's exactly
Correct.
what she needed
And
to
the
do.
ones that you've shown the jury are the most important ones you found.
Correct.
And we can agree that the balance of the messages,
Don't
there's
like
a
the
lot more
questions.
information that this jury is not going to see because it's
Like
not
it.
important to proving this case.
I'm sorry. What was your?
Oh my God.
Give me the question again.
Mm.
Let me I'll ask a different question. It's fair to say throughout these texts, there are
got it out there.
numerous
She didn't need the answer.
conversations between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley about their son.
Numerous?
Yes.
I wouldn't say numerous.
Okay, there's many conversations about, is he home yet from school?
There's some, yes.
Okay, there are conversations about him having to go to take headache medication.
I don't recall it. It might be that I don't recall headache medication. I remember him having a
He's
headache.
already a hostile
Okay.
witness, Wendy.
There
He
are
was when
texts
she
in
took the
here
stand.
about what they're
It's
going
called
to
by
eat
the
for
other
dinner with their son.
Okay,
Do you agree?
I'll be right
correct,
back.
yes.
Okay, there's texts about all kinds of things that a mom and a dad would talk about that are not important in terms of proving this case, correct?
Correct,
Okay, and the most important information you found are the papers that have been admitted through the prosecutor.
correct.
Okay, and in the rest of the text messages, my point is, if you saw something that was more serious, like, I think Ethan's gonna shoot people, you would have brought that into court.
Just like the one, yes, we
Okay,
would have.
so when we're looking at the
Yeah, I
evidence.
just need to object to the form of the question. She's characterizing that he brings it into court. He doesn't bring it into court.
He's the investigator. The prosecutor decides
Oh my God, shut up.
what they're asking to be admitted, so.
Right, she's
He's
insinuating that he's taking certain things out and not telling anybody else. Everything's been turned over. I mean, it's the
I'm
same
not
argument.
insinuating that.
I'm starting to think it might be shorter to ask the jury to read that whole staff, right? Would that be shorter? Yeah.
Okay,
Ooh, what did I miss?
my point.
I couldn't
is-
hear what the
my
judge
question
said, but what
is-
did she tell her?
It's been turned over. I mean, it's
Everything's been
I'm
turned
not
Same
over.
argument.
insinuating that.
Well, he objected about her asking the question of like, you were saying he brought in these text messages, like,
Oh, okay.
you know. But what did the judge say? I didn't hear her.
to ask the jury to read that whole stack.
It would be unfair to ask the jury to read that whole stack.
Yeah.
No, but she's
Okay.
doing what she needs to do. It'd be like this whole stack is text
My
messages
point
between the
and
parties,
my question
or
is,
Jennifer and
James and Jennifer discuss Ethan in other text messages.
Yes, they do.
And if there were text messages that showed evidence that either one of them believed Ethan was sick, mentally ill, anything along those lines, you would be pointing them out for this
Okay.
jury.
More than what we have, correct, yes.
Okay, what you
That's not bad. Okay, so if there are any other messages in these giant stacks of papers seeming to indicate that James or Jennifer knew anything about his mental health or were concerned about his mental health, you would have pulled those out and showed them to us, and you haven't. So we're assuming that there is nothing else in this giant stack of communications.
Mhm.
That's good. Okay, good. Move on.
Good.
have is the best evidence you could find after going through all of them.
That, like was said, that I turn over to the prosecution, yes.
Okay,
Move on.
and
Move
that's
on.
true
Move on. No,
too
not
of
and.
the messages between Ethan and his friend, correct?
I told you it was a huge stack of documents.
Is the most important evidence you thought that was relevant to this case, correct?
Not entirely,
Same
no.
objection. It's the witness doesn't bring in evidence when he thinks is relevant. He's already testified. His job is to take the data, he extracts it from devices, and he passes along all the information.
The prosecutor decides.
Thank you.
I mean, it's the technicality, they work together, but the prosecutor is the one who decides what might be relevant and what might be admissible.
Okay. When you went through the cell phone reports, you read all of the messages between the shooter and his friend, the friend that the prosecution has not named, but the one friend that's been an issue in this trial, correct?
Correct.
You read through, there were over
You get those documents?
25,000
Oh my God.
messages exchanged
Don't want to.
between the shooter and his friend that came off of the phones.
Correct.
If I told you that this was the amount of text messages all printed out, would you disagree with that?
I would not.
Okay. And when you went through and pulled out, we can agree that there's lots of different topics discussed among these text messages.
Correct.
And the text messages that were brought in and entered as evidence were from this large stack of text as a whole.
What was presented, I'm sorry.
They're in these,
Yes,
they're from here.
yes, there was more information that was turned over, but
Right. Okay. So my point is though, the pieces, the materials that have been admitted and that you've been
Stack these. Oh
testifying
my God,
about
that would be horrible.
are a part of all of the messages between the shooter and his friend.
correct.
Judge, if counsel wants to continue with this, that's admissible. And she has asked it for
I
not to
think we
be.
need to be really careful, okay? See, this is the conversation we had when we were picking the jury. That
She
we-
was good.
We are not trying to case of the shooter.
She just needed to
So-
move on.
We've all endeavored to give you the things that are important to this case, that are not specific to the shooter's case. So, I don't want the jury to think that they are not allowed to see something. All right, so I don't want the jury to think that either side is hiding something, because they're not. There have been evidentiary rulings made over the last year and a half in this case, and those are rulings that I've made after extensive research and briefing and all those different things with the prosecutor and defense counsel. So I don't want you to think anything's being hidden. That's not a fair.
I don't like that she pushed it too far that the judge is
So-
treating her like she's doing something wrong.
Judge, I asked the court to instruct counsel that
See, she just went a little too far.
request
She needed to
certain
move on.
things
She
and
made her
then
point and she needed to move
make
on.
this line of questioning without opening the door.
Well,
Real quick, SSC gifted 5 memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Red
No
Ford Daily Quick Bites. Sagan Rose, Whiskey 77, and TG were all gifted memberships. Thank you very much for the gifted memberships. For those of you who are new and just received a gifted membership, make sure you click my member tab and take it to the Discord link where I have all of my member content, including that entire stack of documents. As it might, no, it's not. Maybe it will be if I can ever convince Jamie to go down to the court and do some real work.
No.
And SSC became a member, him or herself. Thank you very much. Make sure you click my member tab and click it and tickle it a little, and then go to my Discord link. Make sure you tell Jung in the Discord what your YouTube name is. Yeah, you don't mean who said Ethan? Did I say Ethan or did the judge? Anyways, let's get back to it.
I do not want to try the shooter's case. Okay, so let's not do that, right? Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we've talked about March 8th, and we've talked about text from March 9th, yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then you also testified about text messages that were sent on March 17th. Do you recall that?
I recall the date, yes.
And the overall point of those messages, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that on that date, the parents were at the barn together with their horses.
Not that
Those are the pictures, yeah. I don't remember if you have a copy of the text messages that were in that day.
I can show you them.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
Could you disassemble the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
Oh, sure.
Honestly, it looked like it was. I would hate.
Oh, we almost got a topo. Who said that in the chat?
Tip and then you'd have to try to re-put it together, and that would take. I'm hoping you're going to be drinking a glass of wine in your sweatpants this weekend instead of reassembling that file. So
5 bottles.
I just it looked like it was going to tip.
Okay.
So.
No, thank you.
All right.
No, this is taking place in front of the jury.
All right. We talked about 3-8. We talked about 3-9. I'm going to 3-17.
She was going for a box
You
for it.
asked me what text messages I'm talking about. And these are the exhibits that are around exhibits 83 through 86. Would you like me to bring you the text messages so that you can see those?
If you could please,
Everything
yes.
looking good on your end, guys? Everyone listening? Jamie's having internet issues.
Everything's good on this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, on 85, we amended it. So there are texts that
I remember,
were,
yes, ma'am.
okay. And then I'm also going to hand you right now what's on 86. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, the overall point of these text messages
All the cool people use
was to
Post-its. I don't
show
have any
that both of the
Post-its.
parents
What
were
are you
at
trying
the
to say?
barn on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and on that day, while they were at the barn on March 17th, the shooter was trying to get a hold of them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And on that date,
I think the judge is trying to be friendly. There was a lot of friendly quips during the jury selection, and I feel like the judge kind of like made friends with the jury, or at least she wants the jury to think that way. And so this friendly little banter shouldn't be taking place in front of the jury, but I feel like the judge feels comfortable with it. Not a fan.
we have cell phone evidence that was admitted in Exhibit 83.
Romy and Michelle did invent
shows-
Post-its. I will go to my grave saying
And
such.
Tell me if I need to slow down.
Danielle,
I can
don't you
break
agree?
this down more.
Romy and
An hour
Michelle.
after
Yeah,
What
do
was
you
she
know that
said?
movie?
was texting.
I don't remember anything with the Post-it though.
They went to their high school reunion. It's like Romy and Michelle go to their high school reunion, and they
Yeah.
decide that they're going to be successful entrepreneurs that invented Post-its. And like someone
Oh.
that they ran into like knew the real guy's name that invented Post-its and called them out on it. I don't know. It's a stupid movie, but I remember that.
Yeah, it's been years since I've
Jennifer
seen it.
Crumbley, she called him and had a phone conversation within an hour, correct?
Correct.
And that phone conversation lasted less than a minute.
Correct. I remember that.
And you have no idea what was said during that phone conversation.
No, I do not.
You have no idea what happened after Jennifer left the barn that day or James left the barn.
No, I do not.
You have no knowledge that the family, whether they were together that night or not, correct?
Correct.
You've done the best you can do to put together the information with materials you have.
Correct.
All right. So do we need a watch party of
So we
Romeo and
talked about
Michelle
March
in
17th.
my Discord now? Danielle, will
Now
you
I want to
attend?
talk about March
I'll attend.
20th. I'm sorry, the 19th and the 20th. On March 19th, there were text messages that were introduced, and tell me if you need them, they're exhibits 95 through 100, where there's a discussion about Ethan waking up and seeming hungover. Do you recall those?
I do, yes.
Would you like me to give you those?
I just like having a copy in my
Yeah,
hand or
that's-
on the screen either way. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here's exhibit, this is 95. And I'm gonna put 95 up on the screen. So now we're talking about March. John, can you please?
It's so weird. The little memories we have of 90s movies.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right, so we're looking at,
Okay, so the I did get an email back from the clerk about this. The law is that the jury can ask questions, or the judge can permit the jury to ask questions. This is a new thing, newish for Michigan, very newish for Michigan, and so the clerk said no, they're not asking questions, and I said, okay, are they not allowed to? Was this like made a was this made a like a ruling, pretrial ruling, or was this something that the party stipulated to? Because generally the juries in Michigan can't ask questions. So I'm just curious as to why. Haven't gotten that response back yet.
exhibit 95, okay, which has been admitted. And this is from March 18th, correct?
1995.
Okay, exhibit 95 is from March 18th.
It's
You know, it goes over multiple days. Okay, may I please approach with 96 also?
Sure.
Okay, there's two that are in order and they both contain multiple days, correct?
correct.
Okay,
Well,
so I'm sorry, this is,
So the court rule is that juries are permitted to ask questions if the judge allows it. I emailed the clerk and asked if the jury was allowed to ask questions in this trial, and she said no, they're not. And so I asked if this was a pretrial ruling by the judge, or if the party stipulated to it, or what's the reason why they're essentially not able to ask questions. So hopefully I get an answer.
it's a little bit confusing because we've got two different dates on two different exhibits. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the
Hey, Solomon,
to
welcome.
96 first. These texts actually.
Oh, we're having a
come
crazy
before
trial today.
95. On this date, these are the texts where Ethan says, I just finished picking up the room. I cleaned until shelves or clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I am totally off.
Yeah,
I am so
Definitely
sorry.
pretending to be a lawyer again.
March 17th. I need to be on exhibit 85.
85.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they're not allowed. Maybe it has to do with publicity or something. I'm not sure. That's why I'm asking.
Yes, and 85 is one that I cannot display because it's been redacted. So I'm asking if the prosecution can please put 85 up on the screen.
Can you put rejected 85 on the screen?
I kind of just need a minute to.
So I'm lost. Like, when did these text messages take place? Where are they at now with this?
So these
this
text messages.
After? Go ahead.
No. So these text messages are before all of this. They're back in. Let me see here. That was exhibits 95 through 100. Those are back in March.
Okay.
March of 2021. and they're about Ethan seeing demons and saying things are flying off the shelves, and then
Okay.
parents are talking about that via text, and then they go deal with him apparently, and then so that was the 19th, and then on the 20th, there's more conversations about Ethan and him not being right. It's like he drank way too much last night, kind of being hungover. These are the messages that they're talking about. So this is all March of 2021 when the pew-pewing happened on November 30th of 2021.
Okay.
So there's a lot of time in between, and there's a lot of context not missing, and I think that's what she's going to dive into. More of the, you don't know if they had communications outside of these few text messages, right? I think that's where she's going to go with this. How old is she really clarifying? I don't know if that's referring to this. Ethan's friend went away. I don't know. I think it happened the year prior. Within 5 or I'd be guessing. I'm thinking maybe April. What happened? Oh, there we go.
Okay.
I'm thinking maybe
So
April.
on
I can't remember
85,
exactly.
This is on March 17th. This is the text where it started off, gonna get drunk and ride my horse.
They said 7
Jennifer
months
Crumbley
before.
Sent that
Okay.
at 1:30 PM.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Mr. Keys, can you please scroll down?
Gonna get drunk and ride my horse.
Okay, Jennifer Crumbley's indicating that afternoon, I hate my job. Can you bring out last, please? And I don't know what that means. You don't know what that means. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what she's referring to.
I don't either. Okay, can you go down, please?
Are we witnessing an erosion of our legal
Okay,
system by
Jennifer
corruption?
Crumbley indicates at 4:02 that she's left work.
I would say
Yes.
neglect
Correct.
I'm
more
sorry,
so than corruption with this particular case.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, and then if we can go down more, please.
A disinterest in following the court rules and the rules of evidence.
That jumped exhibits.
That's what we're really seeing, Solomon.
Oh, I'm sorry. So 85, can you go to the end of 85? Because it jumped to 86. Okay, so.
Now,
on
you know what?
402
Aaron
at
Olivia got it.
402, Jennifer Crumbley said she left
People are just
work.
paying more attention.
Correct.
Okay, and the important thing about the 17th is showing that on that date, she was at the bar.
Correct.
And the next day is on the 18th.
Are you wearing a dress or pajamas?
When we have the text messages.
Danielle?
Stray asked
About-
or said that they like Stray said I guess she liked my top. And I said it's a dress or it could be pajamas. Who
It's like a
knows?
flannel dress. There you go. It's like a nightgown.
Yeah, it's a dress, but like it could be PJs, and I just kind of made it a dress. So
Danielle is streaming in her PJs, everyone.
PJ dress. The dress PJs.
I'm sorry. March 19th, exhibit 95. Do you have 95 in your hand?
Because
I
this
guess
is a
I do not,
political
It could be easier probably just to nickel
indictment.
and page
What happens to the
numbers,
camera?
but I'm
Okay,
obviously
come on,
not to do that. I'm just
WXYZ,
having
you
to
got the
flip
camera
these
feed.
pages. Do you have exhibit 95?
I do not.
Um,
I have 96.
this is indictment against firearms.
Okay.
I don't know. We
I am
don't know.
so
That's the
sorry that
problem,
this is a
Lois.
mess.
We don't know. You have just as
Okay.
good a guess as I do because we really
On
don't know.
March 19th, I've got it up on the screen.
Everyone would be speculating.
This is when Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley are talking about Ethan acting like or seeming like he was way hungover that day, correct?
Correct.
And it appears from the text that Jennifer is asking if he's okay. She says, "How is he?"
Correct.
Okay. Why is this doing this now? I am gonna kill myself.
Don't say stuff like
Okay.
that. You're gonna get my channel reduced or
So he woke
demonetized.
up acting like he had way too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache. That's what James said back to Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And Okay, Your Honor, I need like a minute and I'm so sorry. Now I've got exhibits that are doubled on the page and I'm having a really tough time with the exhibits. I apologize to the jury.
Wow.
Can I
Take a
please
breath.
have
Take
minute?
a
Okay.
breath.
I'm trying not to make a mistake.
That's what I'm thinking.
Take a breath.
Yeah, I'm trying to just get it
Next time I
done.
execute
Just
on this on the
Zen
phone,
out.
I was hoping to
She's
finish
a little
this,
worked
but
up.
I need this yes completion thing.
It's 3:50.
So, I like to-
Take a breath.
You
I don't know, that's
we
the
can
kind of
just
attorney
leave
I
it
would be. I'd be
to
like,
the
oh my
screen. So
God.
right
Be
now,
all over
it's
the
got on 440, 441's on the left, 442's on the right. Okay, so starting with 441, this is where the text says, well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why. This is after they're talking about him waking up, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer Crumbley texts, all I know is he needs to eat, go to work hard, not complain, and he can get his stuff back, correct?
Correct.
And James ends up saying that Ethan asked, why was I in your room last night?
This is not like me and my folders.
Correct.
I
And
could not find
Jennifer-
so everyone, you can watch my MLS Goes to Court, and I lost my exhibits and I was fumbling through the folders for like a good solid 15 minutes, but I had coherent questions going out, and unless I pointed it out to you guys that I didn't know where my exhibits were and I was looking for them, no one would have known, because that's how cool I am.
ultimately says she gave him a melatonin pill or a melatonin tablet.
Right. See, Brendan
Correct.
got my back.
And James says to her, I thought you gave him a Xanax last night.
Correct.
And it's evident from this that Ethan, or the shooter, their son slept in their bed that night.
Correct.
And it appears that on March 19th, as the parents are talking, there was some kind of argument where something happened with their son the night before.
Correct.
And we don't know
I'm a little nervous
anything
to bring
about
Jamie up
what
again.
happened the night before on March 18th that
You look
preceded
better.
this whole conversation.
Correct.
Good.
It appears from the conversation on the 19th that something was taken away from him because it implies he can get his stuff back.
Judge, objection in the form of the question, he can't testify what he
I'm gonna
implies
send
or
her a
what he
case of
hears.
Snicker bars,
I'm sorry.
keeping her
I'll
purse
restate
for
that.
like
The
right around
text
1 o'clock.
explicitly
She can eat
says
one, get some
If he
energy
does these
back.
things, he can get his stuff back.
Correct.
Okay.
She's a train wreck. I mean,
All right. Now I'm going to skip ahead
Jimmy
to
always looks fire.
the 20th of
Yes.
March in 2021. On the 20th, we admitted exhibits 97 through 100.
The 96 are text messages dated March 20. And the 97 starts with 63.
Better make it 2 cases.
Okay.
I
So
might-
96
might actually
are
send her
the text messages that are up on the screen. Do you see those?
Yes, I do. I have
Okay.
them.
And it's on the 20th that the shooter is
Sugar
saying
levels are
things
dropping.
like, I cleaned up and clothes started flying off the shelf. He's making other claims that something is
Yesterday she was
happening that's not normal,
She was so
correct?
much better
I
yesterday.
would say yes.
Okay, he's making claims that things happen when he's home alone and trying to make his mother think things are flying off the shelf.
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. And you don't see any response from Jennifer Crumbley that day.
Correct.
And you showed the jury, we introduced and admitted all of the exhibits to show on that day she was at the barn again, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't know what they talked about before or after she got home from the barn?
Just stop everything. Wait a minute. Anyone got to pee? You got to pee? You got to pee? Someone's got to pee. You know,
Are
just
you
take a break.
asking? Like people in the courtroom or us?
Yeah, just asking. No, just anyone. Just the
Jamie.
defense attorney should just like stop and be like, "You gotta pee. You gotta pee. Say,
Yeah.
you gotta pee. I think you gotta pee. Let's take a break." She needs to just step back from this trial for a second. I like
Correct.
what
Yeah,
she's
All we
saying.
know
I
are
don't
that
like how
we
she's
have
saying
these
it.
couple of text messages, making it sound like something is flying around in the house from
Again,
herself.
Judge, I don't know how often I can say this. Objection in the form of the question. He can testify to what he found on the device.
Yeah, he doesn't know beyond that, right?
Okay, I
He
apologize.
wasn't there.
Don't apologize.
Okay, and so on the 20th, Mrs. Crumbley is obviously at the barn. So we've talked now about March
Just send her
8th,
a
March
link to
9th,
my
the 17th,
this screen.
19th, and 20th, correct?
Correct.
So we can agree that from the 8th through the 20th, we're talking about a period in time that's about 12 days long.
Correct.
And we've seen bits of the 8th, the 9th, 17th, 19th, and 20th.
Correct.
Okay. In April 4th are the dates of the texts between the shooter and his friend, correct?
I would, there was a lot of text messages. I would assume, I believe they texted on that date.
Okay. And I believe it is Exhibit 101. Okay. I have 101 on the screen. Do you recall these?
Correct. Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, these texts on April 4th are between, we agree that they are between
She didn't say. I'm
the
sorry.
shooter and his friend.
That's correct.
This
Fair.
is not a group chat where Mrs. Crumbley is on it.
That's correct.
Good.
There
Okay,
is
we're
no
finally getting
evidence
there.
that these texts were ever forwarded to Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
There is no evidence to show that Jennifer Crumbley ever saw these text messages.
Correct.
For example, there
Yes,
not a text
Sniper 79.
like,
Yes.
"Oh my gosh, you should see what our son sent to his friend today." There's nothing along those lines, correct?
Well, not in this group. Are you talking about this chat still?
I'm just saying in general, if you found evidence that Jennifer Crumbley saw these texts, that would be important.
If she saw it, I would say yes.
Okay, and we don't have anything to show she saw them.
Not that was on the phone, no.
So on this text thread between the shooter and his friend, he talks about how he hears people talking and he sees someone in the distance, correct?
That's correct.
There's no response from his friend.
Correct.
We don't know if his friend saw those texts and didn't respond, or if his friend didn't see those texts and the shooter just kept texting, right?
They came in rapid order, so yeah, they were one after another. Correct.
Okay, so this is around, so 11:56, and then we go down 11:57, says, "It's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor." Okay, that's one of the texts that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
There are not any texts where the shooter is saying anything to his mom and dad about, "I want to go to the doctor."
Correct.
While the shooter is saying this to his friend, we don't have any evidence that it's true, whether the shooter really wanted to go to a doctor or not, correct?
I mean, you said it a couple times. They talked about everything.
And all
No.
the times that he talked
Oh my
about
God.
it, the
That's
story
not the
is seen.
question.
You brought that in. Well, you haven't brought that in. I'm sorry. I keep
Oh,
misstating
take a
that.
step back. Oh my
The
God.
evidence in this case
Not
um,
the question you asked him.
is showing the jury what you gleaned from your investigation.
What?
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
I don't either. I don't understand.
In the investigation,
Ask the question again that he
there's
didn't
not-
answer.
You don't have any text messages where the shooter is saying to his mother anything about going to the doctor for hallucinations or anything along those lines.
That's correct.
Okay,
Okay,
if that
thank
did
God.
exist, the jury would be seeing that.
That would have been turned over
Stressing me out.
to the prosecution, yes.
Okay. So In this case,
Someone
when
pull the fire
the
alarm.
shooter
I'm gonna
says,
call the.
it's
call
at the
the clerk.
point I'm asking
Like,
to go to the
clerk,
doctor.
can you go out
My
there? I
mom
need to talk
left
to the
when I
judge real
told
quick.
her. Again, you have no idea if Mrs. Crumbley ever saw these texts between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
And we can agree, we don't have any more context than just this text thread that exists between these two.
Judge,
Just
again,
Amy typing.
But
counsel
I'm not-
is getting very close
Not-
to running afoul of the motion that she filed to preclude evidence, Judge. There is a lot of context, but counsel
Your
requested
Honor,
motions.
this is making it sound like there's evidence being hidden and there's not.
Okay, well, I've said there's no evidence being hidden. There's no evidence being hidden. But. Okay, so
She is-
ask the next question.
She's asking
Okay.
poor questions.
You're not aware of any communication between the shooter and his mother?
No.
The judge just did it for
Correct.
you.
Okay. And when the shooter texts his friend, I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital and text, I need help. There are no 911 calls, correct?
Correct.
There are no text messages to Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley saying those same types of things.
Correct.
And
This is frustrating.
when
She's
he says,
losing
I'm
me.
going to ask my parents to go to the doctor tomorrow or Tuesday then, we obviously don't know if that's true.
Correct.
And when he says, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices, okay, that's the next text, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. In his words,
No, right?
this is, he did not send that
I'm so nervous right
information
now.
to his mom and dad as far as you can see from his messages with them.
Correct.
So when we're talking about this whole text thread, where at the end he says,
Defense
like, I
counsel
am
Smith,
mentally
we're
and
losing
physically
viewers.
dying,
Because of you.
you also don't have any evidence that the friend who received these showed them to the shooter's mom, correct?
Correct.
There's no evidence that his friend did
I've had a
anything
case
with these text
with media.
messages beyond
don't
the
even know
fact
they're
that they
there.
exist.
Correct.
We don't know if,
Judge, we just need to clarify. There's thousands and thousands of text messages. She needs to be more specific. Is
You
she
don't
asking
know
to
the
comment
media's
on the
there.
20,000 page text thread? Is she asking to comment on certain days?
I mean, if you do,
It isn't fair to the witness
doing
who
a bad
reviewed
job.
all this information.
Okay, well, is there any evidence that the friend shared anything with the parents?
Not that I know of.
okay, thank you.
Wait a minute. Oh wait, that was the witness that
Okay.
answered. Okay. I thought that was the prosecutor that said not that I'm aware of, and she said, "Okay, thank you." And moved on. I'm like, wait, that's not the witness saying it. Oh,
Now, on April 29th,
I've zoned out a
okay,
while ago.
so
Sean
we've
Burgess.
talked now
Me too.
about April 4th and 5th, the text between the shooter and his friend. Okay, we just finished that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now I want to go to April 29th,
Yeah.
and this is
When the
exhibit
judge has to
number
help you with your
104.
question.
You testified about a text thread that went between Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter's friend's mother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this text thread, the moms are, you would agree with me, talking about the difficulties of online school and how it's wreaked havoc essentially on their kids.
Correct.
Okay, and they start off by talking because Jennifer is
Oh,
telling
Whiskey
friend's
77. You
mother
know what?
that
I'm down for it. I'm down for it. We're doing a shot every time she says I'm sorry, and I will be drunk before lunch. Thank you very much, though, for the $4.99 super chat. Jamie, bring your
is
shot
not
glass.
going to bowling, correct?
Correct.
And she says he's been acting kind of depressed I don't know what's going on, correct?
Correct.
And she says, I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school. He doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him, correct?
Correct.
She doesn't say anything in here like he's seeing things, he's hallucinating, I'm noticing that he's paranoid, correct?
Correct.
She uses the word, he appears to be somewhat depressed. Depressed is the word she uses.
Correct.
In terms of the word depressed, that could have meanings.
Objection, speculation.
He's not gonna explain what being depressed means.
Well, that was
You
actually
don't
my
know what
exact
he means
question,
by
which
or
is,
she
you
means
can't
by
explain what it
depressed.
means. That was my question.
Then ask that.
Explains the different
Oh my God.
professions.
Hey,
You
Flux,
answered my question. That was my question.
have you
Hey,
been
Flux.
listening to this furious,
I'm sorry,
furious
may I
line of
continue?
questioning?
Okay. So then they're talking about how the shooter and his friend are happy when they're together, and Mrs. Crumbley was concerned, based on these text messages, that there had been something going on between the shooter and his friend, but it's clear that's not an issue, correct?
Correct.
So these text messages, Mrs. Crumbley is
That's exactly what he's doing, John.
you would agree with me that overall, she is indicating an interest in figuring out what's wrong with her son.
She's pointing out things that she's aware of.
Okay? And this text thread, there are more texts between Jennifer Crumbley and the friend's mother, correct?
Correct.
And there's
Let's
one
go.
other
Go away.
set that we're going to talk about, but this evidence
I don't know if they would have access to watch it on TV. It would be up to the jails and the prisons.
about, there's
streamed
not
a bunch
any
of different
further
places.
explanation of what the word depressed means in the messages or not, correct?
Correct.
All we have is what's in these text messages. I'm sorry, scratch that. Okay, so this is on 4/29. We can agree that obviously on that date, Mrs. Crumbley made
Yeah, no,
representations
Malcolm, you're
using the
right.
word depressed.
We do need the angry little elf
Correct.
to pop up in here and really drill this guy down. We need him right here. Like that. That's not what I asked you, is it?
Oh, yeah, he needs to.
Yeah, right. This is who we need in here right now.
The next set
Sir,
of
is that
text
what I asked you?
messages
No, it wasn't,
with
was it?
The shooter's friend's mother were
He has no
given
shame.
Exhibit
He was going right in
105.
at her.
Mhm.
And we can agree, these are months and months later. In October of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
So
No, we're not
this
done
jury
with
is seeing
circular text
texts
messages.
from April 29th and then October 31st.
That's correct.
On October 31st, there is discussion between Jennifer and the shooter's friend's mother about the decision they had to make to send the friend away, correct?
There wasn't discussion that she didn't reply back to the 4th of November, but Jennifer texted her or sent a message to her.
Okay, send a message to
This
her
is the
asking how
prosecutor
they're
in the
doing,
Jody
say they're
Arias
thinking
trial.
about
Angry
them.
little elf.
Correct.
Okay, and the friend's mom writes back, talking about how hard it is. I appreciate you checking on our family, those kind of things, correct?
Correct.
And in these texts, Jennifer mentions, I know Ethan misses him, meaning his friend, correct?
Correct.
And she's asking just how things are going for the friend who's away.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at the end of these text messages,
It's a donut.
there's
Let's
a few
go.
texts from December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Now, those text messages are not about anything related to the shooter being sad or depressed, correct? Those text messages are
Yeah, the
after the
judge tried to
shooting
warn
is
her.
taking place, correct?
Correct.
And those text messages, there's not many. We're only talking about a couple. The friend's mother asks if Ethan is safe on November 30th, correct?
Correct.
So on the day of the shooting,
Yeah, this is a
When-
1200 building.
the
Second
friend's
floor,
mother asks
2C.
at 3:47, is Ethan home safe?
2C.
It would be fair, and if you don't know the answer, you can tell me. It would be fair to assume she's asking, is he safe from the shooting?
You can't answer that question, and these are Facebook messages, not text.
We, yeah. Or
Okay.
no, sorry. I just
So
realized.
Jennifer Crumbley says, I'm sure
we
you've
don't know
seen
why
the
he went away.
news, and ultimately says, I'm sick to my stomach, correct?
Correct.
And she mentions to the friend's mother that they're getting threats all over social media, which is something we talked about earlier, correct?
Correct.
And she also says that they're staying in a hotel because the news is camped out at their house.
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
Say correct one more time. Correct.
Correct.
Correct. 1000%.
Mm-hmm.
1000. That's how I'm going to answer all questions from now on. 1000. Travis Rudolph trial, everybody.
Yeah.
Girlfriend.
During your
Correct.
testimony,
1000.
we admitted you admitted some GPS location information.
Yes.
And if you need to see the exhibits, let me know, but I think these will be simple questions. When you provided the jury evidence that James was at the gun store on the 26th, we can agree Jennifer was not at the store when the gun was purchased, correct?
Correct.
I believe the whole friend thing is
And when
not going to be tested.
that day, there was a
It's a minor.
video on the 26th that the shooter made of him holding the gun. It's a short video that was admitted as Exhibit 417. Do you recall that little video?
Yes, I do.
And in that little video, we can't see who else is around while the shooter is filming himself with holding the Sig Sauer gun.
In the video, correct.
And we don't know,
Brandon's very
obviously,
close to
who was
getting banned from the
present in
chat.
the home or in the room even with him.
Correct.
That was the day the gun was
Chris
bought.
not even on screen, or is he back?
Correct.
And the shooter took that video himself, as far as we can tell.
It was on his phone. Yes. It was on his
And
phone.
And he, and it was a video that he sent to, it was I'm sorry, let me back up. There were also photographs taken that day of the gun,
Correct.
the day they purchased it.
Correct.
Jennifer Crumbley actually posted a photo that was taken of the gun.
After they went to the gun range?
No, the day before, on Friday, the day the gun was bought. And if you don't recall, you can just, I believe it came in through the witness before you, and so if you don't know, you can just let me know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Messaging it, Brandon, in
So the gun was purchased on the 26th, and the next day is Saturday, the 27th, correct?
Correct.
On the 27th, we know that James Crumbley was door dashing that day.
Correct.
That's the day that the shooter and his mother went to the gun range.
Correct.
That is the day where there was posts about a mother-son experience at the range, in terms of shooting the gun, going to shoot the gun.
I remember those, yes.
Okay, now, there is not any information about
who's whispering?
where the gun
I can hear it too.
was
Yeah.
Like, I hear-
stored
like,
or placed
like in
in
your
the
ear.
Crumbley's home overnight between the 26th and the 27th.
Judge, I'm gonna object. These exhibits weren't introduced to this witness. It's inappropriate to ask this witness of those questions.
26 and
These were
27
random
were already
yesterday.
introduced.
Same questions that she asked to him at cross-examination. He doesn't have the foundation to give that sort of.
Outside the
testimony.
scope.
I
To
just
say
wanna ask
outside
you
the
a
scope.
question. Are you asking, is there any communication on the text or Facebook or picture? about
They weren't introduced
where
at
the
all.
guns were where they were stored, where they were?
Yeah.
Okay, so did you?
On the phones, no, I did not find.
Also, the very minimum, he should be given the opportunity to review the exhibit before he's asked that question.
Uh,
I don't know if she specifically asked him about it.
She was asking about Instagram posts.
Oh, the Instagram post, okay. All right. There's no Instagram posts about storage or.
yeah, I keep hearing voices.
Not that I saw, no, ma'am.
Okay,
You don't see
so,
any locked guns on Instagram.
Weird.
Locked guns, no.
and the evidence that you showed us
Yeah,
from
you
the
hear.
27, there's
Mhm.
not any
I know.
information
I am.
of who put the gun in the vehicle that drove the gun to the target, to the shooting range, correct?
I don't know anything about that.
We don't know anything about who did anything aside from the fact that we know when Mrs. Crumbley and her son went over to the shooting range.
I don't know anything about the transportation of the gun, no.
Okay.
I think
We
that's the
know
prosecutor's
when they got
table
to the
talking,
range that
that whispering.
Mrs. Crumbley and her son went in and they shot some targets, correct?
Correct.
We,
Well, the ATF guy testified to that.
Yeah,
Uh,
but it was already admitted.
I do know the video, yes.
Oh,
The gun range video?
There's separate trials
I have-
because Jennifer filed the motion and
Okay.
asked for it.
and in terms of the text messages and all the evidence that you have reviewed,
I didn't hear back after my last
from the
question.
night of the
Just that they're not doing
27th to the 28th, there are not any text messages or Facebook messages about where the gun was that night, where it was in
Yeah, but
the
I usually
home,
blame it on the
where-
cats.
Where it was in general, correct?
Correct, I don't know anything
Okay.
about that.
I wish they'd start fighting right now. That'd be great.
I know, right? No, they're
Yeah, we
just
need a
like,
good
I don't even know where
fight.
they are.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
need a
right.
good cat fight right now.
That's why I
In
turned the
these
camera
same
on because they're
days
usually
That,
like one of them sleeping up there where I had the camera trained, and then the other one will come up and attack them, and that's why I had the cat cam. But they weren't doing anything fun today.
the
Maybe one
Crumleys,
day.
that Mr. Crumbley bought the gun and mom and the shooter went to the shooting range. From the evidence that you've talked about in front of the jury, it's clear one of their horses has some kind of an issue.
Wait a minute, you're out of
a
that
health
chat.
issue
Did you
going
get
on,
banned?
Correct?
Correct.
So as the evidence is unfolding about what's happening on those days in terms of what the parents were doing, there's also talk about medication for the horse and things along those lines.
Correct.
That's fine.
When you testified about the search on Mrs. Crumbley's phone about clinical depression, you don't know anything other than what was typed in when she searched for information about clinical depression, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if that was her looking up information for herself.
Correct.
You don't know
Possible,
if that's
Eon.
looking for information about the shooter,
Correct.
or if it's looking up information
about
about
that
some
too.
other person.
I
That's
mean, it's
correct.
very possible. I know I'm not a huge like ghostly fan, but I believe that there's something after death, and it could be hanging around and tormenting us. Because I know I would be messing with Jamie.
On the 29th, that was a Monday. Does that
And he
sound
could have
right?
just
Yes,
been
ma'am.
possessed, you know?
Of November.
And yes,
I'm sorry, of November.
yes,
Okay. And that was the day that the voicemail was left that was played as evidence as Exhibit 115 from Miss Fine. Do you know what voicemail I'm talking about?
yes, I recall it.
Okay. So going a little bit backwards,
Well, he's definitely not keeping a
that
close
day,
eye on the jury,
on that
but he should be.
Monday, the voicemail indicates that Ethan was caught looking at bullets on his phone, correct?
That's correct.
The voicemail, we saw lots of evidence, was left on Jennifer's cell phone.
Correct.
We know Jennifer Crumbley listened to the
Oh.
voicemail.
That's correct.
We all heard the voicemail.
Correct.
And
No, those messages were sent in. Hang on, just to be clear on the timeline. Those messages were sent in. I don't know. I have to look. I don't want to pause it for too long. Maybe
the
though.
voicemail did not ask Jennifer Crumbley to call back, to return the phone call, correct?
April.
I don't believe so.
That message.
Yeah, that's about when he was sent
indicated
away.
That Ethan was not in any trouble.
Correlation, maybe.
But the teacher wanted, or Miss Fine wanted to make Mrs. Crumbley aware that
Judge,
they
the
had a
exhibit
discussion.
speaks for itself. He can't interpret the exhibit.
Yeah, that's the best evidence of what was said, right?
Remember Puppet Master? That was a good movie.
So you can listen to
That
it.
was creepy.
The conversation,
Terrorized me for a part of my life.
in
Ghost
that
of pissed off gnomes.
conversation,
It's always the
there
gnome.
is talk about I can play the exhibit. I'm just gonna ask about one quote, and if I need to play the exhibit, then I'll play it.
Okay, let's hear the question.
At the end of the voicemail, Miss Fine says that it's perfectly normal and healthy.
No, Chuck Norris is not asked
I
any
can't remember what she
questions.
was referring to when she said that, but I do remember those words.
Okay. The tone of that conversation was not one that, well, I'm sorry. The content of that conversation did not ask Mrs. Crumbley to come over to the school or anything along those lines, correct?
Correct.
And then we did see evidence that you testified about showing that Mrs. Crumbley asked her son about that voicemail, correct?
Correct.
And her text to him was
Yeah, so I'll
evidence
see you
we
after
saw
this.
as Exhibit 117, where she writes to her son, seriously, bullets, correct?
Correct.
And
Okay, so co-counsel's job is dependent upon what the lead counsel wants him to do. Usually what they do is they sit there, they watch the jury, they help shuffle documents around. They might take some side notes that they talk about after the fact. Lead counsel will often will go up and confer with co-counsel before she's done asking questions and things like that. So they're not asking direct questions, but they're like a little assistant. And they're very helpful. I always have one. Sometimes you
we
use your
saw them
client, sometimes you use
exchange
someone
in
else,
Exhibit
but you want someone.
117. The shooter writes back to her, I'm in no trouble.
Correct.
Judge, counsel has to show the witness the exhibits
I can do that. I'm sorry.
in the entire exhibit.
Okay, we'll do the whole thing.
Sorry,
All right,
juror.
so this is
Prosecutor's
exhibit
making us go through
117.
all of it.
And as I asked, and I
All
think
of
you
it.
already answered, it starts off seriously, looking up bullets in school.
Correct.
And
I watch
The
these streams while I go
Jennifer's
dash.
son responds, I already went to the office for that. He admits he was. We can agree that's the content of this conversation, correct?
Was that he went to the office for that? That's the
Correct.
last thing you said.
He says that I already went to the office for that.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I'm moving down and he's explaining, or at least texting, what he was looking up and saying it's because he was curious.
Correct.
I don't know
In
anything
his
about him.
words,
I just chit-chatted with
on
him a little
page
bit on Tuesday, but I
199,
don't really know
He
him.
says completely harmless.
Correct.
And based on the voicemail that we heard from Ms. Fine, it sounded like,
Objection sounded like,
okay, I apologize. I'll move on. Jennifer told her son the school left me a voicemail, correct?
Correct.
And asked them asked her son, did you show them your new gun?
No, because it calls for speculation, Lefty.
And
And the judge has sustained those objections on like 24,000 occasions prior to this. And so that's why she just apologizes and moves on, because the judge is not having it, doesn't want this witness to speculate as to what people were thinking. It sounds like what they meant was, or whatever, that's the objection.
obviously he says, no, he did not. And he says, I did not show them the pic, my God.
Correct.
Okay. Again, says it was a harmless act,
Correct.
gives more explanation to her.
Correct.
And ultimately, at the end of the conversation,
It's almost split on whether or not this cross-examination is
he
effective.
asks
54 to
if he can hear
46
the
so far.
voicemail later,
Out of
and
199
she
that
says
voted.
She saved it.
Correct.
The whole case is speculation. I will grant you that. Yeah, but this prosecutor doesn't like objections that are on point. He likes speaking objections. Objection. He can't possibly know what this
After
person was
that-
thinking on blah, 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 blah.
There's conversation that was admitted in Exhibit 118. I've put it on the screen.
Judge, if counsel's just going to read exhibits, it's not a cross-examination. And I want to get to my redirect. I want to finish this witness today.
Your Honor, I
You're
find
not
that
gonna
when I'm
finish this
asking questions, if I don't go step by step, I have to go backwards and go step by
You
step by
have to
step
follow
by
the rules
step.
of evidence. You can't ask the witness to.
Oh my
There's some
God.
questions that could just simply be answered, and they're not being answered. So I have to go step by step by step.
Yes, she
when it's
does.
not happening.
Because of you and your witness.
The
Sir.
term hearing is saying. Perfectly correct, so.
The evidence that was admitted as Exhibit 118 shows there was a conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbley about the issue with the bullets at school.
Correct.
Yeah, he's a pompous jerk, but she's giving him all the ammunition. If I were her, I'd move. I would just be done with this guy. Not at this point, because then it looks like you're
We
running
went
away
through
from
the
him.
timeline
Find a
from
good
November
ending and be done with
30th,
this guy.
2021, in great detail earlier. You would agree with that.
Correct.
And obviously,
Yeah, cross is
you
effective.
collected all of the information you
repost
could
this.
from the 30th.
I'm going
off
to end the
cell
poll, and I'm
phones
redoing it now that
of
we've seen
James
most of the
Crumbley,
cross.
Jennifer Crumbley, and the shooter to look at in your investigation.
Correct.
It's fair to say that you did not
Nope.
seek a search warrant for people at the school who dealt with the shooter that day.
Hold on. To clarify the form of the question, seek a search warrant for the people at the school. That's not even an investigative
Who,
method
Okay.
the search warrant for who?
for the people, right? Exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot.
All
Yeah,
right,
it is
sorry. I'll
speculation.
back
She's
up.
asking bad
For what?
questions.
Okay, you're aware
She's walking
that
into the
Jennifer
prosecutor's
and
trap.
James Crumbley went to the school. We saw the video of them walking in for the appointment, correct?
Correct.
You're aware they met with Sean Hopkins.
Correct.
You're aware there was conversation in a meeting.
Correct.
You did not at any time seek the messages off of the devices of Mr. Hopkins, correct?
That's not for me to decide. That's the officer in charge of the case to decide what to collect and bring to me to get data for them.
Okay, so that's not something you did. That's my only question.
It's not something that we would do in computer grants, correct?
Now, when the text was sent at 9:31, the first thing that Mrs. Crumbley, that we can tell she received that morning that was of alarm was the altered math sheet that the shooter had written on, correct?
Can you pull it up real quick just so I could see?
Sure. So that was exhibit 123.
Yeah. See, now that most of you have watched the majority
Correct,
of her
okay.
cross,
Okay, so
the
exhibit
cross-examination is
123, now,
62%
when we say
not
altered
effective.
math sheet,
Mhm.
the shooter initially wrote things on a math paper that was introduced as a different exhibit. It was introduced as exhibit 74. And I'll open that up. So I've got exhibit 74 on the right, and we can agree that was initially
Early on, I
what
think-
the shooter wrote on his math paper.
Early on, I think
Correct.
the witness
And
came across as
after
evasive and a pain in the ass and
writing
looked
all
bad
the
in front of the
writings on
jury.
exhibit
But as it
74,
kept going, it looked more and
he
more like the
added to
attorney
math
didn't know what she was
paper
doing.
And added the things
Is that your
that we
sense,
see on
Danielle?
exhibit 123.
Correct.
Now,
Yes.
the first thing that
Jamie's
Mrs. Crumbley
really engaged
receives
with this cross right
is
now.
exhibit 123, which
she's
is
making me zone out.
altered drawing,
I know, right?
correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Between that and
And
making you a nervous
In
wreck.
terms of what's on
Yeah.
the drawing, it speaks for itself, but it has things like, I love my life so much, harmless act, we're all friends here. It has a bunch of writings like that on there. The jury can see what's on there. It speaks for itself, fair to say?
It does, yes.
Okay. And when
Yeah,
Mrs.
but I'm wondering if
Crumbley
her
got
points are
that,
lost.
we know
So-
that she,
I thought she was good on
immediately,
cross. I'd
because
just
we have
been
the
listening, not
timestamps,
watching, but she refuted that Jennifer knew.
sent
Yeah, I think the points were good,
Mr.
but it might
Crumbley
get
a
lost in
message to
her.
let him know that something was going on.
Correct.
And
Meaning, is she poking holes? Is she making her client look not guilty?
Well, and
Well,
think
here's the
about it.
thing.
We're
Sorry, go ahead.
trial watchers, so we're paying attention to it. But I like what they're saying is like she's making points, but I'm hearing it, but it's so jumbled in all of the questions she's
Mhm.
asking that is the jury really picking up like we're picking it up? You know what I mean?
Like, I felt like the direct examination more leaned towards the defendant's innocence than the cross. That's my problem.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Yeah.
That's
Like
true,
the
though.
direct was like, okay, yeah, they knew all these things, or they didn't know all these. They texted these things, yes and yes, but they didn't know that he was capable of doing this. They had no suspicion of it. And now Cross has come along, and I don't know what the hell, who knew what when. I'm scared.
That's what I mean. She's just she's muddling the waters there.
Yeah, just weird.
in the
I
text
say
messages,
muddling,
or
Muddling.
Muddling.
messages,
Muddling works.
mudding,
Mudding.
I would have
Muddling.
said muddling too.
muddle.
Muddling. It's funny.
Specifically,
You got learn when to hold them.
Mrs. Crumbley
Learn
specifically
when to
sent
hold them.
photos.
Learn when
over
to shut your ass up and
I'm
sit
sorry.
down.
Strike that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jennifer's first message at 9:33 says call now being in capital letters, correct?
Correct.
And emergency.
Correct.
And her next text right after says emergency again.
Correct.
And
Yeah, the jury is saying, wah, 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 wah,
then we know
wah,
that
wah, wah,
Yeah.
wah, wah, wah.
That's what I feel like.
Mr. Crumbley texts back.
Correct.
And that's in a separate.
I've never heard someone say so many wrong things,
And his
one
response
after
is,
the other,
"My God,
consecutively
WTF,"
in a
which
row.
stands for what the fuck, correct?
Correct.
So the parents, we can agree that as soon as the math paper is received by Jennifer Crumbley, there's conversation between the parents.
Correct.
In addition to the messages, there's also phone conversation.
Correct.
And at
Yeah, by the time she
10:04,
gets to the end of the
we
questions, you don't know
know
what the witness is answering yes or no
that
to.
Jennifer
Exactly.
Crumbley is heading to the school, physically going to the school, correct?
Correct.
The attorney has no
And-
swayzer.
At 10:05, we can see she's sending texts saying, I'm very concerned.
Correct.
We know obviously
thing sucks.
they get to the school.
Jesus Christ, that scared me.
Correct.
And we know that the meeting only lasted
God.
12 minutes long. That was your testimony.
Correct.
We don't have any kind of record or recording of that meeting in the counselor's office.
Not that I've made aware of, no. Correct.
Jamie's super loud. Turn her
Right.
down.
After leaving
Someone
the
said someone
counselor's
stop yelling at
office,
you, or you
Well,
stop yelling at us.
messages,
He's been saying that all day.
probably
That's
sent their panic.
Correct.
Okay, we have text messages that Jennifer Crumbley
I feel like she might be
sent
stringing
Amy Smith,
this
which were
along a little bit
introduced in the
to
minute.
Correct.
not get through
And
cross before the weekend, so
It's
she
fair
can
to say
start
that
fresh on
Jennifer
Monday.
Crumbley is telling at least those people about what's going on with her son, or that she's dealing with something.
Correct.
Now,
Ma'am, your
we
client
know
seems
Jennifer
concerned with
Crumbley
your
goes back
cross.
to work. We saw the exhibit showing her re-entering back at her office.
Correct.
Okay, and we know that at some point, there's obviously a notice out that was admitted. The Oxford High School has there's an alarm of an active shooter, correct?
Yes, correct.
Upon
She needs to,
hearing
like,
that,
slap
we
her
saw
hands
the
together or something, wake the jury up.
about, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley heading back to the school, correct?
Boring.
And
We need someone's phone to go off right now.
in terms of the timeline of events that happened, and you went through those times.
Is it
on
another
record
20 minutes?
already,
Let's
so
see.
we don't need to do that again.
Correct.
We are,
In those messages.
we're 10 minutes behind,
There was not
so it's
anything
4:20.
from
I think the court's going to
Jennifer
5.
Crumbley saying,
I'm speeding this up. Does anybody care if I speed it up?
No,
If you do, I don't care.
I think Ethan
it's
might.
so too bad.
Just to the form of the question, anything along the lines.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Jennifer Crumbley, the text messages that we have are the extent of the text messages. You've provided everything from November 30th. Everything we've gone
What?
through, there's not more text
Start
messages
over.
that
Strike
this
that.
jury's not seen. Is that a fair statement?
Hold on.
On November 30th.
Correct.
Okay. And
2 jurors get safe words in Michigan.
we can see the messages that Jennifer sent over.
They might set
to
one
her
up
son at
after
the
today.
time.
Meatloaf.
Meatloaf, spaghetti.
And
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
changes, obviously between them that speak for themselves, and the jury can read those,
There were changes, yes.
okay?
Mama
And
Source Rex, it's possible that the jurors seeing anything. I'm just from a
there's
legal
message
standpoint,
that
this is
says,
a mess.
ultimately,
From a
Mrs.
professional
Crumbley, if you
litigation
see it, you can let me know. Ethan, don't do it.
After he was in custody, yes. She said that message was sent.
And at the time that message was sent, we don't know what Jennifer Crumbley knew in her head.
Correct.
All we can do is look at the evidence, and read what's before us and what's been admitted.
We're
in the
watching a
The text messages?
literal
Correct.
train wreck before our eyes. It's slowly like righting itself a little bit. She's like stepped back and realized that every time I say something dumb, the prosecutor's going to call me out on it, and then the judge is going to scold me, and so I'm just going to stick into
You
my little
testified about
window.
alarm images in exhibits 149 and 150. Do you recall that?
I did, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna just put up 149 and 150.
Those hands are getting her in trouble.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. This was an alarm clock on the track phone. Is that right?
Correct.
So this is an alarm clock set for 6:30 in the morning and 6:45 in the morning that would have been for Saturday, December 4th.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so these alarms, from what you can tell,
I still don't understand what these alarms are about.
were set on the day before, on the 3rd.
Correct.
What are these alarms about? Anyone have any idea?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
This is twice she's brought up these alarms. She's got something about these alarms. Might
What
not
date
come
are-
from this witness. Something
What date are they on?
And then again.
I don't know, but
There was some testimony, and I believe.
she's
we
just like, yeah,
mostly
she set
covered
these
this.
alarms.
I-
Okay.
Ultimately, when you looked at the cell phone.
Why is she still talking?
between
Baker wants to know.
Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, you testified, I believe that there were 26 messages still on the
That
phone.
was weird.
She's not all right.
And from the data, you could see there was actually
It's Baker saying she's not all
4,047
right.
that existed at one time between them.
Correct.
So obviously, many messages had been deleted between Kira and Jennifer Crumbley by Jennifer Crumbley on her phone.
That's correct.
And again, there's not any texts or anything that say.
She's filibustering. That's what she's doing. I think she wants to filibuster and then
that
carry
have
over across until Monday.
explanations About deleting.
She's got like
these.
another 20
All we
minutes.
know is that they were deleted.
Correct.
She
She said
keep
yes.
talking
May I
for
have
20
one moment,
minutes.
please?
She'll make it to Monday. Then she can regroup.
They better be watching some trial
So-
coverage over the weekend.
There's also.
I'm
just
gonna
have
send her
one
my
point of
clip. I'm
clarification
gonna send
and
her
I'm
this
done,
stream.
promise. There are some messages that say that they are unsent. What's the difference between unsent
With
and
court
deleted?
on mute, the chat
Deleted
is
would tell me
hilarious.
that it's just not there anymore. You would delete the message that says it was unsent even.
Okay, so the unsent messages, it's possible for someone to send a message to someone else, but before it's received, to unsend it and recall it back. Is that a fair
Well,
statement?
I believe also if it was received, that you can unsend it.
on an
Yes.
iPhone?
Okay, and throughout some of the evidence
Can
we've
you?
seen, there. it
Yeah, on the
appears that
iPhone, the new
messages
one.
were unsent at
On
times.
Facebook, you can unsend messages and then they delete on
nothing
both
further.
sides.
Tell me
Do they delete on both sides?
I'll finish today.
Oh my
Give
God.
me a few minutes. Okay.
In the hell was that
Let's
all
talk first
about?
about the deleted messages on the message between Jennifer and Brian Malone. So when you looked at the return, it didn't just say unsent, it had the red X insignia next to it. What does that signify to you?
That it is deleted.
Okay, so clearly Jennifer Crumbley knew how to delete those messages.
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, she deleted ones that said, "We're on the run again,"
Process
That's
end.
correct.
and "We're fucked."
Process
Correct.
ended.
Okay, and I want to talk to you just really quickly about this word right here.
Wake up, Pete.
Don't get brazen with
It's a
me.
harmless act. Does that signify anything to you?
Yes, it does.
How so?
It was also written on the modified math paperwork.
Harmless act, right there. Okay, that's Exhibit 123. And Jennifer was sent that,
Correct.
and she was sent that on November the 30th before the shooting.
That's correct.
She was also sent this, People 74. And on People 74, the shooter wrote, "Help me."
Correct.
She was sent that, and she saw that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then she communicated about that with her husband.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked lots and lots and lots of questions about, is
I
there any
really
evidence of, did you find
can't.
any evidence of certain topics?
Can I
So,
have no clue?
Specifically with deleted content, you can't tell if there's something that was deleted but unable to be recovered by search warrant.
That's correct.
And we've already established that Jennifer Crumbley knew how to delete. In fact, she did delete certain messages.
Correct.
And one message in particular she deleted from to Kira Pennick was that picture of this drawing.
Correct.
And speaking of that exhibit between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, that's People's 130. In those exhibits, they're in front of you if you want to look at them. There's about 28 pictures. They're screenshots. So there are many communications regarding her horses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of the first things she does
Almost
after the
a ball
meeting
so
Love
bad.
is that I
horses.
can't, or after the shooting rather, is I won't be able to make it there tonight. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I can look it up.
Take a look.
She loves horses.
And tell us the time that came into.
We get it. She loves horses.
I'm keeping this on fast forward. 1.25 speed till the end. This you guys want me to slow it down for you to see him shuffle through paper?
Actually, I wish you would go under one speed. It would be great.
Go 0.75.
Mm.
Oh yes, thank you for the banner.
2:36 p.m.
Oh,
Kira, I
I
won't
was
be
just so
there tonight. Okay, it's on the screen.
Okay.
That's part of Exhibit 130. And that is, the shooting ended at 1 p.m. So that's an hour and 36 minutes after he was taken into custody.
Correct, I see it now, yes.
That's 6 minutes after she arrived home from the substation, after she was brought there.
Correct,
And that's the last time she saw her son.
correct.
6 minutes after.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what they're trying to do.
So you were asked about a lot of
Yes.
questions about this Facebook chat here, including a particular message where Jennifer
This should
says,
go to
I wish
1.5.
there had been some kind of warnings.
Correct.
Okay.
Remember that?
I feel like
Go to
that's too
1.5.
much.
But she sent
Let's see.
this
Try it.
to Kira. And this is the picture where he said, help me, with a picture of, or he wrote, help me, with a picture of the firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And she deleted that though. She later on deleted that particular text that she sent to Kira.
Correct.
Now you were asked a lot of questions about this big stack of these messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley. Remember those questions from counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked if there were certain messages about any messages that Jennifer had about my son's going to shoot the school, things like that.
I remember that, yes.
Okay. You have had a chance to review some of those messages, or all of those messages.
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything in the messages indicating they were going to take him to see a therapist?
No, there was not.
Anything in there indicating they were worried and they want to take him to see a psychiatrist?
No, there was not.
Was there any time they tried to set up?
It's impossible that the parties
In
communicated
the
not
phone logs
outside
and
of text
in the
messages.
period after the school meeting to the shooting, were there any indications?
It's
that
like
they
speed
researched
reading. I know it's
any
like a
mental health
micro machine
professionals?
No,
commercial.
there was not.
Did they call any counseling offices?
No, there
Did they
was
call
not.
any psychiatrists?
No.
I'd like you just referring to that message, and Judge, for the record, again, I'd like to omit the entire thread. That's Exhibit 423. That's the entire Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley. I'd like to have that available for the jury if they want to look at that.
Your Honor, I have no
I did
objection
see
as
the
long
court
as we
TV
redact
thing.
the things that this court's already deemed inadmissible. That would be fine.
Okay, I don't recall specifically what those are, but if there's already been a ruling.
What?
Redacted, then it was taken out.
Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly. Sir, if you could, referring to what would be Exhibit 423, contrast for the jury, please, the amount of time and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding their horses with their messages regarding their son.
Your Honor, I don't object. There needs to be a foundation that he can even determine this or has data to support this.
Did you look at the messages?
I look at the messages, yes.
Okay. Are you able to contrast the amount of time and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding the horses?
The amount of
Your Honor, I
time.
object. This is misleading and speculative.
What?
And
Are they
there's
trying?
been lots of talk about things that have been deleted, that we don't have all the messages. So I would
Wait.
object, Your Honor.
Judge, for the record, the point,
What, Jamie?
Are they trying to say that they were quicker on messaging each other about the horses than the child?
That's
Is that what they're trying to imply?
Time? Yeah. What is this? Let's see.
Get out of here. Get out of this courtroom. You are, no, that is, I can't believe this is happening right now.
is the counsel asked, is there any evidence of when this witness has already testified to things?
Jamie is so loud.
Testified what's actually-
Sorry.
Screamed. No, she screamed.
I did scream that one.
Messages between,
You're fine, Jamie.
Facebook messages.
Well, we can't hear what they hear out there in the chat world,
I know. It doesn't sound the same to us.
and I can't hear myself, so I'm just mad.
I'm asking for an
And
estimation.
Your Honor, I was not allowed to ask his interpretation of topics or words that were in there. And so for the prosecutor to ask this question, that's asking him to interpret how often they're talking about various topics. That's the same kind of question I was asking, and I was prohibited from asking. So
Something that someone said, I thought.
This is not the
I
same
also
thing.
asked questions about, in those text messages, there was nothing about, I believe our son could be a shooter. And that was objected to, and he wasn't able to.
He answered.
There were other questions along the same lines where I was not able to talk about the
He
topic.
answered that there were no.
I like my women loud and screamy.
If you would understand that, he reviewed all of these, the text messages, not just that some were deleted. He looked at Facebook, right?
423 is going to be admitted, so it can be argued later. I will withdraw my objection.
Could you contrast for us the amount of messages?
I think I can
between James
turn
and Jennifer
myself
Crumbley
down.
regarding their horses?
I'll try.
and
You're
messages
fine.
regarding
You're fine.
I would say there was a vast majority of just discussing the horses and putting ointments on their legs and getting the vet to see them. If I had to put a number on it, it'd be upwards
Don't
of
guess. Don't
75,
guess.
80% of the
Object.
conversation.
Speculation.
Over what period of time?
No foundation.
With that volume right there.
Oh, okay. When does that start? When does it end?
It's early in 2000.
75% of their text communications were about the horse. I'm going to go through
Now,
my
what about the
phone.
percentage of time expressing concern over their sons?
Up
Your
until,
Honor, I object. This is speculation, and there's no way he doesn't have data on this.
You have data on this?
just the conversation after the pictures were sent, that they drew on the math paper. And there's a couple other conversations about him having a headache and that, but other than that, I can't remember any more conversations.
So I have some data.
Oh, now he's the expert.
No,
Now you're an
this is
expert?
just the one question. Does this sound right to you that
Your Honor, I object to leading this witness into this. If he has data, he can testify about it. If he doesn't have data, this is
Just people are
inappropriate.
entitled to believe
That's
it?
not a good question.
Okay.
About 50% of the images that I have sent back and forth with my wife are like related to the horse of the images. So
If you were to put a name search, because it's a PDF, right? So you can do a name search.
Correct.
And if you were to do a name search of their son,
yeah,
you
they
find how
talked
many
to
times their
the,
son was
in
mentioned.
person
Correct.
about person
Okay.
or
And
important
if
stuff.
you were to do a name search of either their horses' names or horses, you could find how many times that was mentioned.
That's correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is going so far beyond the scope of,
No, it's not. This is, you asked about this.
I disagree.
Would it surprise you that it's thousands and thousands and thousands different?
It would not at all.
Thank you. Now, you, sir,
What?
we're asked a lot of questions about March 9th, March 8th, March 17th, March 19th, and March 20th. It's that area spring of 2021 that we talked about where the defendant's son was text messaging his mother and where James Jennifer were.
Correct. Yeah, I
Okay.
remember, yes.
So you were asked specifically,
She does
are you
not
able to
look
tell if
happy.
Jennifer Crumbley saw those messages coming in? You remember those questions?
Yes, I remember this question.
Okay. I want to make clear that all of that information, all that evidence that was admitted on those days, came
Keep
from
him
Jennifer
subject to
Crumbley's
recall.
original
That's what
phone.
the defense counsel
Correct.
should do,
Okay.
and then call
So,
him to the stand during
If she
her
wouldn't have
cases.
received it because either her phone was off
Be
or
a
no
little more
service, it
organized.
wouldn't have had the same timestamps that we see in here.
Correct.
Okay, so the timestamp of 6:03 on her phone, the exhibit, that means that's the time it actually got to her phone.
Correct.
Okay, let me ask you something, sir. I don't think you need to be an expert to identify this, but when you take a picture, do you have to open your phone?
I mean, you have to access, you have to take the picture, yes.
You have to look at your phone?
Not necessarily, you just push the button on the
You have to
side.
hold it up and push a button.
Correct.
Okay, and so when we have pictures on Jennifer's phone from the exact same time that her son is sending your text messages, what does that tell you?
That she would have seen them.
Now, you were asked about the alarm sent on December the 4th,
I
2021.
just
And there was it was up on the screen, it's an exhibit.
I remember.
I can't see
It
that.
was set for 6:30 a.m. and 6:45 a.m. on December the 4th, 2020.
Correct.
Okay, and it said when it was set. It said from 7 hours and 30 minutes from now.
Correct.
So then we can tell that she actually set that alarm at around 11 p.m. on Friday, December the 3rd.
That's correct.
Were you aware that Detroit police were actually on scene at that date and time, at that specific time, at the location where she was found?
Your Honor, I object in terms,
If he knows, if he knows.
I would,
Wait, what is the objection?
well, the objection is lack of foundation about whether he knows.
You can tell.
Well, he can tell us if he knows. I don't know.
I was not aware when Detroit police was,
Okay. You were aware that they were on scene that evening.
yes, I was. Yes, I am.
You were also asked about what counsel referred to as threats and her, Jennifer Crumbley, receiving threats. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't just review the Facebook messages between Jennifer Crumbley and Kara Pennick. You also reviewed other Facebook messages, other chats. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And including the chat where she was communicating with a neighbor of hers on East Street, and James and Jennifer Crumbley met her at the Red Naps in Oxford the night of the shooting to exchange pet food.
I remember that.
Okay. Now, how close is the Red Naps to her home?
It's just down the road.
It's right in downtown Oxford,
Yep,
right?
correct.
A block away.
Correct.
Look how thin they were and how this. Oh, I think you're behind.
So
Yeah,
you were
look
asked
how thin they
specifically about
were.
Exhibit 130 here.
Yeah, the defendants.
If Jennifer Crumbley expressed some sort of concern.
Amazing
over
how quickly
what her
he
son
answers
did.
questions.
Right here. It's, I'm bawling right now, Kara. My son ruined so many lives today.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, that was substantially after she was asking to sell her horses for cash.
Correct.
Asking cash.
Oh my God,
Correct.
she's
Yeah.
bawling and all upset
And
because
is there
she's selling her
any-
horses.
Any text messages at all in this exhibit expressing
I
any
hate
sort of
this
sympathy
guy.
over the victims after this.
Not that I recall.
And in fact, the conversation continues about liquidating her assets.
Correct.
And it continues about her not being able to see her horses
That's correct.
and expressing how upset she is that she can't see her horses.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay. And
She doesn't care about her son because she's upset about her horses, even assuming that she's upset about her horses. But see, he made the implication. He didn't ask the witness if that's what that meant. Okay, so that's the difference, right? So he made the implication. He said, so she's talking about how upset she is and how she's crying and blah, blah, blah. And that's just after she talked about having to sell her horses, right? Yes. Okay, see, that's how it's implied. He doesn't ask the witness, does that mean that she's upset about her horses? It's implied. Whereas the defense counsel was saying, well, doesn't that seem to indicate that she's upset about her horses? Well, no, that calls for speculation. That's objectionable. So it's not that the judge is hammering the defense more than the prosecutor. The prosecutor's asking better questions because you can't ask the you can just imply it. And so, like McKinley was saying earlier in chat, it's just there's a way to ask a question and there's a way not to. You know when you need to ask that last questions and when you need to stop. She said Mike can ruin so many lives today, right? Yeah, she did say that, right?
Yeah.
And then she said, I'm bawling right now. So in reference to that.
But see, but the question in order, I'm bawling to all of this stuff. I'm crying my eyes out. I'm bawling, whatever. And then the prosecutor went up and said, well, just prior to that, she said that she had to sell her horses, right? It's the questions were appropriate and they make the implication as opposed to asking someone to speculate. We're asking the jury to speculate. You can't ask the witness to. So it's just improper question. He asked a crazy question and got a good answer. Yeah. But she asked bad questions.
News reports about the case. Under the law, evidence you
Let's see what time they're coming back on Monday just to make sure I'm good at 8:30. I think it's going to be 8:30.
Lawyers must be able to cross-examine them because news reports do not have to meet these standards. They can be incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side or the other. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. You must not go on social media. You must not post. You must not do research. You must not discuss the case with anyone. We're moving quickly. Please follow my instruction. It's so important. I don't want to have to put you in the middle of the holiday, man. All right? I can still do it. Okay? So
for example, before you sold feet pics on OnlyFans, did you Google what OnlyFans is? Yes or no? I did not. I learned it on YouTube.
I should have served you some vitamins with your lunch. Please stay healthy and go on.
All right, for the jury?
I think she's going to be back at 8:30. Let me just make sure there's no evidentiary issues.
Yes.
Okay, I know the court does not like objections in the midst of testimony. There is an officer that is going to be testifying. I have numerous objections to many of his exhibits that are proposed.
Who is it?
Stoya, I'm not sure I'm saying Stoya. Stoya.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I just want to make the record clear. I received all of the materials in this case in over 30 discovery, sets of discovery given to me. Okay, I went through all the discovery obviously as it came in. I did not get the exhibits that were being used in this trial. They weren't identified. I didn't get them until after day one of jury selection. So I have done my best.
Wait, there's a scheduling order in this case.
Judge, all of the exhibits come from the discovery. This digital evidence was turned over 2 years ago.
Well, she doesn't say she didn't have the evidence.
I'm not saying I didn't have the evidence. I'm saying that it wasn't identified until after day one of jury selection. So I just want the court to know I'm doing my best to object and to handle the evidence.
I don't envy your job, Ms. Smith, at all. I don't. It's a lot. I don't envy their job either. It's sad. It's voluminous. I know it's very difficult. So tell me what you're asking.
Okay, so the issue is I have numerous objections to exhibits they intend to admit.
Hey,
I know
expert.
the court does not like to have objections, but
Hi, expert.
I didn't want to.
Yeah, expert.
I didn't want a surprise ruling on a motion this morning. I would have been more prepared and also would have told the jury about it. I don't like the jury waiting for us. There's nothing wrong with objecting to an exhibit as someone attempts to introduce it.
Judge, we handed over the exhibit list with very precise pages, and we did that. We weren't required to at a certain time, but we did that. I think the first day we were here, Ms. Smith told Mr. Keese she would be providing her exhibit list to us that night. We did not receive it. So I'm not sure what the purpose
She's not providing
of
exhibits right now.
list is if she's not going to actually go through it and say, these are the ones I want to object to, these are the ones I have an issue with, and we can talk about it, and then the court knows that there's something to argue about before we bring the jury in.
Your Honor,
Okay, well, I think that's what you're trying to tell me now.
I'm trying to tell you that
The problem is that the defense was on the defense consistently throughout these exhibits. What the state did was turn over all of the evidence and then say this particular batch of documents that are like 900 pages long is going to be our exhibit 101, but we're only showing pages 30, 31, 32, something like that. And so they have the state has the exhibits all lined up. Our exhibit 101 is literally just those 3 pages, where when it's defense pulls up Exhibit 101. She has 900 some pages that she needs to flip through and find. And it made her look like a fool earlier in trial. And so she's trying to address that now. I don't know why she's trying to address it now, but she is. And she's claiming that she has to go through the exhibits and objects to many of the exhibits that are going to be presented apparently on Monday. One of the
Well, do you have
earlier
to,
things that happened this morning, though, is the judge was like, I don't want to hear these evidentiary issues when the jury is here and we're trying to just get the jury out and proceed. So I think she's trying to bring it up now so that the judge doesn't come back Monday morning and say, why are we arguing about this now when the jury's here?
Mhm. Well, she seems to want to like be quick about it. That's why I'm like, because I don't know what it's like to be a lawyer, but do you have to like get in there and object real quick? Because like, what if she's flipping through and can't find it and it's a big mess, and then you know what I mean?
Well, that's
Like, is
what
that
she
what
said
she's
at
trying
one
to
point.
avoid?
Yeah, that's what she's trying to avoid. And she's saying, hang on a minute, Judge, can you give me a minute so I can find the exhibit so I know if I have an objection? She wanted to avoid that.
Well, because you want to object before it gets shown, right? I mean,
Yeah, exactly. The state should be saying that it was Exhibit 101, page X, Y, and Z. And they did do that in a document, in an exhibit list. But the problem is the exhibits are so voluminous?
voluptuous.
Yeah, voluptuous. No,
Volum-
voluminous.
Voluminous.
Voluminous. Thank you very much. Voluminous. That she's still having a hard time going through them. And if she has any objections to them, they should be brought in front of the judge before the jury is like brought out. You're not doing this in front of the jury. So she's probably going to want to address this Monday morning. And the judge doesn't like doing that when the jury is there. So maybe she's trying to get an earlier start time, but that's what's going on.
Now, and also, every time we've been off the record, I've had conversations with Mr. Keys during this next witness. I'm not objecting to any of these exhibits. Mr. Keys, I plan to object to a lot of the photos with Stoic. I haven't talked to Ms. McDonald, but that doesn't mean I haven't communicated to them when I have objections.
Okay.
That is just misleading, and I'm tired of it.
Okay, I'm not making, I'm saying,
Did you-
I just want to know
Being
what
said
the
in front of the
objections are so we
jury.
don't
That's
have it.
why
It'd be
the
great if we
defense
could
is
just
so
know that
upset
before.
about it.
How long are we gonna be here? Because the jury, the jury's waiting. We're gonna be brought down, so I'm.
Release the jury, Judge. You're just hearing motion
A few more
stuff.
things. We're just asking, let's hear what the objections are about the exhibits.
I'm gonna release the jury.
Okay.
For one thing, these walls are not.
yeah, like release the jury and then work
I'm-
on all
I'm
this
gonna-
stuff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna owe the deputies there and that's the rest of my career. Yeah, let's let the jury go, okay? Let the jury go.
So anyways, that's
I
what's
have
going on with
just
this.
A suggestion, I think there's gonna be evidentiary issues with some of these exhibits, so I'm wondering if maybe the jury should come
It's
back
gonna be
at
a
9:30
long-
Monday or
Actually,
something,
can you tell the jury to come back at 9? Tell the jury to come back at 9, okay? All
just so
right,
we have
okay.
time. I know the court doesn't wanna waste their time.
I don't know if we're going to have a live feed like this at 9 or 8:30 rather, or if we're going to be on a Zoom feed. But either way, we'll be bringing it. We'll be bringing the motion hearings.
That would be good. I guess I don't know who the first witness is going to be.
No, they're out of the courtroom. They're just in the back room. They need to be released.
Sheriff's office, Judge. We don't know if it'll be first minute.
No, and she's let us know she has some issues with some of those pictures, and we'll figure, if she tells us which ones, then we'll decide if we want to stipulate. If not, then we can handle it before the jury's.
Oh, I can already tell you they're not gonna stipulate. I can tell you we're gonna need time on the record, like,
Okay, well, I think.
I'm not sure how to respond to that.
No, I think that the prosecutor was saying that you might stipulate to the admission of some of them, right? And you have a right to object.
She just said she's not going to.
Right?
Yeah.
right.
Okay, so I'm looking at the list.
There's many photos from inside the home.
Okay.
That I believe are contrary to the orders this court has already given. Like the messiness, there are irrelevant photos. There are photos of the stairway to the basement, completely irrelevant to this case.
Why do we care about the stairway to the basement?
Judge,
That's
we,
why-
counsel nice, she indicated she was gonna create a list of which exhibit numbers, they're numbered already, they're numbered,
Right.
and just tell us which one she's object to. We'll review that. If we agree, then we'll strike them from our exhibit list.
Okay,
We
and
talked
we're
about
here
this.
to talk about it at 8:30 on Monday morning, because maybe
We could get a list before that, then we might not have to argue about it.
Your Honor, part of the problem is.
Christine,
I-
it's
they don't
on
tell me who they're
the
calling.
court's
They
website.
gave me the exhibits
Just
after
Google
the
Oakland
trial.
County
Listen,
Court and
exhibits
go to
after
this
the trial
judge.
started. There's one of me. I have co-counsel that has not been with me this whole ride. And so I'm doing the best I can, and I have to sleep at night. And I've been here for 8 hours a day this whole
We've all been
week.
here. I've spent
Oh, stop whining.
many hours on
Yeah, don't start on that,
I know.
girl. We all have to do that stuff. Come on.
I understand that.
This is
but
your
I
job,
need- and
counselor.
this
This is your
weekend,
job.
I'll have time. I will get them the list of objections,
Okay.
but
Right.
when I don't even know which witnesses are being called the next day.
Okay, I don't know of a rule.
She's a mess.
To do that.
And Judge, you asked us to communicate, we did.
We
You
did.
did.
She,
Okay.
she knew Lance,
Go home and take a
Grabowski was-
bubble
we
bath.
did tell
Okay,
her.
all right. So.
She sounds like a Gen Zer, right? I have to work 8 hours a day.
Only 8 hours?
We tell her
Lucky
every single
you.
thing when she asks me
No,
her
it's
list. But I do, if I
9:30 at
can,
night.
if I can just finish,
Okay,
if I
I
can just
actually
finish.
don't know yet. exactly.
We already changed that today. I mean, that does change, but I
What are you gonna tell her about?
When we can confirm childcare for our witnesses,
Okay.
and confirm, we have one person with COVID right now, we have one person out of the state. We're rearranging witnesses in real time.
Objection non-responsive.
I understand why she's pissed. I don't like,
Somebody-
again, it's more of the
I hope
tone
to have those answers by
than
then.
anything.
Yeah.
Communicate as soon as I have the answers.
It's
It's her approach to the situation that I'm not a fan of.
And it is something that helps the trial move quicker.
Yeah,
I
we
think we
work
should just be
10
fair.
hours a
And
day for
also,
David for
we don't
All right,
free.
we don't want this.
We,
That's
we don't
right.
have an exhibit list from the defense. She said she provided the same time we did that night. We don't have it. We
I
just
didn't say
want
I
to be
was
treated.
provided that night, and
Okay.
I didn't know what exhibits I would need until I saw your list, and I haven't had time this week because we've been in court or.
Okay.
She does look pregnant, doesn't she?
Right, yeah, I.
Yeah, look, she's got like a little belly, it looks like.
This exhibit.
And she's
list,
so
the
tiny
others
that
like
it's
that,
very,
you
it
know,
looks apparent like
it's-
that.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Who's,
where-
maybe, I don't know.
who said
Maybe
objection
it's just-
non-responsive?
Some of them.
McKinley
open-
must be
Your
way
Honor,
behind.
I don't disagree, but also some of mine don't match what's
Maybe
been
it's
put up
just
on the
her
screen.
suit,
Like
though.
it's not as simple and as clear cut.
Well, the way she was resting her hand kind of looked like.
Yeah, it looked like she was
Yeah.
kind of.
But she looked that way yesterday too. She had a, or not yesterday, Tuesday.
I don't know if I've seen some of these. Some of these are in the house. Some of them might be relevant. Some of them might not be.
This is, no, it's,
What's
I
that?
don't think
Yeah.
you've seen any of them.
the chat's behind
Judge,
it.
listen, if she just make a list, we'll be happy to review it with her, so you don't have to.
Okay, so you're gonna be here at 8:30 on Monday morning. We'll talk about as many exhibits as possible. In general.
Look at the stack of paper under her
there's no
table.
question and
Tell
answer
this
and
guy
all
to
that,
move.
but if we can agree on something beforehand, I'm just going to pray that.
What stack of
Monday
paper?
morning there are no issues. Can I do
Or
that?
whose
Can I
table?
go to the river in Egypt?
Judge, regarding exhibit 423, counsel
Yeah.
indicated that there are certain messages she wants redacted. Counsel can indicate those, what messages they are. We'll be happy to redact them before the actual exhibits turned over to the jury.
Thank you. I think that it was based on messages that were already excluded via previous motions.
And
I don't recall any specific messages previously excluded by this court from exhibit 423.
There were
Counsel- hang on.
topics.
It would be
Counsel-
hard for me to compare this right now to my orders.
Right, that's why if counsel is requesting for it to be redacted, I just ask counsel, tell us what to be redacted so we can do it.
Okay.
Your Honor, then I need them to say.
423.
Yep, you had it in January of 22.
Okay.
Messages between.
Wait a second.
Wait, you guys wanted, someone said they want all the.
It's
you-
the
you
Facebook
said
messages.
I'm
You want all
fine.
the Instagram messages between the defendants and that's what you said.
Facebook.
And that's,
Facebook.
Your Honor, that's totally fine. All we have to do is make them compliant with the other orders of the court that have already. excluded
Prosecutor's gonna
evidence.
turn to her and say,
Excuse me while I whip it out.
I'm asking them to give me the original
Jesus
file
Christ.
of 423, because I don't have 423, and I will go through and redact it. I'll do it tonight.
Judge, they have it.
You can't just reject it. They have to know.
Well,
what the
I-
request will be.
Judge,
I'll mark off what
the
needs to
truth,
be
the truth should matter. She has 423. It's the entire Facebook message string between
what a
Jennifer Crumbley
disaster
and James
this
Crumbley.
is.
It's the thing that she piles up. She has that string. So
The court will can produce a proof of
It's the
service.
thing that she piles up.
No,
It's
and
a stack
I'm
of
not saying
papers
that-
that are
I do
4
have it
foot
in the
tall.
because they don't have it. They're talking about it as if they've given me a
Oh, Lord.
423. They have it. It's buried in the stacks of evidence.
Okay.
That's fine. I'll dig it out. I will go through it tonight. I will let them know what I want
This is
redacted.
giving me
All I want
anxiety
is
too.
redacted.
we provided that digital copy. I don't understand.
Raffle,
There's a thumb drive
raffle,
for this
not
one.
raffle.
Yeah,
Do you
they
have
handed
it
to me
turned up
tonight while
still?
we've been in court for 8 hours. So
Yeah, it's 1.25. You want me to put it in normal speed?
Oh, no, she was just like going crazy and I was like, is she really that upset? But it was the speed.
We have just a couple more things here.
Oh God, a couple of more things.
There comes the problem. What else?
Just one thing I think is important. I asked this court to instruct counsel to show the appropriate decorum in this particular case. The jokes indicating I'm going to kill myself in a joking manner. I'm drinking 5
And
bottles
bottles
of
of
wine.
wine. It's just
We've
there
got-
are parents
That's
who
my
had their children murdered in this.
I
courtroom,
said
and
that-
we're the people
I
who
called that out
hired
too.
them
That
after
was
we
bad.
were
I
there.
said something about wine because I was looking at her exhibit and it was teetering. And I was trying to nicely suggest that.
Wait,
I would like
who
to-
said
Making
what?
a joke about killing yourself in this courtroom at this time,
Judge mentioned, so the judge mentioned the stack of papers, called it the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and said, would you move it down, and make kind of a joke about it. But then the defense counsel said, when she was fumbling around with the exhibits, oh, I'm going to kill myself. And I caught that, and I was like, that was bad.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I did. I heard it too.
That was bad. That was real bad.
That's when he said, why would she say something like that? Get my channel yeeted or whatever.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you're going to get my channel demonetized.
I missed that.
I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I did not mean it like
This
that.
is normal speed, people.
I did
Normal
not mean
speed.
it like that, and they know I didn't mean it like that.
We're responding to literally just sitting here, the amount of messages we get from victims in the community. And I just think, just to be an abundance of respect and caution, if we could just not say things.
I may have sent Karen a message.
I'm not
too.
accusing anyone of any malice or any bad intent. I'm just asking that we just not engage in that, because this is hard enough for the people who are sitting here now and who will be sitting here next week.
Your Honor, I am not joking around about anything.
I think it was a simple comment.
That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Emotions are running high. We also, a lot of people are saying.
Oh, boy.
But Your Honor, I do want to make a point. I'm not making an objection because my emotions are running high. In fact, I'm not having an emotional response here. I am simply asking that we be respectful to victims. That's it.
Your Honor, I am being respectful. So that is implying I'm being disrespectful. Me saying I'm going to kill myself. I didn't mean in any way to offend these families.
Karen is too perfect. Right on.
It was absolutely not related to them.
I know.
This shooting is awful. It's the prosecution that's parading all of this up here and putting
Parading?
through
The
this.
shooting is the result of the defendant's gross negligence. That is the case.
They are the ones putting the victims through, re-seeing all of
Oh
this
my
over
God.
and over and over.
What?
Everybody needs to go home.
Oh my God.
All right.
I understand that we're not putting victims through anything. And I'm sorry, but that just because everybody's disagreeing doesn't mean everyone is inappropriate. We aren't putting victims through everything. We're prosecuting our case, and we're trying to do it in the most efficient way
She's
possible.
defending her case. I think that was a slip of the tongue. Everybody needs to take a deep breath.
Everyone's grounded. Y'all go home. Go to your rooms.
What the hell was that all about?
I kind of want a cat fight.
God. I need cat fighting sounds.
You need to pick the sound from when that day when you had the cats. You need to get the sound bite from that cat fight you had that one day.
I know, right?
That was perfect.
I think we need guards out in the hallway.
She is crying, I think.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so the attorney shouldn't be more emotional than the defendant.
Well, she is a lady, and then she just got yelled at, so of course she's gonna cry.
And humiliated.
Yeah.
Crazy.
That was
I've
nuts.
never
That guy's
seen.
hair.
Poor Jennifer.
I have never seen attorneys go at it like this. That was insane.
That was crazy.
And the like chains that they have her in are so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Kind of wish I was in the courtroom, but I'm glad I'm here because I would say some stuff if I was in the courtroom.
Do you yell objection from the back?
I'd been laughing. I would have had like a DUI guy moment in the background.
Yeah.
So, all right, day 2 is in the can. Oh my God, this is
Good
going to be an
Lord.
amazing trial.
Yeah.
This is going to be awesome. So, Danielle, parting thoughts for the day?
My only thought right now is just that poor lady sitting in that jail cell.
Yeah.
Having to go back to that place and just like, I don't know. It just breaks my heart.
So the mens rea is essentially melon prohibitum. They're saying that it was bad because we said it's bad. That's what they're trying to do. They're really trying to convince the jury that she had some sort of duty to protect society at large from her known dangerous son. Assuming that they knew he was dangerous, I don't even know if there's a legal duty to protect society. So they're assuming a couple of things that aren't really built into the law just yet. Damn, she was crying again. Yeah. You need to be in court. Yeah, so you can stream it, Christine, out from under me. No, I'm gonna keep streaming. I'm gonna keep streaming. Where is the trial? I want to go Monday. It is at the 1200 building, 1200 North Telegraph Road in Pontiac, Michigan. Enter either on the ground floor or the first floor. Either way, take the elevators once you get through security to floor 2. Go down to courtroom 2C. You will probably have to go through metal detector again just to get into the courtroom, and there you are.
It's gonna be a long drive, Sean Bird.
I don't know where Sean Bird's at, but that's where it's at. I want to be in both places at the same time, and I thought about doing a hybrid where some days I might stream it live, and other days I might go there in person, watch, and then stream in the evening. But Joe from Good Logic, I think, called it right. He's like, you got to do one or the other. You can't really do a hybrid. And so I decided I was going to stream it. But if anyone wants to go in person and check it out, you're in Grand Rapids. Oh, you can get there in 3 hours. Not a problem. Straight across 96. 96, take 96 to the Telegraph exit, head north. No problem. You get there.
Yeah.
Oh, can we reflect on Jamie saying what? Well, she is a woman. There will be crying.
I said she's a woman and women cry. We're
emotional creatures.
Are you?
Don't act like you don't cry over some.
I would have cried. I was feeling that lady's energy. Like, whew.
Yeah.
I would together better than I would have. I would have been like,
It was sadder in the morning. No crying in court, McKinley says.
Oh, I was talking about the counsel crying.
The counsel crying.
Yeah, how she was crying.
There's no crying in court.
Yeah.
Pregnant women cry easily.
I said she's a lady. We cry easily. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, bad look. Bad look. Yeah, no, it's a bad look. It's unprofessional, and you're not doing your client any services. And that's why Karen was like, I'm not emotional right now. When she said to the judge, and I believe it, she's not emotional. And I said, because she's cold-hearted and doesn't. But attorneys really should be able to rise above the emotional stuff. And that's why you hire attorneys. Even an attorney should hire an attorney, because if you're involved in the case, you're going to be emotionally wrapped up in it. So in theory, you should hire an attorney that can separate themselves.
And it's clear she's passionate. You know, she's a passionate attorney for, you know, her client.
Yeah, she is. And she's getting emotionally wrapped up in it. But I tend to take advantage of that. Did I ever tell you I made an opposing counsel cry once in court? And now we're good friends, but I made her cry.
Listen, I'm not shocked.
But she was so emotionally wrapped up in the case that when I threw her a little left hook, no big deal, she started crying because it was emotional for her. And you can't be emotionally wrapped up in your client's case because you're then blinded to that left hook coming in, you know? It's just not good. It's not good professionally. Karen is actually doing a more professional job. Now, the guy, he's a little different. He's being a little mean. But this is a disaster of a case. This is not how Michigan trials go. I was like, do I need Tom Hanks? There's no crying in baseball. Yeah. You never hire a warm-blooded attorney. It's true. You don't hire a warm-blooded attorney. You hire somebody cold like me that nothing's most
cold like me.
Yeah. He does not people, Danielle. He peoples with us because he likes us.
Well, but I'm also through a computer.
You could tell. Yeah, but also, well, you met me in person and we were peopling good.
Yeah, how was that when we first met?
We were super chatty. It was like this.
Yeah, I guess. Okay. But I didn't come
But
up
you
and
could
give you a
tell he
hug.
couldn't wait to get the F out of there.
I couldn't. I was like, okay, this is enough peopling for me. I need to go back to my seclusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would continuously like wander like towards the door, and then we talk about something else, and I come back, and then I'd wander towards the door.
I know. And then he'd be like, oh, this or something. Then he'd have video to show, or I'd tell him something, and then he'd come back.
Yeah, I literally was outside. And I was like, oh, you got to see this video I'm putting together. And
Yeah. I was telling him
Yeah.
buy out of the car, and he gets on his laptop. Wait, let me show you this video.
That's funny. Aw.
That's good.
Dave raises his voice at his own client, and he likes that. Yeah. I mean, that's what I do. This is an emotional case. I get that, but you can't have emotional attorneys. You also, I'm not a fan of her style. And I pointed out, someone had pulled up the chat and like, yeah, that was like the questions were different between what the prosecution was doing and what the defense was doing. But my point is that you have to ask the right question so that the jury gets the inference, gets the implication. You can't ask a witness to speculate, but you can ask a jury to speculate by asking the right question and in the right way. And so I was pulling that out with the prosecutor that said, look, right here, she said she was bawling her eyes out. And the text just before she said she was selling her horses. The implication is she only cares about her horses, not her son. The defense could have done the same thing with the same witness, except instead of asking him, doesn't that mean that she cares about her son? You just ask the question and let the jury infer. There's just a subtlety to it, and I'm not getting it from her. I'm a little on edge. I'm a little nerved out by it.
I want more directness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mhm.
The other thing I would say too is, well, like Danielle and I were talking about, when this witness's direct was done, I felt stronger about the defense's case than when the cross was done.
Yeah.
That's a huge problem when you're trying to cross-examine and you're establishing, when you're confusing the issues that were very clear that you didn't know what was going on. Let's see. What's this? But what about compassionate lawyer? No, you don't want a compassionate lawyer. You want a lawyer that's going to win, that's going to be smart about it, and is not going to get tied down in the emotional stuff. When opposing counsel says something, you shouldn't, as an objection, that might be a little bit of a dig at you. You shouldn't be so emotionally tied up into this that you have to respond in an emotional way. You should be able to respond in a professional way that turns it back on him. So, I can't think of an example right now. It's been a long day, but I don't like her approach. I just don't like it. And it's not because she's a lady counsel. There's been awesome lady attorneys. Think of what's her name on Johnny Depp. She was
Camille.
great.
Was it Camille?
Vasquez.
I
Yeah,
love
she was great.
Rosemary Scapiccio. She's my favorite.
Yeah.
Aw.
So she's the one with that hard Boston accent, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
The spiky blonde hair.
Jamie and
Yeah,
her
she
Boston
was-
accent.
She was
She's
very
a-
good too.
Yeah.
Her
She's
attorney
a good-
is working pro bono, but that's not an excuse. But yeah,
Mhm.
I agree. The lawyer is ineffective. Yeah, I really do. I mean, worse than ineffective. She kind of made that whole witness worse for her client. And I'm not happy about it because I believe this is an important case that needs to go in the defendant's
Very
favor.
important.
So I'm hoping I'm serious. I might send her a link to this stream. And like, for what it's worth, here's some criticisms. I'm just gonna say that. Yeah, we'll
would-
see.
Wouldn't you think that would be a good idea to look at that outside source and be like, what are people saying about me? What do I look like to
I would.
people, to the normal people? I would.
And even the prosecutor, the angry little elf on Jodi Arias, he mentions in his book that during her trial, he was watching outside material and realized that he was coming off extremely angry. Now, I think he tried to curtail it a bit because you can see that he did tone itself down a little bit. But then once he forgot that everyone was yelling at him, he got right back into it because that's just his natural state. But even, in that case. He was concerned about it. So I think they should. No, this is not the jury. You just make her think everyone. I want her to do everyone says matters. I want her to do a better job. I want her to do a better job.
Just Sean Bird's message.
Oh.
What's Sean Bird say?
If you send her this stream, she really might off herself.
No, that's so bad. I wasn't reading that one.
Jamie's laughing.
My Thrill
Well,
King.
it's not real. It's
The Mithril King. Anyways, no, this is not the jury. You just make her think everyone or make anything anyone says matters. Okay. I just want her to do better.
Yeah.
Do it, but do it better. But I don't want to just say do it better.
Get
What
in
matters
there
is the
and
acquittal.
get to the point. Get to the point.
Yes. What matters is the acquittal. And right now I'm concerned that there won't be one. You need to clip that into the soundboard.
What?
Jamie?
Clip what?
You need to clip Jamie and add it to the soundboard.
Jamie
All
has
right.
enough sound clips in her lifetime.
Don't say sorry. Yeah, don't say sorry. Find a backbone. Kick ass and take names. Yeah, she needs to
There
hear
you
that.
go.
That's what she needs to hear.
Get to the point.
She was pretty apologetic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that you're concerned. Well, as a fellow practitioner in the same county, in the same state, both members of the Bar Association, I can go ahead and just send her an email. Like, watching you out there, here's my thoughts.
Yep.
And stop whining. Yeah. All right. You guys are all going to get sent over to Nick, who is watching Sadie Beecham's interrogation video. This is a hauntingly disturbing interrogation video from the Zachariah Anderson case. So if you guys haven't seen it yet, I highly recommend you watch it. Watch along with Nick. And he is he's Swedish, but don't hold it against him if you don't know him. Otherwise, I will see you all on Monday morning at 8:30 a.m. for some arguments. It sounds like some evidentiary arguments, and then a jury trial, perhaps. And we'll see if Ian or Ken or whoever joins me on panel. Maybe it's Jamie and Danielle again. We'll see.
Who knows?
Rackets is awake. Rackets is awake. How do we know? No, Nick Staroff. Sorry, Nick Staroff. He's Swedish, not Rackets. I don't know what he's doing. And then Saturday, by the way, this Saturday, tomorrow at noon Eastern, I have Jodi Arias trial, Nick Staroff, and I've been covering that, so don't forget about that, guys. And I don't have anything else to say. Jamie, Danielle, any parting words, thoughts, emotions? Do you want to cry a little on camera, or
no?
I get mad enough. That's when I cry. I cry
That's
when
when I
I'm
cry
mad.
too. Yeah, when I'm
You get
pissed
mad.
off.
Okay, makes you look weak though.
No, because then things happen.
Rakeda and chat were freaking out in the Rittenhouse trial. He was wrong too. I hope I'm wrong. I'm hoping the jury is going to do the right thing. I'm a little scared. I'm a little concerned.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, all right. I will leave you guys for the rest of the day. Go have fun with Nick. I might be joining him later for a different stream or something. I don't know. I'll be around. Anyways, y'all have a wonderful day. Bye.
When I was young, my daddy said, gotta keep one eye open in your bed. Cause there's a time coming when the devil gonna come for you. So my trigger finger, stay prepared. I've got my weapon and I got my prayers. Cause if you don't run this town, they'll walk all over you. Run out loud, gotta run.